Class Struggle: A Political and Philosophical History. Domenico Losurdo. Introduction: The Return of Class Struggle. Amid an economic crisis that is exacerbating social polarization and rekindling memories of the 1930s Great Depression, condemning millions of people to unemployment, insecurity, constant anxiety about getting by, and even hunger, essays and articles making reference to the return of class struggle have become more frequent. So had it disappeared? In the mid-20th century, sharply criticizing the dogma of Marx's theory of class struggle, Ralph Dahrendorf summarized the achievements of the capitalist system. Today the allocation of social positions is increasingly the task of the educational system. Property had lost any influence and been replaced by merit, making a person's social position dependent on his educational achievement. And that was not all. The social situation of people has become increasingly similar, and there was undoubtedly a tendency to a leveling of social differences. The painter of this rosy picture was nevertheless obliged to criticize other sociologists for whom the world was spontaneously heading towards a state in which there are no classes and no class conflicts, because there is simply nothing to quarrel about. These were years when an enormous number of men, women, and children from the global south and the countryside began to abandon their birthplace to seek their fortune elsewhere. This was also a mass phenomenon in Italy, where, hailing for the most part from the Mezzogiorno, immigrants crossed the Alps or stopped the side of them. Working conditions in North Italian factories can be illustrated in detail. In 1955, in order to suppress strikes and working-class militancy, hundreds of thousands of militants and activists from the CGIL, a trade union accused of unacceptable radicalism, were sacked. Two such practices were not confined to underdeveloped countries. In fact, the model was furnished by the USA, long characterized by yellow dog contracts, whereby, on being hired, workers and employees were forced to pledge, not to join any trade union organization. Was it really class struggle that had disappeared? Or was it substantive union freedoms, confirming the reality of class struggle? Subsequent years witnessed the economic miracle. But let us see what was happening in 1969 in the West's model country, giving the floor to a U.S. periodical with an international diffusion, Reader's Digest selection, engaged in propaganda on behalf of the American way of life. Hunger in America was the eloquent title of an article that had this to say: in Washington, the federal capital, 70% of patients in the pediatric hospital suffer from malnutrition. In America, food aid programs cover only about 6 of the 27 million in need. Having undertaken a tour of inspection in the Mississippi countryside, a group of doctors stated before a Senate subcommittee, "The children we saw are obviously lacking in health, energy, and vivacity. They are hungry and sick, and these are direct and indirect causes of death." According to Dahrendorf, what determined individual social position was solely or predominantly educational merit. But the U.S. magazine drew attention to an obvious but wrongly ignored fact: doctors are convinced that malnutrition impacts on the growth and development of the brain. Once again, the indicated question is, did such terrible poverty in a country of capitalist opulence have something to do with class struggle? Subsequently, abandoning his illusory predictions of the mid-20th century, Dahrendorf noted an increase in the percentage of the poor, often working poor, in the USA. For the most interesting and disturbing observation was consigned to an inconspicuous parenthesis: even a job was insufficient to avert the risk of poverty. Long forgotten, the figure of the working poor reappeared, and, with it, the specter of class struggle, which seemed to have been exorcised for good. Even so, a famous philosopher, Jürgen Habermas, reiterated the positions now abandoned by the famous sociologist. What refuted Marx and his theory of class struggle was something obvious to everyone: the pacification of class conflict by the welfare state, which had developed in the West since 1945, thanks to a reformism relying on the instruments of Keynesian economics. What is immediately striking here is an initial inaccuracy. While this might apply to Western Europe, it certainly does not to the USA, where the welfare state never flourished, as is confirmed by the distressing picture just seen. But that is not the main thing. Above all, Habermas's claim is marked by the absence of a question that should be obvious: was the advent of the welfare state the inevitable result of a tendency inherent in capitalism? Or was it the result of political and social mobilization by the subaltern classes in the final analysis, of a class struggle? Had the German philosopher posed this question, perhaps he would have avoided assuming the permanence of the welfare state, whose precariousness and progressive dismantlement are now obvious to everyone. Who knows whether Habermas had subsequently had his doubts? In the West, the welfare state emerged not in the USA but Europe, where the trade union and labor movement is traditionally more deep-rooted, and it emerged when that movement was at its strongest, because of the discredit which 2 world wars, the Great Depression, and fascism had brought upon capitalism. But is this refutation or confirmation of Marx's theory of class struggle? Habermas points to 1945 as the starting point for the construction of the welfare state in the West and the attenuation and disappearance of class struggle. The previous year, visiting the USA, the Swedish sociologist, Gunnar Myrdal, reached a dramatic conclusion: segregation is now becoming so complete that the white Southerner practically never sees a Negro except as his servant, and in other standardized and formalized caste situations 2 decades later, the slave-master relationship between blacks and whites had far from disappeared. In the 1960s, more than 400 men of color in Alabama were used as human guinea pigs by the government. Suffering from syphilis, they were not treated because the authorities wished to study the effects of the disease on a population sample. 7. Historically, the decades from the end of the Second World War to the successful pacification of class conflict also witnessed the explosion of the anti-colonial revolution. The peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America threw off the yoke of colonialism or semi-colonialism, while the USA saw the development of the struggle by African Americans to end the regime of racial segregation and discrimination, which continued to oppress and degrade them, relegate them to the bottom rungs of the labor market, and even treat them as guinea pigs. Did this massive revolutionary wave, which profoundly altered the division of labor globally and did not even leave it untouched in the USA, have something to do with class struggle? Or is the latter limited to the conflict pitting proletarians and capitalists, dependent labor and haute bourgeoisie, against one another in a single country? Such is clearly the opinion of a best-selling contemporary British historian, Niall Ferguson. In the major historical crisis of the first half of the 20th century, class struggle, the supposed struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie, played a very modest role. Decisive, instead, was what Hermann Göring, with his main focus on the conflict between the Third Reich and the Soviet Union, defined as the Great Racial War, see Chap 5, Sect 8. Does Nazi Germany's attempt to reduce Slavs to the condition of black slaves in the service of the master race, and the epic resistance to this war of colonial subjugation and actual enslavement, the Great Racial War undertaken by the Third Reich mounted by entire peoples, have nothing to do with class struggle? For Dahrendorf, Habermas, and Ferguson, but also, as we shall see, for distinguished scholars of a Marxist or post-Marxist persuasion, class struggle refers exclusively to the conflict between proletariat and bourgeoisie, in fact, to a conflict between proletariat and bourgeoisie that has become acute and of which both parties are conscious. But was this Marx and Engels' view? As is well known, having evoked the specter of communism haunting Europe, and even before analyzing the existing class struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie, the Communist Manifesto opened with a statement that was destined to become famous and play a prominent role in 19th and 20th century revolutionary movements: the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, Klassenkämpfe. 8. The transition from the singular to the plural clearly signals that the conflict between proletariat and bourgeoisie is but one class struggle among others, and the latter, running throughout world history, are by no means a feature exclusively of bourgeois, industrial society. Should any doubts remain, some pages later the manifesto reiterates, the history of all past society has consisted in the development of class antagonisms, antagonisms that assume different forms at different epochs. 9. Not only class struggles but also the forms they take in different historical epochs, different societies, and different concrete situations are declined in the plural. But what are the multiple class struggles or the multiple configurations of class struggle? To answer this question, we must reconstruct the significance of a theory, as well as the alterations and oscillations it has undergone, philologically and logically. But textual history is insufficient, we must also refer to real history. What is required is a double reinterpretation of a historico-theoretical kind. On the one hand, we need to throw light on the theory of class struggle formulated by Marx and Engels, integrating it into the history of their development as philosophers and revolutionary militants and their active engagement in the political struggles of their time. On the other, we must determine whether this theory is capable of shedding light on the rich, tormented history that starts out from the Communist Manifesto. Hence, the first reinterpretation concerns the theme of class struggle in Marx and Engels. But is this conjunction legitimate? I shall rapidly clarify the reasons for my approach. In the context of a division of labor and distribution of tasks that was jointly conceived and agreed, the authors of the manifesto were in a relationship of constant collaboration and intellectual cross-fertilization. At least as regards politics proper and class struggle, they regarded themselves as members or leaders of a single party. In a letter to Engels of October 8, 1858, after having raised an important theoretical and political problem, could an anti-capitalist revolution occur in Europe while capitalism remained in the ascendant in most of the world, Marx exclaimed that for us, this is the difficult question. 10. The indicated respondent is not an individual intellectual, however brilliant, but the leadership group of a political party in the process of being formed. In fact, the followers of this party referred to Marx and Engels as an indissoluble intellectual and political partnership, as the leading group of a party that thought and worked in unison. The same was true of opponents, starting with Mikhail Bakunin, who in his criticism repeatedly conjoined Marx and Engels or Messrs. Marx and Engels, or picked out M.R. Engels as Marx's alter ego. 11 other opponents warned against the Marx and Engels clique or waxed ironic over M.R. Engels, Marx's prime minister. 12 So intimate was the association between the two that reference was sometimes made to Marx and Engels in the singular, as if they were a single author and person. This was noticed by the first in a letter to the 2nd of August 1, 1856. 13. Obviously, we are dealing with two individuals, and the differences that inevitably arise between two distinct personalities must be borne in mind and, where necessary, indicated, but without thereby introducing a kind of posthumous split in a party or party leadership group which proved capable of facing the countless challenges of the time united. So what did Marx and Engels understand by class struggle? 1. Emancipation of the working class and national liberation. Marx and Engels did not systematically expound and clarify a thesis central to their thought. However, to appreciate how reductive and misleading the habitual interpretation of the theory of class struggle is, it suffices to glance at the theoretical and political platform to be found in Marx and Engels, from their early writings onwards. The starting point is well known, although it had secured important results: the overthrow of the Ancien regime, and abolition of monarchical despotism and feudal relations of production, was not the terminus of the requisite process of radical political and social transformation. It was necessary to go well beyond the political emancipation that was the outcome of the bourgeois revolution, achieving human emancipation, universal emancipation. 1. A new revolution was on the horizon, but what were its objectives? The power of the bourgeoisie had to be overthrown to break the chains imposed by it, the chains of the present enslavement of the worker or wage slavery. 2. The emancipation of the working class, its economical emancipation, was to be achieved in and through the abolition of all class rule. 3. Marx and Engels' attention to struggle that the proletariat was enjoined to wage against the bourgeoisie was constant. But is the struggle for human emancipation, universal emancipation, exhausted by it? Shortly before launching its final appeal for the communist revolution and the forcible overthrow of all existing conditions, the Communist Manifesto invokes the national emancipation of Poland. For here we find a new watchword emerging. From his earliest writings and interventions, Engels supported the liberation of Ireland, or the conquest of national independence by a people that had suffered 5 centuries of oppression. 5 In his turn, having demanded the liberation of oppressed nations in late 1847, Marx never tired of calling for a struggle for the national emancipation of Ireland. 6. Let us take stock. The radical revolution invoked by Marx and Engels was geared not only to the emancipation of the oppressed class, the proletariat, but also to the liberation of oppressed nations. Having mentioned the problem of Poland's national liberation, the manifesto closed with the exhortation, "Working men of all countries, unite." This celebrated appeal also concludes the inaugural address of the International Working Men's Association, founded in 1864. But in that text ample space is devoted to a foreign policy that would prevent heroic Poland, as well as Ireland and other oppressed nations, being assassinated, which was committed to the abolition of black slavery in the USA, and which would put an end to Western Europe's piratical wars in the colonies. 7. The struggle for the liberation of oppressed nations is no less important than the struggle for the emancipation of the proletariat. The two struggles were followed and promoted with the self-same passion. In August 1844, Marx wrote to Feuerbach, "You would have to attend one of the meetings of the French workers to appreciate the pure freshness, the nobility which burst forth from these toil-worn men. But in any case it is among these barbarians of our civilized society that history is preparing the practical element for the emancipation of mankind." 4 years later, in an article of September 3, 1848, Engels drew attention to the dismemberment and partition of Poland, carried out by Russia, Austria, and Prussia. In the nation that experienced it, this tragedy elicited a well-nigh unanimous response. A liberation movement emerged in which the nobility itself participated. To put an end to national oppression and humiliation, that class was ready to renounce its feudal privileges and supported the democratic agrarian revolution with quite unprecedented selflessness. 9. The enthusiasm evident from this text should not be attributed to the ingenuousness and oversimplification for which Engels is often criticized. Marx expressed himself in even more emphatic terms in this connection: "World history does not know another example of such nobility of soul." 10. The nobility celebrated in French workers was now attributed to the Polish nobility and, indirectly, to a great national liberation struggle as such. Yet we must not lose sight of the differences. While the proletariat is the agency of the emancipatory process that breaks the chains of capitalist rule, the alliance required to break the shackles of national oppression is broader. We have seen this in the case of Poland, but it also applies to Ireland. In a long letter of April 1870, Marx supported a union whose heterogeneous features stand out. It would have as its protagonists, British workers, on the one hand, and the Irish nation as such, on the other. The former were called on to support the Irish national struggle and reject the policy pursued against Ireland as a whole by aristocrats and capitalists. The oppression by the British ruling classes was harsh and ruthless. Fortunately, however, the revolutionary character of the Irish, 11 taken as a whole, could be depended on. And such revolutionary enthusiasm was summoned to find an initial outlet in the national liberation struggle. While the oppressed nation was enjoined to wage its struggle on the widest possible national basis, the task of the proletariat in the oppressor nation was to nurture its antagonism towards the ruling class, thereby furthering its own human emancipation and, at the same time, contributing to the emancipation of the oppressed nation. Marx and Engels did not arrive at this theoretical platform without fluctuations. "Ireland may be regarded as the earliest English colony," wrote the latter to the former in a letter of May 1856. 12. We are thus led to the non-European colonial world and, in particular, India, which 3 years earlier had been defined by Marx as the Ireland of the East. 13. India's tragic situation had already been invoked in the Poverty of Philosophy, which drew attention to a reality generally ignored by bourgeois economists intent on demonstrating capitalism's capacity for improving the condition of the working class. They lost sight of the millions of workers who had to perish in the East Indies so as to procure for the 1.5 million workers employed in the same industry in England 3 years' prosperity out of 1014. Here the clash is between workers, and it hinges on the difference in conditions between capitalist metropolis and colony. And now let us see the picture that emerges from an article by Marx dating from July 1853. Having described the tragic condition of India and the unrest in it following the encounter-clash with European culture, represented by British colonialists, the text continues, "The Indians will not reap the fruits of the new elements of society scattered among them by the British bourgeoisie, till in Great Britain itself the new ruling classes shall have been supplanted by the industrial proletariat, or till the Hindus themselves shall have grown strong enough to throw off the English yoke." Altogether, 15. Two different revolutionary scenarios are envisaged here. The first, in Britain, casts the industrial proletariat as the protagonist of anti-capitalist revolution. The second, in the subject colony, has as its protagonist the Hindus. Every time national emancipation or national liberation is at stake, the subject is the oppressed nation as such, the Poles, Irish, and Indians. Has the concern with class struggle vanished? To a distraction from class struggle? There has been no lack of interpreters who answer in the affirmative. The author of a very well-documented book on Marx, Engels et la politique internationale, argues that, in the years immediately following the Communist Manifesto, foreign policy and the battle between nations took precedence over class struggle. Indeed, Marx not only analyzed political intrigues of an international kind in detail, but did so without any reference to economic and social forces and factors. To take but one example, the articles published in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung seem completely disconnected from the body of his doctrine. 16. The impression is that, where foreign policy and the diplomatic and military intrigues bound up with it begin, class struggle ends, and the doctrine of historical materialism falls silent. At this point a disconcerting conclusion might dictate itself, while they stress that every society is shot through with class struggle throughout the course of its development, and that all historical struggles are class struggles. Marx and Engels resort to their theory only intermittently. But is this how things really stand? It is worth noting the testimony, dated summer 1872, of the French socialist Charles Longuet, who, having paid tribute to the martyrs of the Paris Commune, proceeded thus when reporting from the temple of historical materialism, or the Marx household, which he knew well, being Marx's son-in-law: the Polish insurrection of 1863, the Irish rebellions of the Fenians in 1869, the Land League and Home Rulers in 1874, these movements of oppressed nationalities were followed from the battlements of this fortress of the International with no less interest than the rising tide of the socialist movement in both hemispheres. 17. So interest in the movements of oppressed nationalities was no less lively and constant than that reserved for the agitation of the proletariat and subaltern classes. It would be difficult to challenge the reliability of this evidence. It is enough to leaf through editions of the collected works of Marx and Engels to realize just how many texts are devoted to the struggle of the Irish and Polish peoples and to denunciation of the policy of national oppression pursued by Britain and Russia, respectively. The interest was intellectual and political, but with an emotional charge. On November 23, 1867, 3 Irish revolutionaries were hanged in Manchester, convicted of having orchestrated the armed liberation of 2 leaders of the independent movement, in an action that involved the death of a police officer. Some days later, Marx wrote to Engels referring to the reaction of his eldest daughter: "Jenny goes in black since the Manchester execution, and wears her Polish cross on a green ribbon." 18. The symbol of the national liberation struggle of the Polish people, the cross, was thus married with the green of the Irish cause. On receipt of his friend's letter, Engels answered immediately on November 29, "I need hardly tell you that black and green are the prevailing colors in my house." 219. The colors of the mourning into which the Irish people's national liberation movement was thrown by the British executioner. Marx and Engels compared the Mancunian victims to John Brown, the abolitionist who sought to spark a slave revolt in the deep south of the USA and faced the gallows courageously. 20. And this comparison between the Irish independence fighters and the champion of abolitionism confirms the passion with which Marx and Engels followed the movements of oppressed nationalities and the key role played by these uprisings in the process of human emancipation in their view. Not only hostility but also indifference towards oppressed nations was harshly condemned politically and morally. The inaugural address reproved the upper classes of Europe and, in particular, Britain for their anti-labor policy, but also for their support for the secessionist American South, as well as the shameful approval, mock sympathy, or idiotic indifference with which they viewed the tragedy of the Polish nation. 21. Affecting an air of superiority towards this tragedy, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon merely exhibited cynicism in Marx's view, and cynicism that was quite the reverse of intelligence. See Chap 5, Sect 1. Does an interest in foreign policy have nothing to do with class struggle? Is it in fact a distraction from the latter? In reality, according to Longay's testimony, passionate sympathy for the movements of oppressed nationalities burned in the temple of historical materialism, the doctrine that construed history as the history of class struggles. In any event, as early as July 1848, the same year as the publication of the Communist Manifesto, Engels evoked and invoked a democratic foreign policy. 16 years later, via Marx's pen, the newly founded International Working Men's Association stressed that a political economy of labor was imperative, but insufficient. The working classes had to be taught the duty to master the mysteries of international politics, to watch the diplomatic acts of their respective governments, to counteract them, if necessary, by all the means in their power. They must realize that the struggle for a foreign policy supportive of oppressed nations was an integral part of the general struggle for the emancipation of the working classes. 23. How is so exacting an assertion to be explained? 3. Class struggles and national struggles, genus and species. In addition to the direct exploitation, Ausbeutung, of labor, condemning workers to present enslavement in any particular country, the poverty of philosophy, the Communist Manifesto and contemporaneous texts denounce the exploitation of one nation by another, or the exploitation of some nations by others. 24. In the case of Ireland, it must be remembered that the exploitation, Ausbeutung, of this country was one of the main sources of Britain's material wealth. 25. Was the exploitation that occurs in a single country the sole cause of class struggle? In the same year as the Communist Manifesto, Marx issued an authoritative warning: those who cannot understand how one nation can grow rich at the expense of another were even less well equipped to understand how in the same country one class can enrich itself at the expense of another. 26. Far from being of minor relevance from the standpoint of class struggle, the exploitation and oppression that obtain internationally are a precondition, at least methodologically, for understanding social conflict and class struggle at a national level. As we know, along with the liberation or economic emancipation of the proletariat, Marx and Engels demanded the liberation or emancipation of oppressed nations. Is the struggle for the liberation/emancipation of exploited classes a class struggle but not the struggle for the liberation/emancipation of exploited and oppressed nations? Is the struggle whose protagonist is a class that has achieved its political emancipation, but not its economic and social emancipation, a class struggle, whereas the struggle waged by a nation, yet to achieve its political emancipation, is not a class struggle? Not having secured economic and social emancipation, the proletariat is currently subjected to enslavement. This is a phrase that immediately puts us in mind of slavery in the strict sense. And once again a question is tabled: is the struggle whose protagonists are subject to present enslavement, emancipated slavery, or wage slavery, to the indirect slavery of the white man in England, a class struggle, whereas the struggle whose protagonists are subject to real slavery, the direct slavery of the black men on the other side of the Atlantic, is not a class struggle? 27. Is the struggle whose subject is defined by the Grundrisse, in an unusual phrase, as free labor a class struggle, whereas the struggle whose subjects, in the words of the German ideology, are the insurgent Negroes of Haiti and the fugitive Negro slaves of all the colonies, is not. 28. Take the terms in which Marx condemns bourgeois society. First of all, let us attend to the poverty of philosophy. Modern nations have been able only to disguise slavery in their own countries, but they have imposed it without disguise upon the New World 29 some years later, with the colonial rule imposed on India by Britain in mind. Marx reiterated, the profound hypocrisy and inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization lies unveiled before our eyes, turning from its home, where it assumes respectable forms, to the colonies, where it goes naked. 30. Is it only the struggle challenging mask slavery and camouflaged barbarism that is tantamount to class struggle? I think it would be absurd to answer in the affirmative and decline to apply the category of class struggle precisely where exploitation and oppression are most overt and brutal. But let us return to Langay's testimony. Having referred to Marx's interest in and passion for the movements of oppressed nationalities, he continued, His philosophy was not casuistry. He would never have taken refuge in ambiguous quibbling when the clear, frank theory of class struggle was at stake. 31. The nexus between national struggles and class struggles is clear. Is this interpretation correct? In 1849, in Wage, Labor and Capital, Marx investigated the economic relations which constitute the material foundation of the present class struggles and national struggles, Klassenkämpfe und Nationalkampfe, and stated his intention to trace the class struggle den Klassenkampf in current history. 32. Judging from this passage, it would seem that national struggles are to be subsumed under the category of class struggle broadly construed. Comparison with another passage, from the aforementioned letter of April 1870, where Marx proceeds to a more in-depth analysis of the Irish question, is in order. Let us read the conclusion. In Ireland, the land question has, so far, been the exclusive form of the social question. It is a question of existence, a question of life or death for the immense majority of the Irish people. At the same time, it is inseparable from the national question. 33. In Ireland, there was no social question apart from the national question. A de facto identity existed between the two, at least for a whole historical period, as long as independence had not been gained. The social question is the more general category here, the genus which, in the concrete situation of the unhappy island exploited and oppressed by Britain for centuries, takes the specific form of the national question. For anyone who has not grasped the point, Marx reiterates it, the social significance of the Irish question should never be lost from view. 34. The species cannot be understood if it is detached from the genus. We can argue similarly in connection with the passage from Wage, Labor and Capital referring to class struggles and national struggles. Class struggle is the genus which, in determinate circumstances, takes the specific form of national struggle. If classes and class struggle are formed and develop on the material base of the production and distribution of the resources and means that ensure life, on the basis of social relations and actual relations of life, 35. It is clear that we must bear in mind the division of labor not only nationally but also internationally, never losing sight of the world market. 36. For peoples stripped of their independence, and especially for peoples subject to colonial rule and despoliation, the existing order reserves a particularly revolting division of labor. In the colonies, observed Marx in summer 1853 with reference to India, capitalism drags individuals and people through blood and dirt, through misery and degradation. 37. We know that Ireland too was a colony, and in it, observed Engels, there was not a trace of the English citizens' so-called freedom. In no other country have I seen so many gendarmes. 38. To be precise, Marx went further in an article of January 1859, what was involved was oppression evincing genocidal tendencies. The British landlords of Ireland are federated for a fiendish war of extermination against the cottars, or, as they call it, they combine for the economical experiment of clearing the land of useless mouths. 39. The specific difference that characterized the social question and class struggle in the colonies by comparison with the capitalist metropolis has to be registered. There the international division of labor converted the subject peoples into a mass of serfs or slaves over whom a de facto power of life and death could be wielded. Secondly, the victim of this condition was a whole people, the nation as such. Hence Britain, the country that had hitherto ruled the world market, imposed slavery on Ireland and represented the dominant nation, was one thing. Ireland, reduced to simple pasture land to provide meat and wool at the cheapest possible price for the English market, and whose population had been drastically reduced through eviction and forced emigration, was quite another 40. Perhaps the meaning of the expression class struggles, Klassenkämpfe, used in the Communist Manifesto is now becoming clearer. The plural is not employed to denote repetition of the identical, the continual recurrence of the same class struggle in the same form. It refers to the multiplicity of shapes and forms that class struggle can assume. We may conclude on this point. Marx did not define the relationship between class struggle and national struggle, social question and national question, clearly and unequivocally, and only in fits and starts did he arrive at the more mature formulation which distinguishes between genus and species. But the interest and passion with which he followed the movements of oppressed nationalities were an expression not of distraction from the class struggle and social question, but of an attempt to grasp their concrete manifestations. Oppressed nations are summoned to be the protagonists of the second great class struggle for emancipation. For the condition of women and the first-class oppression. The genus of emancipatory class struggles includes a third species. There is another social group that is so numerous as to form, or exceed, half the population, a social group that suffers autocracy and awaits its emancipation, Befreiung women. Weighing on them is the domestic oppression exercised by the male. 41. I am citing a text, The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, published by Engels in 1884. It is true that Marx had died the previous year, but as early as 1845-6 the German ideology, a text to which Engels explicitly refers, observed that in the patriarchal family wife and children are slaves of the husband. 42. In its turn the Communist Manifesto, which criticizes the bourgeoisie for reducing the proletarian to the condition of a machine and instrument of labor, observes that the bourgeois sees in his wife a mere instrument of production, so the real point aimed at is to do away with the status of women as mere instruments of production. 43. The category used to define the condition of the worker in the capitalist factory is now applied to the social condition of woman in the patriarchal family. Taken as a whole, the capitalist system presents itself as a set of more or less servile relations imposed by one people on another internationally, by one class on another in an individual country, and by men on women within one and the same class. We can now understand the thesis formulated by Engels drawing on Fourier, which was also maintained by Marx, namely, that women's emancipation was the natural measure of the general emancipation. 44. For better or worse, the relationship between men and women is a kind of microcosm reflecting the total social order. In largely pre-modern Russia, subject to ruthless repression by their masters, the peasants, Marx observed, proceeded in their turn to awful beating to death of their wives. 45. Or take the capitalist factory. While it affected all workers, the owner's despotic power was experienced by women, stressed Engels, in especially degrading fashion. His mill is also his harem. 46. It is not difficult to find voices denouncing the oppressive character of the female condition in the culture of the time. In 1790, Condorcet defined the exclusion of women from political rights as an act of tyranny. 47. The following year, the Declaration of the Rights of Woman and the Female Citizen, whose author was Olympe de Gouges, drew attention in Article 4 to the perpetual tyranny imposed by man on woman. More than half a century later, John Stuart Mill in Britain referred to the slavery of the woman, domestic tyranny and legally sanctioned actual bondage. 48. But what were the causes of this oppression and of the widespread indifference to it? Condorcet condemned the power of habit, which dulled the sense of justice even in enlightened men. 49. Mill argued in a similar vein, referring to the set of customs, prejudices, and superstitions that needed to be overcome or neutralized through a sound psychology. Although alluding to social relations, these were confined to social relations between the two sexes, which sanctioned the slavery or subaltern status of woman on account of inferiority in muscular strength and the survival in this context of the law of the strongest 50. The connection between the condition of women and other forms of oppression was not investigated. In fact, in Mill's view, the man-slash-woman relationship was portrayed as a kind of island where the logic of subjugation, which had largely disappeared in other contexts, persisted. Now live, that is to say, one or two of the most advanced nations of the world now live in a state in which the law of the strongest seems to be entirely abandoned as the regulating principle of the world's affairs. 51 From Marx and Engels' standpoint, by contrast, the relationship between capitalist metropolis, the most advanced nations of the world, and colonies was more than ever one of domination and subjugation, and in the capitalist metropolis itself, economic, but not now legal, coercion continued to govern relations between capital and labor. It was Mary Wollstonecraft who combined denunciation of the slavish dependence reserved for woman with indictment of the existing social order. 52 Male domination seemed to go hand in hand with the Ancien regime. While champions of the struggle for the abolition of slavery singled out the aristocracy of the epidermis or the nobility of the skin, 53 The feminist militant targeted what, in her view, took the form of the aristocratic power of males. Denunciation of it was combined with condemnation of hereditary riches and inherited honors, with condemnation of preposterous distinctions of rank. In any event, women would not be freed till ranks are confounded and till more equality be established in society. 54. At times, the British feminist and Jacobin seemed to challenge capitalist society itself. Women ought to have representatives, instead of being arbitrarily governed without having any direct share allowed them in the deliberations of the government. But it should not be forgotten that in Britain workers too were excluded from political rights, as the whole system of representation is now, in this country, only a convenient handle for despotism. Women need not complain, for they are as well represented as a numerous class of hard-working mechanics, who pay for the support of royalty when they can scarcely stop their children's mouths with bread. 55 The condition of workers and the condition of women had things in common. As was the case for members of the working class, the few employments open to women, so far from being liberal, are menial. Ultimately, in this wide-ranging critique of the relations of domination characteristic of the existing social order, women themselves, in particular, the better off, must learn to question things. Instead, they displayed folly in the manner in which they treat servants in the presence of children, permitting them to suppose that they ought to wait on them, and bear their humors. 56. The English Jacobin, who constitutes a brilliant exception, seems in a way to anticipate Marx and Engels, who established a link between the division of labor in the family and the division of labor in society. Engels, in particular, formulated the thesis that the modern individual family is based on the overt or covert domestic slavery of the woman. In any event, the man is the bourgeois, the wife represents the proletariat. 57. Of Marx and Engels' contemporaries, the one who developed an analysis that might be compared with theirs, albeit with a converse value judgment, was not Mill but Nietzsche. The implacable critic of revolution as such, including the feminist revolution, compared the condition of woman to that of sufferers of the lower classes, slave laborers, Arbeitssklaven or prisoners. 58 And indirectly equated the feminist movement, the workers' movement and the abolitionist movement. All three were on the lookout for everything slave-like and serf-like, in order to indignantly denounce it, as if registering its existence did not serve to confirm that slavery was a condition of every higher culture. 59. Obviously, the theme of the link between the subjection of women and social oppression as a whole was developed much more amply and organically by Engels, with reference to the German ideology, co-written by him with Marx and long unpublished. The first-class oppression coincides with that of the female sex by the male. This was a state of affairs with a long history behind it that had not yet arrived at its terminus. The overthrow of mother right was the world historic defeat of the female sex. The man seized the reins in the house too, the woman was degraded, enthralled, became the slave of the man's lust, a mere instrument for breeding children Werkzeug der Kindersjugend. This humiliated position of women, has become gradually embellished and dissembled and, in part, clothed in milder form, but by no means abolished. 60. 5. The class struggles of the exploiting classes. I have hitherto been concerned with the three major emancipatory class struggles, which are set to radically alter the division of labor and the relations of exploitation and oppression that obtain internationally, in a single country, and within the family. But we must not lose sight of the struggles whose protagonists are the exploiting classes. Let us see how, in November 1848, Marx summarized the key events of that year. In Naples the Lazzaroni are leagued with the monarchy against the bourgeoisie. In Paris, the greatest struggle ever known in history is taking place. The bourgeoisie is leagued with the Lazzaroni against the working class. 61. The struggle whereby feudal reaction, availing itself of the support of lumpen elements, suppressed the democratic bourgeois revolution in Naples is likewise class struggle, and so is the ruthless repression with which the French bourgeoisie, thanks again to the support of the urban lumpen proletariat, quelled the desperation and rebellion of Parisian workers in the June days. Finally, let us return one last time to Langay's testimony. In confirmation of the clear, frank theory of class struggle professed by Marx and his family circle, he added a further detail: in this house people never hesitate to take sides in conflicts where different fractions of the bourgeoisie can be recognized. 62. As we can see, class struggle is mentioned even in connection with conflicts between different fractions of the bourgeoisie, that is, conflicts pitting exploiting classes, or fractions of them, against one another. As the manifesto stresses, the bourgeoisie finds itself involved in a constant battle. At first with the aristocracy, later on, with those portions of the bourgeoisie itself, whose interests have become antagonistic to the progress of industry, at all times, with the bourgeoisie of foreign countries. Where the struggle against the aristocracy prompted the revolutions heralding the collapse of the Ancien Regime, economic competition between the bourgeoisies of different capitalist countries can issue in an industrial war of extermination between nations. 63. Reference is probably being made here to the wars of the Napoleonic era, whose main protagonists were two countries, Britain and France, that had left behind the Ancien Regime and fought on several continents for control of the world market. However, while it outlines a historical balance sheet of the past, the extermination in which the class struggle between opposing capitalist bourgeoisies results calls to mind the carnage of the First World War, which occurred more than 60 years after the publication of the manifesto. 1848-9, a class struggle in colossal political forms. The intricate picture of class struggles, which is beginning to emerge, is not yet complete. We have seen them in operation in abstraction from one another. However, a concrete historical situation, especially a major historical crisis, is characterized by the conjunction of multiple, contradictory class struggles. We may take a look at the major historical crises witnessed by the authors of the Communist Manifesto. We possess two balance sheets of the revolutionary years 1848-9, both written on the spur of the moment by Marx. The first, from April 1849, is contained in Wage, Labor and Capital, which, to judge from its title, should deal with a more strictly economic and trade union subject. In reality, Marx situates everyday class struggle in the context of the upheavals underway, the defeat of the revolutionary workers, who had risen in Paris in June 1848, the heroic wars of independence and the desperate exertions of Poland, Italy, and Hungary, the emergence on the horizon of a possible world war, which would see the proletarian revolution and the feudalistic counter-revolution ranged against one another, the starving of Ireland, the terrible famine that decimated the island's inhabitants, and which was greeted by distinguished representatives of the British ruling class as an act of providence, the contribution made in their different ways by Britain and Russia to the crushing of the revolutionary movement, and hence, the relapse of Europe into its old double slavery, the Anglo-Russian slavery, with the commercial subjugation and exploitation of the bourgeois classes of the various European nations by the despot of the world market England. Thus, the world had seen the class struggle develop in colossal political forms in 1848, nothing was alien to the class struggle, and the European Revolution 64, rather than presenting itself in directly economic guise, the class struggle had assumed the most varied political forms: working class and popular revolts, national insurrections, repression unleashed by domestic and international reaction with recourse to military or economic tools. Far from disappearing, it had become more acute. The second historical balance sheet is drawn up in class struggles in France. The date was 1850, and in Marx's view the crisis had not yet reached a conclusion and might, in fact, open up new, grandiose revolutionary prospects. The defeat of June of the Parisian workers divulged to the despotic powers of Europe the secret that France must maintain peace abroad at any price in order to be able to wage civil war at home. Thus the peoples who had begun to fight for their national independence were abandoned to the superior power of Russia, Austria, and Prussia, but, at the same time, the fate of these national revolutions was made subject to the fate of the proletarian revolution, and they were robbed of their apparent autonomy, their independence of the great social revolution. The Hungarian shall not be free, nor the Pole, nor the Italian, as long as the worker remains a slave. Finally, with the victories of the Holy Alliance, Europe has taken on a form in which every fresh proletarian upheaval in France directly involves a world war. The new French Revolution is forced to leave its national soil forthwith and conquer the European terrain, on which alone the social revolution of the 19th century can be accomplished. 65. An intervention by the counter-revolutionary powers similar to that of 1792 was to be anticipated. Consequently, the class war within French society turns into a world war, in which the nations confront one another. 66. Here revolutionary impatience tends imaginatively to run ahead of a long, and highly complex, historical process. But I would mainly like to examine the theoretical and categorical aspect. What is configured as a class war is world war, a nexus of revolutions and international conflicts. Clearly, 1848-9 reminded Marx of the historical crisis that began in 1789. Starting from the invasion of France by powers committed to defending the ancien regime, it too saw revolutions and international conflicts intersect and converge in a global or European war. The most relevant novel factor in the new crisis was that its protagonists were no longer two social subjects, but three. In addition to the aristocracy and bourgeoisie, there was now the proletariat, which, Marx hoped, might play a decisive role in reversing, over and above the ancien regime, capitalism itself. At all events, in both historical crises, assuming a different form each time, class struggle exploded in colossal political forms, to borrow the terminology of wage labor and capital, and class war ended up taking the form of a world war, to quote class struggles in France. Class struggle almost never presents itself in the pure state, almost never confines itself to involving directly antagonistic subjects. Above all, it is precisely thanks to this lack of purity that it can issue in a victorious social revolution. Marx envisaged a proletarian insurrection occurring in the most developed capitalist country. Counter-revolutionary intervention would then target Britain, where, however, the weight of the working class was menacing from the perspective of powers determined to preserve the existing order at any cost. In the course of World War, or the novel conjunction of revolutions and wars that would detonate it, conditions would thus be created conducive to an event that was destined to signal a turning point in world history. The proletariat is pushed to the fore in the nation which dominates the world market, to the forefront in England. The revolution, which finds here not its end, but its organizational beginning, is no short-lived revolution. 67. In its time, the feudal powers' intervention against revolutionary France had prompted the Jacobin radicalization, had presaged the arrival in power of a political and ideological stratum not organically connected to the bourgeoisie, and which in fact, as stressed by the German ideology, the bourgeoisie only managed to reabsorb later and with difficulty. See Chap 9, Sec 2. A potential counter-revolutionary intervention against Britain while it was immersed in a revolutionary crisis could end up setting in motion a similar process, requiring socialists in that eventuality to direct their energies to the defense of both social conquests and national independence. While the occasionally fantastic character of the scenario sketched by Marx in 1850 is evident, what is undeniable is the almost prophetic foresight it displays. During major historical crises, which are characterized by a conjunction of domestic and international conflicts, the class struggle intensifies and becomes a revolutionary struggle in a country invested by an unprecedented national crisis. This was a scenario also evoked by the late Engels. In a letter of October 13, 1895 to August Bebel, he underscored the growing dangers of war. What would happen if Germany, where the strongest socialist party was active, were to be attacked by Tsarist Russia, supported in the West by its allies, and the nation's existence threatened? It might happen that, in contrast to the cowardice of the bourgeoisie and Junkers, who want to save their property, we should turn out to be the only vigorous war party. Of course, it might also happen that we should have to take the helm and do a 1794 in order to chuck out the Russians and their allies. 68. This is a passage which was invoked by German social democracy in 1914 to justify its support for imperialist war, a decidedly bizarre reference, which indirectly compared the Germany of Wilhelm II with the France of Robespierre. But it is the case that a key aspect of the 20th century was the blossoming of national liberation movements that ended up being hegemonized by communist or communist-inspired parties. And the development of these movements was precisely punctuated by two world wars wherein the aspect of counter-revolutionary intervention was more or less massively present. The intervention of the Entente against Soviet Russia was followed, more than 20 years later, by the aggression of Hitlerite Germany, which simultaneously aimed to liquidate the socialist movement and build a colonial empire in the East, as a result of which defeat of this project provoked an immense wave of anti-colonial revolutions on a global scale. Once again, to adopt Marx's terminology, we witness the class war develop in colossal political forms and class war configured as World War 7 1861-5, a crusade of property against labor. More than 2 decades after the revolutionary crisis of 1848-9, Marx and Engels were witnesses of the tragedy of the Paris Commune. In this instance, however, the clash between bourgeoisie and proletariat was obvious to everyone, if only on account of the execution squads mobilized by the former against the latter. We must concern ourselves with a more complex historical sequence, which they followed from an observation post located thousands of miles away. I am referring to the American Civil War, which Volume 1 of Capital, published in 1867, characterized as the one great event of contemporary history. 69. This phrase recalls that used in connection with the Parisian workers' June insurrection of 1848, characterized as the most colossal event colossus serenus in the history of European civil wars. 70. Capital establishes a parallel between the Civil War and the struggle, in Britain and France, against working conditions that effectively force workers to work to death. If the abolition of slavery was the result of the American Civil War, analogously, the legal limitation and regulation of the working day had been wrung step by step after a civil war of half a century. 71. While the Emancipation Proclamation banned the purchase and sale of black slaves in the USA, in Europe legal regulation of the working day prevented workers from selling, by voluntary contract with capital, themselves and their families into slavery and death. 72. If, across the Atlantic, the election of Lincoln, suspected of being an abolitionist, was followed by the secession of the slave-holding states, British capitalists reacted to the reduction and regulation of working hours with a pro-slavery rebellion in miniature, agitating in defense of the maintenance of wage slavery in its pure form. 73. In both instances, we are dealing with a class struggle waged at once from below and from above. In the USA, especially in the final phase of the war, the ranks of the Union were swollen by an influx of slaves or ex-slaves, who abandoned their masters or ex-masters to help defeat the pro-slavery secession, while in Britain working-class agitation went back a long way. In both countries, the reformist bourgeoisie played an important role. We are dealing with an emancipatory class struggle that does not present itself in the pure state as a clash between exploited and exploiter, oppressed and oppressor. The impure character of the American Civil War was even more marked and manifest, and not only because the contestants were not, at least at first sight, a ruling class and an oppressed class. Furthermore, the North was far from being motivated by pure abolitionist zeal. Lincoln himself guaranteed slave-holding states peaceful enjoyment of self-government, and private property in human livestock, if they were prepared to display loyalty to the Union. To justify their sympathy for the South, sizable sections of the British bourgeoisie invoked this, arguing as follows: the Union was fighting primarily for protectionist customs tariffs, necessary to promote autonomous industrial development, and to defend its territorial integrity, and the vast national market required by the U.S. bourgeoisie. Prominent figures in the socialist movement adopted a not dissimilar position, see Chap 5, Sec 2. Was a bloodbath justified merely to indulge the industrial bourgeoisie of the North against the land-owning aristocracy of the South, or to replace one exploiting class with another and spread wage slavery by removing classical slavery? What was at stake seemed all the more vile given that the material conditions of wage slaves were no better than those of slaves proper at the time. Capping it all was the hypocrisy for which substantial sections of the British working class criticized abolitionists in their country. The latter were moved by the lot of black slaves across the Atlantic, but remained impervious in the face of the tragedy of white slaves in their own backyard. Marx was well aware of the limitations of British abolitionism. In Capital, he expressed utter contempt for the ideal typical figure of the Duchess of Sutherland. The noble lady entertained Mrs. Beecher Stowe, authoress of Uncle Tom's Cabin, with great magnificence in London, to show her sympathy for the Negro slaves of the American Republic. At the same time, however, she was ruthless towards her own slaves, who were systematically hunted and rooted out of their land, condemned to die of hunger, and sometimes swept away along with the villages inhabited by them. 74. Nevertheless, from his first article in the New York Daily Tribune, which appeared on October 11, 1861, Marx sharply rejected such arguments. It was true that Lincoln had confirmed that he sought only to preserve the territorial integrity of the USA, but the South, on its part, inaugurated the war by loudly proclaiming the peculiar institution as the only and main end of the rebellion. Besides, the Constitution of the Confederacy had recognized for the first time slavery as a thing good in itself, a bulwark of civilization, and a divine institution. If the North professed to fight for the Union, the South gloried in rebellion for the supremacy of slavery. Hence, what was at stake was clear: the defense or abolition of the Southern slavocracy. 75. As we can see, we are witness to a surprising inversion of positions. Resorting to ideology critique, of an economistic and reductionist kind, were the pro-South sectors of the British ruling class, habitually inclined to celebrate the purity of spiritual values, while highlighting the abolitionist significance and virtues of the North's war was Marx, the great and caustic critic of ideology. For what reasons? I shall try to summarize why for Marx the Union's war to suppress the slave-holding secession took the form of a gigantic, emancipatory class struggle. 1. A society dominated by an oligarchy, where all productive labor devolves on the niggers, 76 had to be defeated. As has been justly observed, for most of human history the expression free labor was an oxymoron. 77. This contradiction in terms was especially crying in the years before the Civil War in the American Deep South where, in Tocqueville's words, labor is confounded with the idea of slavery. 78. Breaking with this tradition entailed conferring dignity on the very idea of labor and achieving an important ideological victory. Above all, emancipating the labor branded, in the black skin of slavery proper, the Union's abolitionist war on the slave-holding, secessionist South had created more conditions more propitious for the emancipation of labor in the white-skin 79, all the more so because the slaveholders' rebellion was to sound the tocsin for a general holy crusade of property against labor. 80 With this observation, Marx hit the nail on the head. In the very midst of the Civil War, one of the South's most distinguished theorists, George Fitzhugh, although legitimating the subjection of blacks and regarding it as necessary and beneficial, criticized the idea of confining the justification of slavery to that race. In Europe, meanwhile, echoing these themes and situating them in the framework of a developed philosophy of history, Nietzsche celebrated slavery as such, not necessarily racial slavery, as the ineliminable foundation of civilization. 81. 2. When he maintained that the institution of slavery was required to regulate the relationship between capital and labor as such, Fitzhugh probably had in mind the expeditions of the filibusters who set out from the South to export slavery to the countries of Central America, expeditions aimed at the conquest of new territory for the spread of slavery and of the slaveholders' rule. 82 In fact, in the years leading up to the Civil War, William Walker had set out at the head of a small army of adventurers to conquer Nicaragua, reintroduce black slavery there, restart the slave trade and impose forced labor on the Nicaraguans themselves. 83 We can now understand the message of congratulations drafted by Marx in January 1865 and sent by the International to Lincoln on the occasion of his re-election. From the commencement of the titanic American strife, the working men of Europe felt instinctively that the Star-Spangled Banner carried the destiny of their class. They realized that their hopes for the future, even their past conquests, were at stake in the tremendous conflict on the other side of the Atlantic. 84. 3. With the abolition of black slavery, the Civil War ended in the emancipation, albeit partial, of an oppressed race or nationality. And from this standpoint too it took the form of a major class struggle. In the final phase of its existence, the Confederacy was obliged to retreat from its original position and treat Negro soldiers as prisoners of war. 85 Rather than shooting them as rebel slaves and barbarians excluded from the Jus Publicum Europaeum. In addition, Marx stressed that bound up with the abolition of slavery in the USA was recognition by Washington of the independence of the Negro republics of Liberia and Haiti. 86 Of particular significance was the recognition of Haiti, which was born in the wake of the Great Black Slave Revolution led by Toussaint L'Ouverture and long subject to diplomatic isolation and economic strangulation by the USA and the West. For all these reasons, Marx regarded the Civil War as among the most important chapters in the class struggle of his time. The slave owners' bid to assert or reassert the identity between labor and slavery, the crusade of property against labor, suffered a defeat whose significance transcended the borders of the USA and the black race. Unfortunately, the defeat of the pro-slavery counter-revolution was only partial, and attempts to stage a comeback under sign of white supremacy were soon forthcoming. But for Marx this was further confirmation that the gigantic class struggle which exploded between 1861 and 1865 was far from over. 8. Class struggle and other paradigms. As we can see, the theory of class struggle seeks to shed light on the historical process as such. It is a type of explanation that is opposed to other kinds of explanation. We can understand the latter and, as a result, arrive at a better understanding of the former, if we take a look at the theoretical challenges which 19th-century culture had to face. What particularly stood in need of investigation was the reasons for the irresistible rise of the West. To put it in the enthusiastic terms employed at the start of the First Opium War by de Tocqueville, it was a question of clarifying the multitude of events of the same kind that are gradually impelling the European race beyond its borders and subjecting all the other races in succession to its dominion and influence, the reasons for the subjugation of 4/5 of the world by the remaining fifth. 87 What was this triumphal march to be attributed to? Secondly, it was necessary to explain France's differential political development compared with Britain and the USA. In France, revolution had been followed by counter-revolution, which in its turn paved the way for a subsequent revolution. A succession of political regimes followed one another: absolute monarchy, constitutional monarchy, Jacobin terror, military dictatorship, empire, democratic republic, Bonapartism, and so forth. And no end to these convulsions, with the advent of an orderly regime of liberty and the rule of law, was in sight. In fact, on closer inspection, with the exception of brief intervals, absolute power presented itself as a destiny or a curse. Divine right monarchy was followed by the Jacobin terror, which in its turn paved the way for Bonapartist dictatorship. What a striking contrast with the gradual, constructive evolution of the other two countries, characterized by liberty and the rule of law. So what were the reasons for the interminable historical crisis engulfing France? Thirdly, even as it engaged in its colonial expansion, the West anxiously observed the eruption at home of shocking mass movements which, in the shape first of Jacobinism and then of socialism, seemed to be attacking the very foundations of civilization. What was happening? Let us now glance in broad terms at the paradigms employed by the culture of the time to confront these three major theoretical and political cruces. In 1883, the year Marx died, a book appeared in Austria by Ludwig Gumplaues which, in its very title, Der Rassenkampf, the race struggle, was counterposed to the thesis of the class struggle as the key to interpreting history. 3 decades before Gumplaues, Arthur de Gobineau in France began to send to the printers his essay on the inequality of the human races, a work whose title once again speaks for itself. At the same time, a similar line of argument was advanced in Britain by Benjamin Disraeli, who formulated the thesis that race was the key of history. ALL is race, there is no other truth. Furthermore, there is only one thing which makes a race, and that is blood. The whole historical cycle from the conquest of America to the Opium Wars, and the rise and triumph of the British Empire, perfectly illustrated the decisive character of the racial factor. Only thus could it be understood how, though few in number, the Spanish conquistadores had triumphed in America and the British in China. The racial or ethnologico-racial paradigm can be presented in diluted form and refer primarily to what, in contemporary terminology, would be called the clash of civilizations. Obviously, civilizations genuinely exist and are not to be confused with races. But if, rather than being construed on the basis of historically determinate contexts and conflicts, they are regarded as expressions of a tendentially eternal spirit or soul, there is a danger of a naturalistic slippage. The civilizations contrasted by Tocqueville with Western civilization, or the Christian world, all seem incomparably inferior in value and immobile in time, and are therefore destined by Providence to disappear. At this point, there is a strong tendency to abandon the terrain of history. The slippage into naturalism proves unstoppable when the discourse focuses on semi-civilized tribes and savages. The European race has received from heaven, or acquired by its own efforts, such incontestable superiority over the other races that make up the great human family that the man placed by us, on account of his vices and ignorance, on the bottom rung of the social scale is still first among savages. We can readily understand the French liberals' horror at something that had occurred in Australia. Transported white European prisoners had escaped into the forests, married the daughters of Aborigine savages, proceeding to a miscegenation that generated a race of half-castes dangerous to the existing social and racial order. 88. 12 years after Marx, Engels died. The date was 1895, the year in which Gustave Le Bon published Crowd Psychology. The book's main thesis is well known: the prolonged crisis from 1789 to 1871, from the outbreak of the Great Revolution to the Paris Commune, was ultimately the product of mental illness. Here, then, 19th-century bourgeois culture tackled the second theoretical and political challenge, France's differential development, by recourse to the psychopathological paradigm. In the country stamped by an interminable revolutionary cycle, a virus of a new and unknown kind raged, which had attacked the mental faculties of generations of intellectuals and political agitators. Such was the view of Tocqueville, as of Hippolyte Taine and Le Bon himself. But why did this virus rage in one country rather than another? The fact was, lamented Tocqueville, that the French were lacking in the stable morality, strong common sense, and love of liberty and individual dignity exhibited by Anglo-Saxons, in particular, Americans. The French frequently succumbed to the delirium of ideological abstractions and exhibited a morbid attachment to equality and even homogenization. They were afraid of isolation and harbored a desire to be in the crowd, feeling themselves members of a nation that marches to the same step in perfect alignment. They regarded liberty as the least important of their possessions, and thus are always ready to offer it up with reason at moments of danger. These were characteristics whose disappearance was difficult to imagine, given a people whose basic characteristics are so constant that we can recognize the France we know in portraits made of it 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. As we can see, the psychopathological paradigm tends to intersect with the ethnological or ethnologico-racial paradigm. This applies to Taine as well as Le Bon, who, to explain the insanity, delirium, and convulsions of revolutionary France, adverted to morbid crowd psychology, but more exactly the morbid crowd psychology of Latins, who were wanting in that sentiment of the independence of the individual so powerful in the Anglo-Saxons. 89. Such stereotypes became even more widely diffused across the Channel and can even be found in John Stuart Mill. He contrasted the orderly liberty and economic development of the Anglo-Saxon world with the submission, endurance, and statism peculiar to the continental nations of Europe, which, moreover, were rotten with bureaucracy and envious egalitarian impulses. Thus, even in liberal Britain, albeit in less crudely naturalistic form, we find a conjunction of the psychopathological paradigm, which attributed a protracted historical crisis to a sick psyche, and the ethnological paradigm, which detected the sick psyche in specific peoples. In Tocqueville, the naturalistic slippage of the psychopathological paradigm is more pronounced. Having died in 1859, he did not live to see the American Civil War, but had sensed its advent. What were the causes of the impending cataclysm? Ideological fanaticism, which had had such devastating effects in the country of radical enlightenment and Jacobinism, was absent across the Atlantic. So what was the cause of the looming Civil War? The French liberal was in no doubt. It was the rapid introduction into the United States of men who were foreign to the English race, it was the sudden arrival of so many alien elements, who disastrously altered the nature, naturel, and economy and health of the original social body. Finally, to explain the eruption of the subaltern classes onto the historical stage, and the emergence of the Jacobin socialist movement, 19th-century culture employed the same admixture of psychopathological paradigm and ethnological paradigm. In Tocqueville's view, socialism was the natural disease of the French, and this was Le Bon's position. 290. At the same time, it availed itself of the racial paradigm to brand the subaltern classes who rebelled against the existing order as barbaric and savage. What was occurring was a new barbarian invasion, this time originating from within the civilized world. Indeed, wrote Nietzsche, commenting on the Paris Commune and condemning it, a barbaric slave class was at work that threatened to visit horrendous destruction on civilization. 91. Or, to put the point in the words of Jeremy Bentham, this time, nothing good was to be expected of the savage that was the poor man. 92. As we can see, the main paradigms employed by bourgeois culture, especially in the second half of the 19th century, following the failure of the 1848 revolution, Hegel became a dead dog, allotted very little space to history. This explains some extraordinary slips. Tocqueville counterposed the USA to a France incapable of ridding itself of absolute power. We are in a period that predates the American Civil War. The country where black slavery remained alive and well was celebrated as a champion of the cause of liberty, while deafness to that cause was embodied by a country that had abolished slavery in its colonies decades earlier. It was in disputing these paradigms that Marx and Engels developed the theory of class struggle. 9. The formation of the theory of class struggle. Tackling the issue of the working class on the terrain of historical and social analysis, the 27-year-old Marx not only ridiculed cries of alarm at the new barbarian invasion, but turned them back against those who uttered them. It was precisely from these barbarians that emancipation was to be anticipated. The barbaric slave class warned against by Nietzsche, and the culture of the time, was the working class which, breaking the chains of present enslavement to which it was subject, made a decisive contribution to constructing a society and civilization no longer based on exploitation and oppression. The racial and civilizational clash paradigms were refuted in advance, on the grounds that concrete socio-historical analysis disclosed the fluidity of the boundaries between civilization and barbarism. This did not only apply to class relations within the capitalist metropolis. The latter claimed to export civilization to the colonial world. In reality, it was precisely there that the inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization clearly manifested itself. See Sect 3. During the civilizing war represented by the Opium War, according to the dominant ideology in the West and Tocqueville and Mill as well, it was the semi-barbarian China which showed respect for the principle of morality. 93 In any event, colonial expansion was not the triumph, ordained and consecrated by Providence, of the superior civilization and European race about which Tocqueville, among others, fantasized. Rather, it was a key moment in the formation of the world market by the bourgeoisie, which had emerged dripping from head to toe, from every pore, with blood and dirt. With its class struggle, the Western bourgeoisie had imposed an international division of labor based on the enslavement of blacks and the expropriation, deportation, and even annihilation of Native Americans. 94 The class struggle of oppressed peoples did not fail to respond to all this. As regards interpretation of the major historical crisis that began in 1789, from the outset Marx developed an analysis in which race, the stereotypical characteristics attributed to this or that people, and madness played no role. In 1850, he published Class Struggles in France from 1848 to 1850. The methodology clearly formulated in the title also forms the guiding thread of a book published 2 years later, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. It was devoted to explaining why the revolutionary crisis, after having variously invested all classes and parties, resulted in the dictatorship of Bonaparte, that chief of the lumpen proletariat, a princely lumpen proletarian. 95 It made no sense to counterpose Britain and the USA to a France supposedly incurably deaf to the value of liberty. Britain distinguished itself by the indecent haste with which, prior to anyone else, it recognized the France issuing from Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état, whose author was deified by the conservative press. 96 As for the North American Republic, even were black slavery to be ignored, it must be remembered that across the Atlantic the class contradictions are but incompletely developed. Every clash between the classes is concealed by the outflow of the surplus proletarian population to the West. 97 An emigration presupposing the expropriation and deportation of the natives and hence a ferocious dictatorship over them. Departure from naturalistic paradigms was an essential moment in the process of developing the theory of class struggle. Already in his early writings, Engels criticized Thomas Carlyle, with his prejudice in favor of the Teutonic character, for his exaggerated and one-sided condemnation of the Irish national character. Rather than drawing attention to the shameless oppression inflicted by the English, the great writer had wrongly stigmatized the inhabitants of the subjugated island Latins and Celts, members of a race robbed of all humanity, starkly inferior to the Germanic or Saxon race of which the English formed an integral part. 98 It is also the context wherein to locate Marx's critique of the dominant ideology, which claimed to attribute the tragedy of a people to the aboriginal faults of the Celtic race. 99 What should be put on trial was not some putative Irish nature but British misrule and hence the responsibility of the dominant classes. 100 These were the years when the Irish, who occupied the bottom rungs of the labour market in England, seemed to Carlyle to be not only Latins and Celts, but also worse Negroes, members of the race whose slavery the British writer, with his focus in particular on the USA, justified. 101 Unfortunately, this view was also widespread among British workers, who, Marx observed in 1870, tended to adopt towards the Irish a similar attitude to that displayed in the American South by poor whites. Towards the niggers they despised and hated. 102 But all this had little or nothing to do with race. In a society of the kind to be found in the Deep South, where, even after the formal abolition of the institution of slavery, the ruling oligarchy proudly displayed its odium and saddled blacks with all the productive labor. Social arrogance manifested itself as racial arrogance, and contempt for productive labor was, at the same time, contempt for the servile or semi-servile race forced to supply it. Along with Carlyle, Marx and Engels' polemic targeted François Guizot, who, after the workers' revolt of June 1848, like Tocqueville, and probably in his wake, contrasted England and France. The first knew how to combine love of liberty with a robust pragmatism, the second was prey to fanatical subversiveness and lacked any sense of limits. Hence, ironized Marx, everything was to be explained by the superior intelligence of the English. Class struggle conflict that was always historically determinate ceded to a mythical, more or less eternal nature of peoples possessing a different degree of pragmatism and sense of reality. Those who argued thus took no account of the radicalism and civil war that marked the First English Revolution, the Puritan Revolution. The latter, however, was attributed by Guizot to a few ambitious, fanatic and evil-minded people, not content with moderate freedom. 103 directed at the French, the ethnological paradigm gives way to the psychopathological paradigm, which sets off in search of fanatics and lunatics. The terrain of an understanding of history 104 is abandoned here too. This way of arguing seemed so ridiculous to Marx and Engels that they pointed to adhesion to the ethnological and psychopathological paradigm as evidence of a decline in les capacités de la bourgeoisie. Terrified by the specter of proletarian revolution, it was no longer capable of interpreting social conflict in historical terms. 105. Whether directly or indirectly, the polemic of the theoreticians of the class struggle ended up encompassing a fair number of the major authors of the 19th century. According to Tocqueville, the vehicle of the virus of a new and unknown kind was a new race of revolutionaries. We are still dealing with the same men, but the circumstances are different. 106. One has the impression that Engels was replying to the French liberal when, in 1851, he waxed ironic about that superstition which attributes revolutions to the ill will of a few agitators. 107. In denouncing an eruption of revolutionary insanity, 19th-century liberals had France in particular in their sights. In the conviction that the revolutionary cycle afflicting the West went back a long way, Nietzsche called for a settlement of accounts with the madhouse world of entire millennia and the mental illness originating with Christianity. 108. Although taking the psychopathological paradigm to extremes, Nietzsche acknowledged his debt to the tradition behind him and declared that he had passed through the school of Tocqueville and Taine. 109. On the other side, Engels mocked Taine and Tocqueville, those idols of the Philistines. 110. The various representatives of the dominant 19th-century culture were therefore in agreement in identifying France, with its protracted revolutionary cycle, as the clearest example of the horrors in which revolutionary madness could result. In 1885, Engels, by contrast, asserted that France was the land where, more than anywhere else, historical class struggles were each time fought out to a decision. 111. For his part, Marx expressed utter contempt for the psychopathological paradigm, noting in 1867 that autocratic, feudal Russia employed it. Nicholas I explained the spread of the 1848 revolutionary crisis in Europe by the diffusion of the French plague and French revolutionary madness, with the metastasis of the cancer of a sacrilegious philosophy attacking the healthy organs of the European social body. 112. 10. Class struggle and ideological struggle. Class struggle not only encompasses different social relations, but is also played out at an ideological level, not sparing religion. The latter claims to be a sacred space that transcends conflict. In reality, it often acts as an opium of the people, facilitating the task of the ruling class. 113. It is worth dwelling on this point because Marx's discourse on religion has been confused with Enlightenment discourse, which risks compromising an understanding of the Marxian critique of ideology. For Marx, religion is one of the ideologies, not ideology as such. The concrete role played by religion in the context of the class struggle in its various configurations has to be examined. Let us take a glance at history. In the late 18th century, Poland was still formally a sovereign state. Frederick II of Prussia exploited the anti-Catholic sentiments of Enlightenment philosophers to justify the annexation of Polish territory, presenting it as a contribution to the diffusion of Enlightenment and defense of the cause of religious tolerance. In a letter sent to him, D'Alembert celebrated the delicious verses of the enlightened sovereign which, in a felicitous blend of imagination and reason, mocked the Poles and the Holy Virgin Mary, in whom they reposed their hopes of liberation. 114 Something similar occurred in connection with Ireland, a colony of Protestant and Anglican Great Britain. Here too the struggle against national oppression was fueled by religious themes and mobilized watchwords of a religious, Roman Catholic, kind. In this instance, it was John Locke who seized on the spirit of enlightenment to combat the rebels, a manifestation of the ignorant and zealous world of popery, led astray by the art and industry of their clergy. They were incited by priests who everywhere, to secure their empire, have excluded reason from having anything to do in religion. 115 There could be no toleration of papists. In addition to looking to a foreign, hostile power, they harbored dangerous opinions, which are absolutely destructive to all governments but the popes, whose opinions, and whoever shall spread or publish any of them the magistrate is bound to suppress. 116 In both cases, the alleged struggle against clerical obscurantism was, at the same time, repression of the national aspirations of the Polish and Irish peoples. Proudhon may be regarded as the inheritor of such Enlightenment ideology. In him we find a combination of the posture of a freethinker and derision of independence movements, for which defense of national identity, and liberation, also took the form of defense of religious identity. Marx and Engels' attitude was very different. From the outset, commitment to the struggle for the emancipation of subaltern classes, often stupefied and paralyzed by religious opium, was conjoined with support for independence movements which, precisely thanks to religion, achieved initial awareness of the national question. In the eyes of the Irish, noted the young Engels, the Protestant intruders were one and the same as the landlords and, in a way, an integral part of the machine subjugating the people, who had been invaded and subjected to the most brutal plundering. 117 Digging beneath the surface of the religious clash between Catholics and Protestants, we uncover the clash between Irish farm hands, whose land was often expropriated, and the expropriating British colonists. We witness the emergence of the reality of class struggle in its concrete configuration. Religious affiliation can be experienced very intensely and mobilized effectively in political and historical upheaval. But it is not the primary cause of such conflict. In the case of Poland, immediately after the rapidly repressed rebellion of January 1863, Marx, reconstructing the history of the partitioned, oppressed country, observed that Tsarist Russia had not hesitated to use the pretext of the exclusion of non-Catholic dissidents from political rights to justify its policy of intervention and expansion at Poland's expense. 118 This is a theme subsequently developed by Engels. At the time of the country's first partition, he observed, there was an enlightened public opinion in Europe, under the immense influence of Diderot, Voltaire, Rousseau, and the other French writers of the 18th century. In its expansionist march, Tsarist Russia exploited it. Although engaged in ferocious persecution of Jewry, it came soon upon Poland in the name of religious toleration and the rights of Orthodox Christians infringed by a Catholic, obscurantist country and government. In so doing, Russia could count on the support and benevolence of the philosophers. The court of Catherine II was made the headquarters of the enlightened men of the day, especially Frenchmen. The most enlightened principle was professed by the Empress and her court, and so well did she succeed in deceiving them that Voltaire and many others sang the praise of the Semiramis of the North, and proclaimed Russia the most progressive country in the world, the home of liberal principles, the champion of religious toleration. 119. The date was 1866. The following year, we have seen Marx telling Engels about his daughter Jenny paying tribute to the Irish patriots, who had just been hanged, and associating them with the Polish patriots who were also fighting for their independence. This was not prompted by some fleeting emotion. In 1869, Marx returned to the issue. He sent a photo of Jenny first to Engels, and then to Ludwig Kugelmann, and explained in the accompanying letter that the cross she was wearing round her neck was the Polish 1864 Insurrection Cross 120 in the house of the philosopher, revolutionary, and scourge of the opium of the people. There was no hesitation in expressing solidarity with the liberation struggle of an oppressed people to the extent of displaying its religious symbols. Attention to the concrete significance of religion in a concrete historical situation, and in the context of a specific conflict, was a constant in Marx and Engels' thinking. During the American Civil War, Marx warmly stressed the vanguard role played by Christian abolitionists like William L. Garrison and Wendell Phillips. The latter, in particular, for 30 years, has without intermission and at the risk of his life proclaimed the emancipation of the slaves as his battle cry, regardless alike of the persiflage of the press, the enraged howls of paid rowdies and the conciliatory representations of solicitous friends. Indeed, he did not hesitate to criticize Lincoln, reproving him for relying mainly on negotiations from above with the leaders of states situated on the border between North and South, and uncertain about what position to adopt, rather than on mobilization from below of blacks determined to break the chains of slavery. Lincoln is waging a political war, such was the condemnation by Phillips, who wanted to transform the military showdown between the two sections of the Union into a kind of abolitionist revolution, for which Marx likewise hoped 121. The great opponent of Christian abolitionism was John C. Calhoun, who thundered against the rabid fanatics, who regard slavery as a sin, and thus regarding it, deem it their highest duty to destroy it, even should it involve the destruction of the Constitution and the Union. For them, abolition was a conscientious duty. Only thus, they thought, could they free themselves from the agonizing sense of being complicit with the unforgivable sin allegedly represented by slavery, against which they proclaimed a general crusade 122. Despite his hatred, or perhaps precisely because of it, Calhoun hit home. In Christian abolitionism, quasi-fundamentalist accents were not lacking, with which the major theorist of the slave-holding South liked to contrast a secular attitude that was enlightened in its way. Yet Marx came down in favor of Garrison and Phillips, celebrating them as champions of the cause of liberty. In the gigantic class struggle that unfolded before and during the Civil War, it was Christian abolitionism, often echoing with fundamentalist accents, which embodied resistance to the general crusade of property against labor and the revolutionary cause of the emancipation of labor. Not only as militants required to take a position on the conflicts of their time, but also as historians analyzing conflicts that now lay in the past, the remote past even, Marx and Engels carefully avoided indiscriminate liquidation of movements inspired by religion in one way or another. In its time, the Spanish uprising against Napoleon's army had been directed against the invading country's cultural tradition as well as its military occupation. Hence, it had denounced the French Enlightenment and Revolution and, against these more or less satanic ideas, appealed to the religion of its ancestors and the Holy Faith. But all this did not prevent Marx from formulating a balanced judgment in 1854 that, in the Napoleonic era, the wars of independence waged against France bear in common the stamp of regeneration, mixed up with reaction. 123 Regeneration was represented by the mass struggle for national independence, while reaction consisted in the obscurantist ideology informing the struggle. Immediately after the failure of the 1848 revolution, rejecting tendencies to discouragement and escapism, Engels engaged in reconstructing the German revolutionary tradition, 124, and thus wrote a book on the Peasants' War, the great anti-feudal revolt that had erupted more than 3 centuries earlier, in the wake of the Protestant Reformation, with slogans drawn from the Old and New Testaments. Later, at the end of his life in 1895, Engels had no hesitation comparing the irresistible rise of socialism with the triumph of Christianity, notwithstanding Diocletian's persecution and thanks to Constantine's conversion. 125 This stance was all the more significant because it occurred at the same time as Nietzsche's equation and condemnation of Christianity and socialism in the name, first, of enlightenment proper and then, in the final phase of his development, of a new enlightenment. 126. Finally, it is worth remembering that very early on, Marx polemicized against Gustav Hugo, who, posturing as a complete sceptic even more consistent than the other enlighteners, ridiculed the ideal of the emancipation of slaves, not infrequently fostered, as we have seen, by Christian abolitionists. 127. In Marx and Engels, then, religion was represented as an opium of the people inasmuch as it claims to transcend conflict, thereby impeding attainment of revolutionary consciousness and strengthening the chains of oppression. But it may be that religion is the terrain where rudimentary consciousness of the conflict, of class struggle in its various configurations, emerges. This is the case, in particular, with the national question. In such instances, religious representations, which explain the conflict on the basis of a clash between Irish Catholics and British Protestants, or between Polish Catholics and Russian Orthodox Christians, is much less idealistic and much less mystificatory than the view that sees Enlightenment and obscurantism at grips in Ireland and Poland. Transfiguring domination into an expression of the light of reason, such Illuminism, dear to Frederick II, and, in part, D'Alembert, as to Hugo, Calhoun, and Nietzsche, might well be defined as court enlightenment. And we must then never lose sight of the fact that the critique of religion cannot be separated in Marx and Engels from the critique of court enlightenment. 11. From religion to rustic idol. Recourse can also be had to art as an illusory escape from conflict. In reality, social conflicts clearly emerge from the masterpieces of Aeschylus, Aristophanes, Dante, and Cervantes. 128. In fact, this sometimes happens against the wishes of the author. Balzac ended up mercilessly describing the inevitable eclipse of a class, the aristocracy, for which he felt sympathy and pining nostalgia. 129. Attempts to escape social reality and its contradictions can assume different forms, but all alike are inane. After the failure of the 1848 revolution, criticizing a now forgotten author, George Friedrich Dahmer, who expressed disdain for abstract, exclusive politics, and who counter-opposed to its miseries the beauty and warmth of nature, Marx and Engels mocked the widespread tendency to flee before the historical tragedy that is threatening, to alleged nature, i.e. to a stupid rustic idol. 130. In Feuerbach too, disillusion and disgust were so strong in these years that he was led to repeat Cicero's exclamation about the politics of his time, sunt omnia omnium miseriorum plenissima, everything is full of every misery. It remained only to practice indifference towards political parties and chatter, seeking refuge and consolation in the arms of nature. Nature alone is not concerned with politics, but is the direct opposite of politics. 131. Rather than religion, evasion, or escape from the conflict now seeks safety in nature. Marx had already cautioned against this attitude 5 years before the 1848 revolution, when he observed that Feuerbach referred too much to nature and too little to politics. 132. What has been said of escape into religion also broadly applies to escape into nature. Far from expressing a genuine transcendence of social conflict, it is an immature, often mystifying, expression of that conflict. We are dealing with a spiritual attitude that tends to manifest itself every time the hopes reposed in politics and political change fade or vanish. This is what happened after 1789, when the extreme complexity of the revolutionary process seemed to have definitively mocked the enthusiasm initially elicited in German culture by the fall of the Ancien regime in France. In 1803, Friedrich Schiller had sung, "Only on mountains is liberty to be found. Only where nature was as yet uncontaminated by man is the world perfect." As a result, only he who lived in the silence of the countryside, suckling with childish abandon on the breast of nature, could be regarded as happy, or she who lived in the peaceful convent cell, where likewise the sad figure of humanity did not intrude, that is, where one was similarly far removed from the ephemeral din of historico-political upheavals. Hegel argued against Schiller and his invocation of nature. Rejecting any consolatory escape from the contradictions and conflicts of the political world, whether into nature or religion, he stressed that what is created by human reason must possess at least the same dignity as what is created by nature. In this sense, the most banal Berlin wisecrack was no less worthy of admiration than a magnificent natural spectacle. 133. This was a lesson which must have profoundly influenced Marx. According to the authoritative testimony of Paul Lafargue, the philosopher's son-in-law, having married his daughter Laura, he loved to repeat the saying by Hegel, the philosophy master of his youth: even the criminal thought of a malefactor is more grandiose and sublime than the marvels of the heavens. 134. In his turn, in a letter of 1893, Engels wrote, "Nature is wonderful. I have always liked going back to her as a change from the movement of history, but history, after all, seems even more wonderful than nature to me." Contact with nature should serve to revive energies, enabling a return with renewed vigor to observing the historical and political world and participating in building a society based on solidarity and an awareness of common humanity, rather than exploitation and oppression. This approaching accomplishment of a thing never before attained in the history of our earth. 135. We have seen Marx wax ironic about the alleged nature where the Philistine, disgusted with historical and political developments, thinks to find refuge. Such nature is alleged in two senses. Firstly, it is not, in fact, uncontaminated by political and social conflict. Conservative circles appeal to it to reprove the irrational agitation of the city. Secondly, observes the German ideology, in the planet inhabited by humanity, the nature that preceded human history, which is precisely conceived in contrast to human history, today no longer exists anywhere, except perhaps on a few Australian coral islands of recent origin. 136. The countryside where Schiller, Dahmer, and Feuerbach sought refuge had behind it a long, tormented history as well as a gigantic revolution, the Neolithic Revolution, which involved the introduction of agriculture and animal husbandry and the domestication of animals. In practice, everything celebrated as eternal nature, under the sign of order and regularity, and hence in contrast to the class struggles, agitation, and convulsions of the historical and political world, is the product of a major historical upheaval. Contrary to Schiller's claim, even mountains are not uncontaminated by the sad figure of humanity. It is enough to think of shepherds and livestock, which pertain to the history just invoked. In any event, to scale heights that are not easily accessible, it is necessary to employ what has been produced by human labor, starting with clothes to protect against cold and storms. The nature evoked and dreamed of by Schiller, Dahmer, and Feuerbach is nothing but the mental expression of a pious wish about human affairs, a fantasy projection of ideas that people would like to see realized in human society. 137. Thus, it is a nature from which the dichotomy of life and happiness bemoaned in human society has vanished. In reality, to continue to cite the German ideology, Hobbes had much better reasons for invoking nature as proof of his bellum omnium contra omnes, and Hegel, for perceiving in nature cleavage. 138. The only thing that can overcome the dichotomy of life and happiness is political action, class struggle. 12. Nature between escape and class struggle. Marx and Engels ironized about attempts to seek shelter from the conflict in a nature uncontaminated by human history and celebrated in opposition to it. They criticized the evasion implicit in the cult of nature, as in religion in the strict sense. 139. But all this did not prevent them being among the first to draw attention to what would today be called the ecological question. From the outset, Marx stressed that man lives on nature. 140. The first premise of all human history is, of course, the existence of living human individuals, whose physical organization and consequent relation to the rest of nature cannot be ignored. 141. Almost 30 years later, the critique of the Gotha program opens with a caution that sounds prophetic today: however great and growing labor productivity might be, labor is not the source of all wealth. A key point must never be neglected: nature is just as much the source of use values, and it is surely of such that material wealth consists, as labor, which itself is only the manifestation of a force of nature, human labor power 142. We are immediately directed back to class struggle. While capitalism has the merit of promoting an unprecedented growth of the productive forces, it risks doubly jeopardizing real wealth. Firstly, with its ruthless pursuit of maximum profit and periodic crises, capitalism involves an enormous dissipation of the natural power that is human labor power, already sacrificed without scruple in children condemned to death from toil and hardship. It could be said that Volume 1 of Capital is, in large part, a critical analysis of the incessant human sacrifices from among the working class and the most reckless squandering of natural labor power 143. But that is not all. Capital elsewhere underscores that all progress in capitalistic agriculture is a progress in the art, not only of robbing the laborer, but of robbing the soil, thereby ruining the sources of its fertility 144. In any event, applied to the relationship between humanity and nature as a whole, the idea of private property on which bourgeois society is based proves even more devastating. The more absolute such an idea, the more serious the consequences for nature. In the American Deep South, slave-holding society was also characterized by brutal spoliation of the soil 145. As regards Ireland, the potato blight resulted from the exhaustion of the soil. It was a product of English colonial rule and the policy of colonial despoliation pursued by the London government 146. We may draw a general conclusion: even a whole society, a nation, or even all simultaneously existing societies taken together, are not the owners of the globe. They are only its possessors, its usufructuaries, and, like boni paterfamilias, they must hand it down to succeeding generations in an improved condition. In future, from the standpoint of higher economic form of society, private ownership of the globe by single individuals will appear quite as absurd as private ownership of one man by another, that is, the relationship of slavery 147. We can now understand Engels' warning in Dialectics of Nature: we by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over a foreign people, like someone standing outside nature, but we, with flesh, blood and brain, belong to nature, and exist in its midst 148 to safeguard nature, which makes the continuation and development of human history possible. Politico-social conflict, from which the religious cult of nature recommends escape, must be confronted and resolved. Appeals to look to nature for a place that transcends societal disagreements and contradictions are a distorting, mystificatory expression of the very conflict they vainly seek to repress. But let us nevertheless try to take such appeals seriously. We should first of all remember that the worker never gets the slightest glimpse of nature in his large town with his long working hours 149. Besides, the nature present in the working people's quarters of urban centers affords a desolate spectacle. They have been constructed without the slightest reference to ventilation, with reference solely to the profit twin secured by the contractor, and abandoned to the most miserable and filthy condition and a shocking stench, with filth and swarms of vermin. 150. Furnishing one of the very first analyses of the ecological and environmental question, Engels noted how the logic of profit explained the pollution of the atmosphere. Witness a city enveloped in a grey cloud of coal smoke, of waterways. Here we have a coal-black, foul-smelling stream, and there a dark-colored body of water, which leaves the beholder in doubt whether it is a brook or a long string of stagnant puddles. 151. The text just quoted dates from 1845. 2 years earlier, Herbert Spencer had ironized as follows: if the state is to be assigned the task of intervening against industries polluting discharges, why deny it competence as regards the spiritual sanity of the nation? 152. Some decades later, the English liberal had a rethink and felt obliged to come to terms with the problem of air pollution. He made some very modern-sounding observations about the foul air people were sometimes forced to breathe on trains. But it is always and only individuals who appear on stage, and the problem is treated without any reference to factories and industrial locations or rivers, lakes, and the natural environment. The conflict emerges when gentlemen or, rather, men who think themselves gentlemen smoke in other places than those provided for smokers. 153 classes and class struggle are as absent as ever. 13. A general theory of social conflict. We can draw some conclusions. Firstly, by virtue of its ambition to encompass the whole historical process, the theory of class struggle is configured as a general theory of social conflict. According to the Communist Manifesto, it is the history of all aller hitherto existing society, the history of all Ganzen past society, which is characterized by class struggles and class antagonisms. 154 decades later, in 1885, Engels reverted to the theme, it was Marx who had first discovered the great law of motion of history, the law according to which all alle historical struggles are in fact only the more or less clear expression of struggles between social classes. 155. I have emphasized the keyword which identifies social conflict as such with class struggle, whoever its protagonists are and whatever form it takes. Secondly, affecting a radical epistemological break with naturalistic ideologies, the Marxian theory of class struggle situates social conflict on the terrain of history. Thirdly, precisely because it seeks to supply an interpretative key to the historical process, it strives to take into account the multiplicity of forms in which social conflict manifests itself. With this italic I intend to signal a preliminary problem. Obviously, existence is marked by an infinity of conflicts that develop between individuals for a whole variety of reasons. But what is involved here is analyzing conflicts whose protagonists are not single individuals, but social subjects who, directly or indirectly, pertain to the social order, to some essential articulation of the division of labor and the social order. This is how the object of Marx's theory of class struggles is defined. We are dealing with a general category, a genus which can subsume different species. We may venture a typology starting, obviously, not from world history, but from the historical time in which the authors of the Communist Manifesto lived. An initial distinction is indicated. On the one hand, there are conflicts that oppose exploiting classes, class struggles that see the bourgeoisies of different countries rise up against the landed aristocracy and the ancien regime, and then confront one another in more or less fierce competition liable to result in war. On the other hand, we have struggles for emancipation, which are class struggles from the standpoints of the social subjects engaged in achieving it and of those intent on preventing or impeding it. At this point we must make a second distinction, to be exact, a tripartite distinction between the struggle whose protagonists are peoples in colonial or semi-colonial conditions, the struggle waged by the working class in the capitalist metropolis, the one on which Marx and Engels were particularly focused, and the struggle of women against domestic slavery. Each of these three struggles challenges the prevailing division of labor internationally, nationally, and within the family. A relation of compulsion, zwangsverhältnis, obtains between capital and labor in bourgeois society. 156. But the same is true of the other two relations. The three struggles for emancipation challenge the three fundamental relations of compulsion constitutive of the capitalist system as a whole. Benedetto Croce took no account of all this when, in September 1917, with reference to the war that was raging, he declared, "The concept of power and struggle, which Marx transported from states to social classes, now seems to have reverted from classes to states." 157. It is true that, at least in the early stages of the patriotic Union sacrée, the gigantic conflict was regarded and theorized by not a few European intellectuals as further confirmation of the crisis of historical materialism or as an instrument to abolish class structure. 158. However, only a few weeks after the class struggle had been declared dead by Croce, the October Revolution and the insurrection of the popular masses against the war, and the privileged classes who ruled the country and army, occurred in Russia. But that is not the only reason why the terrible trial of strength between the great powers which erupted in 1914 was far from being the termination or suspension of class struggle. We should take special note of the observation made by an eminent contemporary historian, Arno J. Meyer: no war has ever been so ardently invoked as prophylaxis, as an instrument of domestic politics, as a lifeline for a political and social order that felt ever more imperiled by the rise of the labor and socialist movement. To cite the example of a figure not far removed from Croce's circle, 10 years before its outbreak, the war was invoked and summoned by Vilfredo Pareto to set socialism back for at least half a century. In a similar vein, in Germany, Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz also justified his policy of naval rearmament by the need to discover an antidote to Marxism and the political radicalization of the masses. And this is not to mention the conviction, widespread among the dominant classes and their ideologues, that colonial expansion alone could defuse the social question in the metropolis and weaken or contain the socialist movement. 159. On closer inspection, the First World War was not merely an expression of the class struggle, but was so in a triple sense. It pertained, a. to the struggle for hegemony between the capitalist bourgeoisies of the great powers, b. to the social conflict in the metropolis which the dominant class hoped to neutralize and deflect via international confrontation and colonial conquest, and, c. to the oppression and exploitation of peoples in colonial or semi-colonial conditions for whom, to adopt Marx's terminology on the subject of Ireland, the social question was posed as the national question. In each individual country, the ruling class certainly seized the opportunity to commend or impose social peace and national unity, to suppress strikes and, if need be, extend working hours. However, far from betokening its end, such behavior was a manifestation of the class struggle waged by the bourgeoisie, which subsequently, with the intensification of the sacrifices required by the war and the progressive loss in credibility of patriotic rhetoric, the proletariat countered with a class struggle that could even take revolutionary forms. In the light of such considerations, Karl Popper's summary cannot but raise a smile. He expounds as follows the thesis that fascism and communism share an evil, obviously German father. The left wing represented by Marx replaces the war of nations which appears in Hegel's historicist scheme by the war of classes, the extreme right replaces it by the war of races. 160. In fact, social and class conflict is very much present in Hegel, who constantly referred to it to explain the fall of the monarchy in ancient Rome, overthrown by an aristocracy determined to strengthen its hold over the plebs, or to shed light on the modern process that saw the absolutist monarchy progressively limit the power and privileges of a feudal aristocracy stubbornly attached to its privileges and the serfdom and exploitation imposed on the peasant mass. With the advent of the modern representative state derived from the French Revolution, social conflict had far from disappeared for Hegel. The proletarian who was unemployed or incapable of working, or the poor man who risked dying of starvation, was in a similar condition to the slave and hence fully entitled to rebel. 161. On the other hand, the War of Nations, a reality obvious to everyone, features prominently in Marx and Engels. Capitalism was also condemned by them because it secreted an industrial war of extermination between nations and waged piratical wars against colonial peoples, who responded with legitimate wars of resistance and national liberation. As for the war of races, Marx and Engels certainly rejected interpreting history in racial terms. In so doing, they were compelled to argue not only against the phantom Hegelian extreme right fantasized by Popper, himself a prisoner of the ethnological paradigm in a way, he pointed to Germany as the source of all evil, but also against figures and newspapers in liberal America and Britain. However, what at first sight presents itself as a racial war is, in reality, a class struggle. For example, it is clear that in the USA of black slavery and white supremacy the fate of African Americans was sealed primarily by racial affiliation. In such circumstances, to raise the racial, or national, question did not in fact mean repressing social conflict, but confronting it in the concrete, particular terms in which it manifested itself. Only if we appreciate this can we understand the 20th century, which, as we shall see, was marked by epic class struggles and national resistance struggles against attempts by the Third Reich and the Empire of the Rising Sun to revive the colonial and even slave-holding tradition in Eastern Europe and Asia, respectively. In short, what escapes Croce, Popper, and Ferguson is the role played by class struggle in contradictions, clashes, and confrontations that seem purely national and racial in character. None of them appreciates that Marx and Engels' theory of class struggle is a general theory of social conflict, even if it is not organically and systematically expounded. We may proceed to a comparison. Likewise, benefiting from the extraordinary cultural season that witnessed the blossoming of German classical philosophy, Karl von Clausewitz wrote his celebrated book on war, which encompassed the most varied armed conflicts, interpreting them as the continuation of politics by other means. Marx and Engels in principle composed a treatise on social and political conflict which, rising to a higher level of generalization and abstraction, on the basis of the division of labor into antagonistic classes and class struggle, interprets the various forms of social conflict, including wars and different types of war, in a unitary key. It should at once be added that, while Clausewitz adopted an at least partially objectivist attitude, the two philosophers and revolutionary militants explicitly declared that they did not seek to rise audacious de la mêlée, confining themselves to observing it with detachment, but were actively engaged in changing the world in a very precise direction. 3. A protracted, positive sum struggle. Domenico Losurdo 1. University of Urbino, Calbordalo, Valifoglia, Pesaro Urbino, Italy. Keywords. Collect work: Capitalist Society, Class Struggle, Bourgeois Society, Communist Manifesto. 1. Universal leveling or Great Divergence. The Communist Manifesto theorizes class struggle on the basis of an analysis of the bourgeois society that was increasingly becoming established in the West. But had such a view not already been refuted by the disappearance of the Ancien regime, organized as it was into stable, naturally fixed estates, and its replacement by a social order characterized by social mobility? In Tocqueville's view, the advent of industrial, democratic society rendered struggles belonging to a superseded social stage obsolete. Democracy in America asserts that castes disappear and the classes of society draw together. In fact, so to speak, there are no longer any classes. At least as regards the West, they belong to the past, and in any event, societies where the members of a community are divided into castes and classes were destined to fade away. 1. This was not a prediction formulated solely with a view to the USA, a country without a long feudal past behind it. In fact, we are dealing with a sociological analysis conjoined with a discourse in the philosophy of history. According to the French liberal, from the 11th century onwards a twofold revolution in the state of society had been underway in the West. Indeed, the noble has gone down the social ladder, and the commoner has gone up, the one descends as the other rises. Every half-century brings them nearer to each other, and they will soon meet. Everything was working in concert to this end. Now, not only landed wealth but also personal property could confer influence and power. This already served to undermine the privileges and domination of the aristocracy. Along with property in its various forms, the exercise of the intellect became a source of strength and of wealth, so that every discovery in the arts, every improvement in commerce and manufactures, created so many new elements of equality among men. All the various factors of the modern world seemed to cooperate to enrich the poor and impoverish the rich. In conclusion, the tendency towards universal leveling was irreversible. It could not be blocked or even slowed down, especially given that the wealthy were few and powerless and therefore incapable of mounting effective resistance. There was no doubt that a higher will was presiding over this. The gradual development of the principle of equality is a providential fact. It has all the chief characteristics of such a fact. It is universal, it is lasting, it constantly eludes all human interference, and all events, as well as all men contribute to its progress. 2. The passages I have just cited are from volumes 1 and 2 of Democracy in America and thus date from 1835 and 1840, respectively. In subsequent years, with his focus on France and Britain, Tocqueville drew a significantly different picture. Equality is gradually extending its dominion everywhere except industry, which is organized in an ever more aristocratic and hierarchical form. A relationship of strict dependency bound the wage worker to the employer. As regards both power relations and the distribution of social wealth, equality was far off. The organized forces of a multitude produce for the benefit of one man. In sum, here the slave, there the master, here the wealth of a few, there the poverty of the overwhelming majority. Lying in wait were slave wars 3 initially ignored, the reality of social classes, and social classes ready to square up in a trial of strength, makes its abrupt appearance. Now, it is no longer equality, but precisely inequality, that has been sanctioned by a higher will, as emerges from the polemic against the economic and political theories which would have us believe that human misfortunes are the effects of laws and not of providence, and that poverty can be abolished by changing the social order for. However, publishing the 12th edition of Democracy in America immediately after the 1848 revolution, Tocqueville reiterated the viewpoint expressed 15 years earlier about the irresistible and providential character of the march of equality in the USA and the West as a whole. 5. But how can the thesis of the impoverishment of the wealthy and enrichment of the poor be reconciled with the warning against social polarization so stark as to elicit fears about the eruption of slave wars? It remains the case that the French liberal refused to query the view that universal leveling was impending in the West. Initially ignored, and then occasionally conceded, the reality of classes and class struggle was now in a sense repressed. In fact, this repression, manifestly prompted by a political concern to cushion and contain the resentment of the subaltern classes, sounds like an involuntary confirmation. The surviving power of wealth, notwithstanding the eclipse of the Ancien regime, was also clearly underestimated by J.S. Mill, who in 1861 expressed concern that seems very strange today. He feared that with the extension of the suffrage the working classes, much more widespread and numerous in Britain, and Europe, than the USA, at the time still scarcely industrialized, might win an electoral majority and utilize it for the purposes of substituting the class ascendancy of the poor for that of the rich. The government of the numerical majority would end up enacting class legislation, in the sense that it would sanction collective despotism, or the uncontested power of a majority of the poor over a minority of the wealthy. 6. To avert this danger, Mill recommended plural voting by those deemed more intelligent and those who performed more demanding tasks, for example, entrepreneurs. This would enable the rich to preserve a presence, albeit an exiguous one, in representative bodies. The English liberal reached the same conclusion as Tocqueville. The wealthy person was now isolated and impotent. Hence, the class struggle of the proletariat was either superfluous or a harbinger of disaster. Although entangling himself in serious contradictions, Tocqueville prophesied the advent of universal leveling in the West. At the same time, he registered and rejoiced at the gulf being created between the West and the rest of the world. The relationship that made a few million men Westerners the rulers of their whole species was manifestly preordained in the provisions of Providence. 7. Similarly, while he cautioned against a process of democratization so far advanced in the West as to condemn wealth to isolation and impotence, Mill celebrated the vigorous despotism exercised internationally by the West, and its dominant classes. Far from being negative, this relationship of extreme inequality must be extended to embrace the whole globe. It is already common, and is rapidly tending to become the universal condition of the more backward populations, to be held in direct subjection by the more advanced state. The extremely unequal relationship prevailing internationally did not only concern the distribution of political and military power. Tocqueville wrote, "The discovery of America opened 1,000 new paths to fortune and led obscure adventurers to wealth and power." 9. The same motivation might impel French citizens to transfer to the colonies and, in particular, Algeria. To get inhabitants to come to such a country, it is first of all necessary to offer them great opportunities to make their fortune. The most fertile and best irrigated land must be reserved for them. 10. In this way colonial expansion, in America and Algeria, generated remarkable social mobility, opening up access to wealth even to individuals of popular extraction, thereby confirming the process of universal leveling. But this was only one side of the coin. It was the French liberal himself who acknowledged that as a result of the process of colonization, the Arab population in Algeria was literally dying of hunger while the Native Americans were on the point of being wiped off the face of the earth. 11 That is, if it reduced inequalities in the metropolis and within the white community, the enrichment of adventurers and colonists created an ever wider gulf between conquistadors and subject peoples. Constantly, and exclusively, adopting the standpoint of the Christian world or the West, Tocqueville did not appreciate the nexus between these contradictory aspects of a single phenomenon and was never induced to problematize his view of the irresistible march of equality of conditions and the disappearance not only of castes, but also of classes. The Communist Manifesto seems to answer the two liberal authors. The modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. 12 Indeed, with voting rights having been obtained by the popular masses and the abolition of censitary discrimination, wealth lost its immediate political significance, but could henceforth precisely celebrate its triumph. Mass poverty now pertained to a private sphere where public power had no right to intervene. This was a triumph which the capitalist bourgeoisie could also celebrate internationally, giving impetus to colonial expansion and enslaving and decimating entire populations. By way of confirmation of the irresistible tendency to universal leveling and equality between commoner and noble, Tocqueville asserted that literature became an arsenal open to all. 13 The German ideology argues very differently. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal, consequently also controls the means of mental production, so that the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are on the whole subject to it. 14. Far from being synonymous with universal leveling, the bourgeois revolution involved the accentuation of inequalities at many levels. Internationally, what has been called the Great Divergence between the prosperous West and the rest of the planet derived from it. 15 In 1820 China, for centuries or millennia eminently placed in the development of human civilization, still boasted a GDP amounting to 32.4% of the world GDP, while Chinese life expectancy, and thus nutrition, was at roughly English levels, and so above continental ones, even in the late 1700s. At the time of its foundation, the People's Republic of China was the poorest country in the world or among the poorest. The history of India is not very different. In 1820, it still accounted for 15.7% of global GDP, before likewise succumbing to desperate poverty. 16 This is a process that can be understood starting from Marx, and the section of Capital devoted to primitive accumulation, but which is far beyond the range of Tocqueville, who tended to offer an apologetic description of the world he inhabited. In any event, far from rendering class struggle obsolete through universal leveling, bourgeois society aggravates national and international inequalities, which can only be contested through class struggle. 2. Obsolescence of war. With the advent of industrial democracy, is the phenomenon of war destined to disappear along with class struggle? Kant's hopes that the end of the ancien regime and the patrimonial conception of the state would lead to an international order marked by peace were dashed by the post-Thermidorian and Napoleonic wars. But they seemed to enjoy a new lease of life after the July Revolution, with the fading of the antagonism between France and Britain and the consolidation of the Pax Britannica. This is the context in which to locate Tocqueville's thesis that modern democratic society lacks the objective basis for war, even if the ambition of military men of modest social origin, eager to forge a career by distinguishing themselves on the battlefield, invariably played a role. 17 Other authors, rather than assigning it to the representative regime, entrusted the realization of the ideal of perpetual peace to the development of industrial and commercial society. The world market supposedly rendered state and national borders less significant and bound peoples in ever closer, ultimately indissoluble links of interest, mutual respect, and friendship. Such was the argument of Benjamin Constant and, above all, Herbert Spencer. At times, the Communist Manifesto betrays the influence of this discourse, and national differences and antagonisms are daily more and more vanishing, owing to the development of the bourgeoisie, to freedom of commerce, to the world market, to uniformity in the mode of production and in the conditions of life corresponding thereto. It seems to attest to a waning of the phenomenon of war in the wake of the development of capitalism, without having to wait for communism, in proportion as the antagonism between classes within the nation vanishes, the hostility of one nation to another will come to an end. 18 On the other hand, it is the manifesto which, as we know, rejects the harmonious vision of what would today be called the process of globalization. A similar oscillation runs through a speech made by Marx in Brussels in January 1848. Free trade tears down the few national barriers which still restrict the free development of capital, leaving space for nothing but the antagonism of proletariat and bourgeoisie, which paves the way for the social revolution. 19 However, the same speech contains the assertion that free trade accentuates contradictions internationally as well. We have shown what sort of fraternity free trade begets between the different classes of one and the same nation. The fraternity which free trade would establish between the nations of the earth would not be more real. To call cosmopolitan exploitation universal brotherhood is an idea that could only be engendered in the brain of the bourgeoisie. 20. This became Marx and Engels' settled view. Only a few months later, the Neue Rheinische criticized Arnold Ruge for not having understood that the phenomenon of war did not, in fact, disappear with the feudal regime. Rather than being natural allies, countries, where the bourgeoisie was dominant, were divided by ruthless competition, the outcome of which could be war. 21 Such competition also aimed at despoliation of colonial peoples. Notwithstanding Spencer's contrary opinion, the advent of industrial capitalist society did not betoken the disappearance of war as a tool of enrichment. It sufficed to glance at piratical wars and piratical expeditions against China, Cochinchina, and so forth. 22. Far from being synonymous with peaceful development, capital subsequently stressed, the capitalist system involved brute force. Conjoined with wars, of enslavement and even extermination, against barbarians were rivalry and conflict in the civilized world between the great powers, who were the protagonists and beneficiaries of colonial expansion and despoliation. Overall, what characterized capitalism was the commercial war of the European nations, with the globe for a theater. It begins with the revolt of the Netherlands from Spain, assumes giant dimension in England's anti-Jacobin war, and is still going on in the Opium Wars against China, etc. 23 The commercial war of the European nations recalls the industrial war of extermination between nations alluded to by the manifesto. In any event, the historical period from the emergence of Holland, the first country to shake off the yoke of the Ancien regime, to the rise of liberal, and imperial, Great Britain was quite the reverse of a prelude to the advent of perpetual peace. For war to be eradicated, it was not enough for one exploiting class to replace another, as in the bourgeois revolution, the system of exploitation and oppression, domestic and global, must be eliminated in its entirety. This is the sense in which, in July 1870, taking a position on the Franco-German war that had just broken out, a text written by Marx for the International Working Men's Association called for a struggle for a new society, whose international rule will be peace, because its national ruler will everywhere be the same labor. 24. This analysis is virtually contemporaneous with that of J.S. Mill, who celebrated the British Empire as a step towards universal peace and general friendly cooperation among nations. In support of this thesis, a peculiar argument is advanced. The gigantic, albeit unequal, federation that was the British Empire embodied the cause of liberty and international morality to a greater extent than any other great nation seems to conceive as possible or recognize as desirable. Hence, backward populations had an interest in becoming part of it, so as to avoid being absorbed into a foreign state, and becoming a source of additional aggressive strength to some rival power. 25 Homage to universal peace fails to conceal the reality of colonial wars, set to absorb this or that colony, and the rivalry which was a harbinger of larger-scale wars between Great Britain, celebrated as the embodiment of the cause of peace, and some rival power, suspected of the worrying design of seeking to enhance its aggressive strength. While Mill sought to demonstrate the disappearance of war on the basis of the imperialist rivalry actually priming it, Tocqueville, in the very title of a key chapter of Volume 2 of Democracy in America, claimed that great revolutions will become more rare. In the event, the century and a half since such predictions were ventured represent what is perhaps the historical period richest in wars and revolutions. And now let us read Marx. A few years after the publication of the text just cited, in a letter of December 28, 1846, starting from the conflict between the productive forces already acquired by man, and his social relations, which no longer correspond to those productive forces, he evoked the terrible wars now imminent between the various classes of a nation and between the various nations. 26 Shortly thereafter, the Communist Manifesto discerned on the horizon either proletarian revolutions, or bourgeois revolutions liable to be transformed into proletarian revolutions, or agrarian revolutions as a precondition of national emancipation. 27 Against an order that exuded violence not only because it was based on social and national oppression, but also because it secreted the danger of competition between the various capitalist bourgeoisies issuing in a catastrophic confrontation. On the basis of the theory of class struggle, Marx was in a sense able to foresee the upheavals of the 20th century. 3. An eternal conflict between masters and slaves. Adequately to understand Marx's theory of class struggle, it is not enough to distinguish it from the thesis of those who regard the end of the Ancien regime as the start of the disappearance, or dramatic reduction, of socio-political conflict at home and abroad. In a famous letter of March 5, 1852, Marx observed, "As for myself, I do not claim to have discovered either the existence of classes in modern society or the struggle between them." In their different ways, bourgeois historians and economists had spoken of it long before him. The true novelty of historical materialism lay in its assertion of the historically determinate and transient character of societies based on class struggle and class domination. 28. The date is the mid-19th century. In the light of subsequent developments, we might undertake a comparison with other authors. While the Communist Manifesto referred to class struggles, Nietzsche likewise saw a struggle between estates and classes, Stand und Klassenkampf, unfolding in history. 29 While the authors of the manifesto repeatedly compared and juxtaposed modern wage slavery with black slavery, on several occasions both Nietzsche and, across the Atlantic, the ideologues of the slave-holding South argued in a similar vein, with a view to demonstrating the inanity of the abolitionist project. If, in Marx and Engels' view, capitalist society had substituted modern slavery for medieval serfdom, which had in its time supplanted the slavery proper of classical antiquity, for Nietzsche in Europe and the Southern ideologues in the USA the servile subjection of labor was an essential, ineliminable foundation of civilization. In the words of arguably the most illustrious of them, John C. Calhoun, "I hold then, that there never has yet existed a wealthy and civilized society in which one portion of the community did not, in point of fact, live on the labor of the other. There is and always has been, in an advanced stage of wealth and civilization, a conflict between labor and capital." 30. Struggle between estates and classes, the permanence of slavery even in a social order that has formally abolished it, conflict between labor and capital. The conceptual analogies do not stop there. In Nietzsche, we find two more key categories of Marxian discourse. He refers to the surplus labor, Mehrarbeit, extracted from slaves and workers, who are thereby subject to exploitation, Ausbeutung. 31 Where, then, are the differences? In the theorist of aristocratic radicalism, the extortion of surplus labor and exploitation are the expression of a general, irrepressible tendency of natural and social reality, of life as such. It should be added that in Marx and Engels not only can slavery in all its forms be overcome, but these forms are not equivalent. Already in an early writing, The Holy Family, they criticized the Jacobins for having confused the real slavery, werkliches Sklaventum, of the ancient world with the emancipated slavery, emancipiert Sklaventum, of the modern world. 32 The adjective certainly does not cancel the substantive and yet is not devoid of significance either. We subsequently saw the poverty of philosophy denouncing the as it were mask slavery prevalent in Europe. The mask referred to here is like the appearance, shine, referred to in Hegel's logic, 33, which expresses a level of reality, albeit a superficial one. We can now understand why, on the outbreak of the American Civil War, Marx and Engels took a clear position in favor of the Union. From the outset they urged it to wage a revolutionary war against the South to abolish black slavery. And yet in the North the slavery to which wage labor was subjected was alive and well, the slavery to which capital, taking up the Declaration of the General Congress of Labor at Baltimore, defined as capitalistic slavery. 34 The fact is that the indirect slavery, indirect sclavere, of whites in Britain was not the same thing as the direct slavery, direct sclavere, of the black men on the other side of the Atlantic. 35 The direct forced labor imposed on the slave could not be equated with the indirect economic coercion to which the wage worker, the at least formally free laborer, was subject. 36 In fact, when the Civil War exploded in the USA, and there was no shortage of sympathizers with the South in Europe, Marx was concerned to avoid any ambiguity. Shelving traditional denunciation of the indirect slavery inherent in the capitalist system, he repeatedly called for a struggle to defend the system of free labor against the system of slavery. 37. Certainly, Engels observed in 1885, with the end of the Civil War an attempt was made to replace open Negro slavery, formally abolished, with the disguised slavery of Indian and Chinese coolies. 38 Here, in the context of a discussion of the slavery affecting labor to different degrees, we find a dual differentiation. On the one hand, there is a distinction between open and disguised forms of slavery, respectively imposed on blacks and Indians and Chinese, but always on colonial populations or populations with colonial origins. On the other, in the capitalist metropolis, the struggle for the reduction and regulation of the working day seemed to have attenuated what remains slave-like in the condition of labor in capitalist society, and be capable of further attenuating it. Hence, in Nietzsche, as in Calhoun, we can indeed find key categories of Marx's discourse. In the latter, however, analysis of the conflict between capital and labor is a history of the progressive emancipation of labor which, albeit partially, does occur and which it is possible to achieve through class struggle in the framework of existing society. In Nietzsche, by contrast, the conflict is schematically reduced sometimes in a heavily naturalistically sense, outside any concrete historical dialectic, to the antagonism eternally pitting masters and slaves against one another. Consequently, the class struggle of those who are subject to slavery in its ancient or modern, open or disguised form, the revolt of a barbaric caste of slaves, cannot accomplish any real emancipation, but only mean disaster for civilization. For the proletariat, class interest and its transcendence. In Marx and Engels, not only is there no eternal clash between masters and slaves, but the latter, definitively abolishing social relations based on domination and exploitation, create an order which, from a strategic perspective, yields richer, more fulfilling forms of existence for the ex-masters as well. Let us first see what happens to the development of the productive forces. By terminating the crises of the overproduction characteristic of bourgeois society, the socialist revolution promotes the development of the productive forces. The proletarian is the first, most direct beneficiary of the supersession of a system that seeks to transform him or her into an ascetic but productive slave. 39 But she is not the sole beneficiary of the overall growth in social wealth. Of particular importance is what occurs intellectually and morally. The economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 stress that the capitalist system involves the dehumanization of the agents of the exploitation of labor. Reduction does not simply produce man as a commodity, the human commodity, man in the role of commodity, It produces him in keeping with this role as a mentally and physically dehumanist being. Immorality, deformity, and dulling of the workers and capitalists 40 along with the exploited, the process of stupefaction and commodification ends up engulfing the exploiters themselves. This is a thesis reiterated in the Holy Family. The propertied class and the class of the proletariat present the same human self-estrangement. But the former class feels at ease and strengthened in the self-estrangement. It recognizes estrangement as its own power and has in it the semblance of a human existence. The latter feels annihilated in estrangement. It sees in it its own powerlessness and the reality of an inhuman existence. 41. Although primarily and especially afflicting the worker, who is less than a human being to the bourgeois, and who is exploited and used as mere material, a mere chattel, the processes of impoverishment of social relations and reification invest capitalist society as a whole. People regard each other only as useful objects. 42. No one, not even the bourgeois, is spared. It is not a thesis restricted to the early works. In describing the horror of primitive capitalist accumulation, Capital invites readers to see what the bourgeoisie makes of itself and of the laborer, wherever it can, without restraint, model the world after its own image. 43. The capitalist master is rooted in that alienation process and finds in it his absolute satisfaction, whereas the worker, as its victim, stands from the outset in a relation of rebellion towards it and perceives it as a process of enslavement. Nichtungsprozess, process. 44. Once victory has been obtained, however, the worker's rebellion ends up liberating the capitalist boss himself from alienation. This also applies to individual reforms imposed by the workers' class struggle in bourgeois society. In some respects, the reduction of the working day may prove beneficial for those who do everything in their power to prevent it. Let us read Capital, with suppressed irony, and in very well-weighed words. The factory inspectors hint that the actual law also frees the capitalist from some of the brutality natural to a man who is a mere embodiment of capital, and that it has given him time for a little culture. 45. In other words, if the proletariat has a material interest, as well as an intellectual and moral one, in overthrowing capitalist class rule, individuals and sections of the exploiting class itself could develop an intellectual and moral interest in being rid of the existing order. This is a point stressed above all by Engels, who was himself a capitalist. To be precise, he suggested that the more far-sighted bourgeois could have an interest in the transformation of society that goes beyond the intellectual and moral level proper. Take the consequences in England of the terrible degradation of working-class and popular districts, which were structured like ghettos. Attempts were made to conceal from the eyes of the wealthy men and women of strong stomachs and weak nerves the misery and grime which form the complement of their wealth. But however sophisticated this hypocritical plan, this shameful method of construction, it could not erase the disfigurement of the urban landscape, which remained an eyesore for everyone. 46. Working class and popular districts ghettos were also repugnant when it came to hygiene and hence, were liable to epidemics. With the spread of cholera in Manchester, a universal terror seized the bourgeoisie of the city. People remembered the unwholesome dwellings of the poor, and trembled before the certainty that each of these slums would become a center for the plague, whence it would spread desolation in all directions through the houses of the propertied classes. 47. Although reserving its most serious consequences for the workers massed and confined in factories and unhealthy districts, the logic of capitalist profit wreaked general devastation. This also applied to other aspects of social existence. No one should be indifferent to the polarization of wealth and poverty inherent in bourgeois society. It was the source of the social war, the war of each against all and general insecurity, which placed every man's house in a state of siege. 48. In this case too, the existing social order involved negative consequences for the dominant class itself. But to what extent could individual members of the capitalist bourgeoisie be held responsible? Having drawn attention to the ruinous consequences for the proletariat of the unbridled hunt for profit, premature death, torture of overwork, etc., Capital feels the need to add, looking at things as a whole, all this does not, indeed, depend on the good or ill will of the individual capitalist. Free competition brings out the inherent laws of capitalist production, in the shape of external coercive laws having power over every individual capitalist. 49 While it mainly impacted upon the proletarian, the relation of compulsion between capital and labor did not spare the individual capitalist, likewise subject to a coercive law imposed on him from without. 50 He was but one of the wheels, of the social mechanism. 51 Going yet further, the young Engels wrote that socialism/communism applies the principle of the irresponsibility of the individual when analyzing the modus operandi of the social order. For this very reason, the more the English workers absorb communistic ideas, the more superfluous becomes their present bitterness towards their oppressors as individuals, with a commensurate reduction in the violent charge of the anti-capitalist revolution. 52. For Marx and Engels it was a question of abolishing not only class exploitation in a single country, but also national oppression. And we once again encounter the baseline with which we are already familiar. While they primarily and directly addressed the oppressed, they not only called upon the proletariat of the oppressor country not to make common cause with the privileged classes, but did not even close the door to the most enlightened members of those classes. We shall find the thesis that a people which oppresses another people is not free repeatedly formulated. Like the social war inside a country, a fortiori the latent or open state of war between peoples induces a more or less general state of emergency and hence, a restriction of liberty for the oppressor too. So it is the overwhelming majority of humanity that has an interest in the impending social revolution. The sections and members of the exploiting class and oppressor nation most inclined to theoretical study and moral reflection are invited not to lose sight of the grave practical drawbacks and general human devastation created by the social system, of which they are nevertheless beneficiaries in immediate material terms. Being a communist certainly means appealing to the class struggle waged by the oppressed, internationally, nationally, and within the family. But it also means having developed the capacity to see things in the round. In this sense, the young Engels asserted that communism stands above the strife between bourgeoisie and proletariat and thus was different from purely proletarian Chartism, which contained residues of corporatism. 53. 5. Marx against Nietzsche, and Foucault. Something remarkable has emerged. On the one hand, there is no escaping the class struggle, on the other, it has a tendency to transcend itself, pursuing and realizing objectives liable to be universally welcomed. How is this possible? The authors of the Communist Manifesto evinced an ethos of reason and science throughout their careers. Truth is general, it does not belong to me alone, it belongs to all, it owns me. 54. When he expressed himself thus, in manifestly Hegelian accents, Marx was only 24 years old, but he remained loyal to this view to the end. Capital forcefully asserts that the outward appearance or delusive appearance of a phenomenon does not coincide with its essence, and hence, a prolonged, laborious intellectual engagement was required to achieve science, scientific truth. 55. Has conflict disappeared? That is not the point. The ethos of reason and scientific truth does not prevent Marx from stressing that in bourgeois society science is pressed into the service of capital. The history and critique of the capitalist employment of machinery in capital are precisely the history and critique of the capitalist use of science. 56. In 1854, Engels declared that he sought to respect the principle that military science, like mathematics or geography, has no particular political opinion. 57. Obviously, in saying this, he was not unaware that military science played a key role in the class struggle, be it in wars between opposed capitalist bourgeoisies or civil wars and colonial wars. But those capable of analyzing and evaluating the logic, internal consistency, and efficacy of the various sciences could also condemn their utilization in the service of capitalism and colonialism, or other causes. This is a discourse that does not only hold good for the applied sciences. As is clear from their critique of what I have characterized as court enlightenment, Marx and Engels were perfectly well aware that reason and the light of reason can be employed to justify domination and oppression. However, this can be highlighted and refuted only through a new, more cogent and compelling recourse to reason and the light of reason. In other words, we are dealing with a critique of enlightenment very different from that which has found expression in our day in Hans-Georg Gadamer. He writes, "The fundamental prejudice of the Enlightenment is the prejudice against prejudice itself, which denies tradition its power." 58. In this way Gadamer equates two very different attitudes. Appealing to reason and submitting to its control, Enlightenment prejudice is capable of challenging itself, not so anti-Enlightenment prejudice. Reason can understand what is rational in prejudice and how much prejudice there is in the historically and socially determinate forms taken by reason. Prejudice is incapable of an analogous operation, it refuses to submit itself, and the tradition to which it pertains, to the authority of reason. While for Gadamer everything is affected by prejudice, for Nietzsche everything is profoundly marked by conflict. No cultural expression can claim an even relative and partial autonomy. Take the science of physics, the attempt to discover in nature regularity, law, equality, the alleged conformity of nature to law, goes hand in hand with alleged equality before the law, which governs the judicial order deriving from the fall of the Ancien regime. This is a nice example of ulterior motives, disguising once again the plebeian hostility against everything privileged and aristocratic. Ultimately, to cry "Long live natural law," in the manner of physicists, is merely another way of crying "Ni Dio, Ni Matra," in the manner of anarchists. Indeed, modernity and the reason cherished by it are characterized by resistance to every special claim, special right, and privilege. 59. The interpretation of philosophical and scientific arguments in an anti-aristocratic key is thus not as new as it might first seem. Let us glance at the intellectual tradition behind Marx. It was Kant who noted that rigorous universality, peculiar to reason, precluded any exception. 60. In his turn, Hegel asserted that philosophy, as the science of reason, on account of the universal mode of its being and in accordance with its nature, is a science for everyone. 61. Granted the different, opposite, value judgment, Nietzsche concurred with this thesis. He was not wrong to stress that the syllogism dear to Socrates is apparently merely a formal rule of discourse that does not pursue particular political objectives. In reality, however, inherent in recourse to the syllogism, to logical rational discourse in which all human beings can participate, and which is thereby distinguished from the esoteric, aristocratic revelation of a sapient truth, is the lethal plebeian knife thrust. 62. That is to say, the syllogism, or logical rational discourse, is not politically more pure than sapient discourse. A comparison of these two types of discourse yields the same result as emerged from the contrast between two different types of prejudice, Enlightenment and anti-Enlightenment. Logical rational discourse is capable of refuting itself and understanding what might be valid in another kind of discourse, sapient discourse is incapable of any such operation. Not coincidentally, in order to measure up to Socrates polemically, Nietzsche lapses into a performative contradiction. He seeks to demonstrate the beneficent character of aristocratic privilege by himself resorting to logical argument, which by definition places all interlocutors on the same level and excludes any privilege. Availing himself of logical rational arguments, the champion of aristocratic radicalism in a sense discredits sapient discourse and makes the plebeian knife thrust he condemns in Socrates. If Nietzsche runs into a blatant performative contradiction, how can Marx and Engels combine an ethos of class struggle with an ethos of reason and science? Reason can certainly be employed to justify privilege, domination, and oppression. Yet, as Nietzsche recognizes, inherent in it is the tendency to assert relations of equality, and hence, to delegitimize privilege, domination, and oppression. Emancipatory class struggle and reason have a tendency to converge. In addition, far from being the eternal clash between masters and slaves referred to by Nietzsche and Calhoun, class struggle involves constant developments and mutations. The result of this is what might be defined as processes of objectification. Although manifestly bound up with certain forms of social development, observes Marx, Greek art and epic poetry, still give us aesthetic pleasure and are in certain respects regarded as a standard and unattainable model. 63. The political and social conflicts that inspired these masterpieces are now in the past. Not only does aesthetic enjoyment remain, however, but men and women from the most diverse social backgrounds and political positions partake of it or tend to. A process of objectification has occurred. This does not apply only to art. The Ptolemaic vision of the universe was refuted and defeated during a bitter ideological confrontation. Yet even the heirs of those who condemned Galileo some centuries ago wound up identifying with heliocentrism. What has just been observed of the Ptolemaic system might easily be extended to the so-called donation of Constantine. The alleged testament of the Roman emperor, which legitimized the temporal power of the Catholic Church, is no longer taken seriously even by those most loyal to the Catholic Church. We might argue in similar fashion for the Socratic syllogism and science of physics targeted by Nietzsche. In our day, however aristocratic, and however great its admiration for the philosopher of aristocratic radicalism, a political movement or government may affect an air of superiority towards the plebeianism of the syllogism, but it will find it difficult to banish physical science as anarchical. We might sum up Marx's viewpoint thus: everything is prey to conflict, but not in the same way and, in any event, not in a way that is immutable over time. However, we must go further if we wish to understand the relationship between reason and power established by the champion of aristocratic radicalism, on the one hand, and the theorist of emancipatory class struggle, on the other. Over and above reason, the former sought to challenge the concept of man as such. There is not, and cannot be, a community of the concept and reason because there is not, and cannot be, a human community in the true sense. The condemnation of the plebeianism inherent in logical science, as in physical science, goes hand in hand in Nietzsche with the nominalist deconstruction of the universal concept of man, with a critique of the bloodless abstraction man, that general pale fiction, 64 with affirmation of the thesis that most are no one, and cannot be subsumed under the category of man or the individual, given that they are bearers, tools of transmission, exactly like Aristotle's slaves. 65 The opposite is true for Marx. The ethos of the community of the concept and reason goes hand in hand with the ethos of human community, which is the inspiration for emancipatory class struggle. Those, one thinks particularly of Michel Foucault, who have discovered a more radical critique of domination in Nietzsche than Marx, who supposedly stopped halfway, as demonstrated by his genuflection to reason and science, argue in mistaken and misleading fashion. In reality, in the theorist of aristocratic radicalism, the non-transcendability of conflict through reason ultimately refers to the irreparable naturalistic rift splitting the human community into masters and slaves, successes and failures. Marx and Engels' attitude to the relationship between class struggle and reason proves all the more persuasive if we glance at the history of the political movement inspired by them. In the course of that history, prompted by horror at the carnage of the First World War and the need to break radically with the past, a kind of spontaneous Foucaultianism avant la lettre emerged, which set off in search of power relations to unmask and condemn in any and every context. The result was far from positive. The direct identification of reason with domination encouraged the emergence of a hermeneutic of universal suspicion and greatly compromised the space of intersubjective communication. Ignoring its argumentative basis and logical structure, it interpreted any proposition as an expression of class struggle. Furthermore, the construction of post-capitalist society was rendered even more difficult by a microphysics of power that denounced the advent of new forms of power and domination in the regulation of any relationship or institution, in the judicial order as such. This basically anarchistic attitude created an enormous void, without rules, which could only be filled by direct violence and the indefinite continuation of the direct violence contained in the revolution. 4 Class struggles and struggles for recognition. 1 Redistribution or recognition. Emancipatory class struggle tends to transcend the interests of the exploited and oppressed who engage in it. In view of this, the thesis that income redistribution represented the dominant paradigm for 150 years, until the demise of communism, proves extremely reductive. Has the movement that set out from the Communist Manifesto exclusively, or primarily, raised the banner of redistribution? In fact, From its inception it engaged on all three fronts of emancipatory class struggle, on a platform that certainly includes economic demands, but which goes far beyond them. When founded, the International Working Men's Association declared itself in favor of the liberation of oppressed nations. As to the political and social emancipation of women, with the defeat of their exclusion from political rights and the liberal professions, and with the end of domestic slavery, I shall confine myself to referring to something that speaks volumes. In a preface to Woman and Socialism, August Bebel, interlocutor of Engels and leader of German social democracy, noted that his book, which had been published 30 years earlier, gone through 50 editions and been translated into 15 languages, had begun its triumphant progress thanks to the clandestine distribution undertaken by members of the Socialist Party outlawed by Bismarck. Too, the feminist movement was bound by multiple ties to the labor movement. If we focus on the latter, it is hard to understand its tenacious struggle to abolish censitary discrimination exclusively by reference to the paradigm of redistribution. The latter is likewise of little help when it comes to analyzing the commitment of the International Working Men's Association to the emancipation of African American slaves and Lincoln's war on the slave-holding South. The North's naval blockade of the secessionist South made it impossible to export cotton to Britain, resulting in a serious crisis in the British textile industry, mass redundancies, and reductions in working hours and already meager wages. Even so, Marx pointed to the workers' determination to counter the measures taken by the industrialists, but especially their support for the Union's struggle to put down the slave owners' rebellion, and their mass mobilization to prevent the British government supporting the Confederacy militarily or even diplomatically, as an expression of a mature class consciousness, and celebrated it. On closer inspection, the paradigm of redistribution is unable to even adequately explain working class struggles at the point of production. Along with low wages or hunger, the Communist Manifesto denounces the despotism practiced by the Boss Three, and the chains which the workers are summoned to break at the end of that text are, in the first instance, those of the slavery imposed by bourgeois society, for we are dealing with a struggle demanding liberty inside the factory and outside it. One thinks of the agitation, conducted clandestinely, to abolish the anti-socialist legislation enacted by Bismarck, who was targeted even though he was the initiator of the welfare state. Dissatisfied by the paradigm of redistribution, I happen upon a text by the young Engels, used by Marx as a draft for the Communist Manifesto. Indeed, Principles of Communism, to which I am referring, suggests an alternative paradigm: the slave is sold once and for all, the proletarian has to sell himself by the day and by the hour. Being the property of one master, the individual slave has, since it is in the interest of this master, a guaranteed subsistence, however wretched it may be. The individual proletarian, the property, so to speak, of the whole bourgeois class, whose labor is only bought from him when someone needs it, has no guaranteed existence. The slave is accounted a thing, not a member of civil society. The proletarian is recognized anarchant as a person, as a member of civil society. Thus, the slave may have a better subsistence than the proletarian, but the proletarian belongs to a higher stage of development of society and himself stands at a higher stage than the slave. 5. Applied to the proletarian, the key phrase is recognized as a person. Although prey to an insecurity not experienced by the slave, making survival difficult, the proletarian does not have to endure the total reification of someone regarded and treated as a commodity like all the rest. The relative economic advantages the slave might enjoy count for little or nothing compared with the first, modest, result achieved by the proletarian in his or her struggle for recognition. The liberal tradition interprets class struggle in reductionist and vulgarly economistic terms. Relying on the conceptual couple liberty/equality, it has assigned itself jealous, disinterested love of liberty and branded its opponents as vulgar, envious souls, motivated solely by material interest and the pursuit of economic equality. This is an intellectual tradition that issues in Hannah Arendt, according to whom Marx was the theorist of the abdication of freedom before the dictate of necessity and champion of the view that the aim of revolution was material abundance, not freedom. 6. Concrete commitment to the emancipation of women and oppressed nations, readiness, during the American Civil War, to support the heaviest material sacrifices to help break the chains imposed on African Americans, determination to abolish modern wage slavery along with slavery proper, the daily struggle against the boss's despotism in the factory and Bismarck's legislation suppressing freedoms. All this is forgotten in an interpretation notable more for political and ideological passion. These were the years of the Cold War, than philological and philosophical rigor. 2. A widespread demand for recognition. The summons to comprehensive class struggle issued by Marx and Engels came at a historical moment when the demand for recognition advanced by those who, in one way or another, felt themselves subject to exclusion clauses injurious to their human dignity became ever more widespread. A famous cartoon from the abolitionist campaign portrayed a black slave in chains exclaiming, "Am I not a man and a brother?" It was published by the English journal Punch in 1844, the same year that Marx wrote the economic and philosophical manuscripts, which are profoundly marked by an ethos of humanity and the dignity of man. Lying behind all this was the experience of the black slave revolution on Santo Domingo in the late 18th century, which, in the words of its leader, Toussaint L'Ouverture, invoked the absolute acceptance of the principle that no man, born red, i.e. mulatto, black, or white, can be the property of another. However modest their condition, human beings could not be confused with animals, as happened in the slave system. 7. Even before then, Condorcet had reprehended the fact that the American colonist forgets that the blacks are men, he has no moral relationship with them, for him they are simply objects of profit. 8. And, directly addressing the slaves, the French philosopher wrote as follows: "Dear friends, although I am not the same color as you, I have always regarded you as my brothers. Nature has fashioned you to have the same spirit, the same reason and the same virtues as white men. I am only speaking here of white men in Europe, for when it comes to those in the colonies, I shall not insult you by comparing them with you. Were one to set off in search of a man on the islands of America, he would certainly not be found among those with white flesh." 9. The French philosopher responded to the dehumanization of the black slave by the white owner by excluding the culprit from the human race in principle. As we can see, the controversy revolves around inclusion, or non-inclusion, in the category of man. We are dealing with a struggle for recognition. Engels adopted a not dissimilar attitude when, in 1845, he analyzed and denounced the condition of the working class in England. Addressing English workers, whom he was glad and proud to have frequented, who were degraded to machines and worse slaves than the Negroes in America by existing social relations, Engels exclaimed, "I found you to be men, members of the great and universal family of mankind, who represented the cause of humanity trampled underfoot by capitalists engaged in an indirect trade in human flesh, in a barely disguised slave trade." 10. The attitude adopted by someone about to become Marx's close and inseparable collaborator affords a kind of historical and theoretical balance sheet of the struggle underway, whose protagonists were the subaltern classes. They had long been regarded by the dominant ideology with a contempt that was in a sense racial. An illustrious historian has observed that between 1660 and 1760 there developed in England an attitude towards the new industrial proletariat noticeably harsher than that general in the first half of the 17th century, and which has no modern parallel except in the behavior of the less reputable of white colonists towards colored labor. 11. In reality, this was a phenomenon extending far beyond the spatial and temporal confines just indicated. It is enough to think of Edmund Burke and Emmanuel Joseph Sieyes, who define the wage worker as an instrumentum vocale or bipedal machine. 12. Such oppressive and explicit dehumanization certainly fell into crisis with the French Revolution and the entry of the putative instruments of labor onto the historical stage. But it did not disappear, so that at each step of the class struggle we find the demand for recognition emerging. In June 1790, Marat had a representative of the unfortunates to whom political citizenship was denied argue thus against the aristocracy of the rich: "In your eyes, we are still scum." 13. Excluding the propertyless from political rights, declared Robespierre in April of the same year, men seeking to expel them into a class of helots. No less than the feudal aristocracy, the aristocracy of the rich projected a certain idea of inferiority and contempt onto members of the lower classes. 14 In Paris immediately after the July Revolution, the popular newspapers, indignant at the survival of censitary discrimination and the proscription of trade union coalitions and organization, accused the bourgeois nobles of insisting on regarding workers not as men but as machines, nothing but machines required to produce solely for the needs of their bosses. After the February 1848 revolution, the attainment of political rights by proletarians proved, in their view, that thanks to their struggle they were finally beginning to be elevated to the rank of men. 15. Finally, similar themes and accents echo in the agitation and struggle of women. In one of the very first feminist texts, Wollstonecraft accused the society of her time of regarding and treating women like slaves, who were not allowed to breathe the sharp invigorating air of freedom, or, worse, like gentle, domestic brutes. In fact, the dominant culture went so far as to allude to the female soul like that of animals. 16 However, it was time to restore to women their lost dignity. They must finally be recognized as rational creatures, as a part of the human species. 17 In the same year, 1792, a French feminist, Pierre Manuel, argued in similar fashion, there was a time when human, male society asked itself whether women had a mind. 18 Once again, the demand for recognition emerges from such indignation. Almost a century later, it was the turn of Marx's daughter Eleanor, in her capacity as a militant in both the labor and feminist movements, to denounce the fact that in bourgeois society women, like workers, were denied their rights as human beings. 19 The struggle for recognition was far from over. Hence, the summons issued by Marx and Engels had an enormous echo for a very simple reason: they proved capable of registering and elaborating, theoretically and politically, a very widespread request for recognition. The starting point may be identified in Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit and the dialectic of Lord and Bondsman expounded in it. Over and above explicit references to this text, which must have been profoundly influential in Marx's intellectual formation in particular, its influence makes itself clearly felt terminologically. The economic and philosophical manuscripts stress that, you enter the semblance of recognizing man, Anerkennung des Menschen, political economy, bourgeois society, carries to its logical conclusion the denial of man. 20 The Anerkennung, or recognition, sought by the kind of modern slave represented by the wage worker did not follow the fall of the Ancien regime. The same applies to the other protagonists of class struggles and struggles for recognition. We can now understand the terms in which the manifesto addresses the bourgeoisie, who pose as champions of the person and her or his dignity. By individual you mean no person other than the bourgeois, than the middle class owner of property. 21. 3. Positive humanism and the critique of processes of reification. The various social and national subjects whom we have seen demanding recognition bemoan the fact that they are not fully subsumed under the category of person and human being. This is the context in which to situate the young Marx's indictment of capitalist society. It inflicted severe mutilation on the proletarian, confining and isolating him in the abstract existence of man as a mere workman who may therefore daily fall from his filled void into the absolute void, into his social, and therefore actual, non-existence. 22 The wage worker was forced to sell himself and his humanity, seine Menschheit, reduced to a machine, and treated like a horse. 23 The truth was that political economy knows the worker only as a working animal, as a beast, reduced to the strictest bodily needs. Notwithstanding magniloquent talk about liberty having finally been attained with the fall of the Ancien regime, the social order was characterized by the oppression of a slave class, Sclaven class. 24 The following year, in 1845, Engels expressed himself in similar terms. He too was of the opinion that, along with blacks in the American Deep South, the very workers who were free in theory were subject to de facto slavery. This signified something very precise: bourgeois society publicly proclaimed that proletarians are not human beings, and do not deserve to be treated as such. 25 In any event, the condition they were condemned to was not one in which a man or a whole class of men can think, feel, and live as human beings. Hence, the workers must strive to escape from this brutalizing condition. This was only possible in and through class struggle. The worker can only save his humanity in hatred and rebellion against the bourgeoisie. 26 For the proletarian, fighting against the bourgeoisie ultimately meant fighting for his humanity. 27 Marx and Engels did not as yet know one another, but were already speaking the same language, a language that blends an ethos of humanity with a powerful demand for recognition. We can now understand why the young Marx indicted existing society as a negation of positive humanism, positiver humanismus, and fully developed humanism, voluntater humanismus, of real humanism, realier humanismus. 28 He formulated his revolutionary program articulating the categorical imperative to overthrow all relations in which man is a debased, enslaved, forsaken, despicable being. 29 An end had to be put to a social order where man is under the rule of inhuman conditions and elements and not yet a real species being. 30 In Louis Althusser's view, these formulations are ideologically naive and fortunately were surpassed by the mature Marx, from roughly 1845 onwards, when an epistemological break supposedly occurred and humanist rhetoric, neglectful of the class struggle, was supplanted by historical materialism or, rather, the science of history. This is a reading which, philosophically, commits the error of confusing the struggle for recognition, and for the real subsumption of the slave or semi-slave under the category of man, with an edifying humanism that ignores or represses social conflict. In reality, we have seen the young Engels enjoining the worker to save his humanity in and through rebellion against the bourgeoisie, that is, not with generic, vague moral appeals, but with concrete political action, with a challenge to a specific social system. And the German ideology mocks Max Stirner for his view that the insurgent Negroes of Haiti and the fugitive Negroes of all the colonies wanted to free not themselves but man. 31 Humanism is real insofar as it can identify and realize universality in specific struggles. Taruga, who celebrated the 1848 revolution as most humane in its principles, Engels objected that it was such because these principles have arisen as a result of the glossing over of the most contradictory interests and the conflict between proletariat and bourgeoisie. On the other hand, he repeated, in September of the same year, philanthropical fantasies and sentimental phrases about fraternity served only to wipe the slate clean of the ferocious cruelties committed in Paris by the victors of June and the antagonisms that were continuing to explode. 32 In Marx and Engels, reference to the universal concept of man and the struggle for recognition went hand in glove with a critique of edifying humanism. Althusser's thesis is also unconvincing in more narrowly philological terms. Humanist rhetoric continues to echo strongly in the speech on free trade made by Marx in Brussels in early 1848, which condemned capitalism because it sought to reduce to a minimum the cost of the maintenance of this machine, called workman. 33 In its turn, the Communist Manifesto called for the overthrow of a system that slighted the human dignity of the overwhelming majority of the population. Under attack were socio-economic relations that involved the training to act as a machine of proletarians, who were degraded from childhood into simple articles of commerce and instruments of labor, an appendage of the machine, of capital which is independent and has individuality, while the living person is dependent and has no personality. 34. It is true that, according to Marx's French interpreter, the manifesto pertains to the transitional works, not the fully mature works. 35 Let us now glance at the terms in which, in 1865, value, price and profit criticized the capitalist system. Time is the room of human development. A man who has no free time to dispose of, whose whole lifetime, apart from the mere physical interruptions by sleep, meals, and so forth, is absorbed by his labor for the capitalist, is less than a beast of burden. He is a mere machine for producing foreign wealth, broken in body and brutalist in mind. 36. We are dealing with a system, capital maintained, which does not hesitate to sacrifice young lives that are incapable of self-defense, witness the extensive kidnapping of children, practiced by capitalists in the infancy of the factory system, in workhouses and orphanages, by means of which robbery, unresisting material for exploitation was procured. 37 The human costs of capitalism are terrible. One thinks of the creation of the textile industry in England. The requisite raw material was procured by enclosing, and allocating to pasture, the common land that previously ensured the subsistence of large masses who, now expropriated, were condemned to hunger and desperation, so that, in Thomas More's phrase taken up by Marx, the sheep eat up the very men. 38. This was not a closed chapter of history, involving only the process of formation of capitalism. Even in its mature form, the system was marked by a hunt for profit that involved a Timur Tamerlanish prodigality of human life. 39 Indeed, despite all its niggardliness, capitalist production is altogether too prodigal with its human material, squanders human lives and destroys the life and limbs of laborers. 40 To summarize, capitalism sanctioned the rule of the object over the human. 41 Involved the transformation of workers into labor power machines, Arbeitskraftmaschinen. The conversion even of children, of immature human beings into mere machines for the fabrication of surplus value, without the least concern about the consequent moral degradation and intellectual desolation. 42 Bourgeois society loved to celebrate itself as a very Eden of the innate rights of man, but in it human labor, in fact, mere man, plays a very shabby part. 43 No sooner have we turned from the sphere of circulation to the sphere of production than we observe that, far from being recognized in his dignity as a human being, the wage worker brings his own hide to market and has nothing to expect but a hiding. 44 If, in writing the condition of the working class in England, Engels, as we have seen, denounced the indirect trade in human flesh of which capitalists were guilty, capital draws attention to the traffic in human flesh, similar to that in black slaves, which continued to operate in Britain, the then model country of capitalist development and the liberal tradition. 45. The critique of the dehumanizing processes inherent in capitalism reverberates even more powerfully when Marx refers to the fate of colonial peoples. With the rosy dawn of the era of capitalist production, Africa was turned into a warren for the commercial hunting of blackskins. 46 Let us now turn to Asia and the Dutch colonial empire. Nothing is more characteristic than their system of stealing men, to get slaves for Java, with men stealers Menschenstahler trained for this purpose. 47 Still in the mid-19th century, we find the black slave in the USA so dehumanized by his master as to take the form of mere property like any other, the form of human chattel or black chattel. 48 So consummate was this reduction to the status of commodity that some states specialized in the breeding of blacks, Negerzucht, or a concept that Marx repeats in English in breeding of slaves. 49 Renouncing traditional export articles, these states raised slaves as export commodities. 50 Furthermore, the law on the return of fugitive slaves sanctioned the transformation of northern citizens into slave catchers. 51 Domestic human livestock was thus transformed into game, in a further escalation of the process of dehumanization. As we can see, even in the mature writings there is a recurrence of the critical theme that reproves bourgeois society for reducing the overwhelming majority of humanity to machines, instruments of labor, commodities which can be calmly squandered, to articles of commerce and export articles, to chattels, to livestock to be raised, or game to be hunted, or hides to be tanned. Denunciation of the anti-humanism of the capitalist system did not, and could not, disappear because it was at the very heart of Marx's thought. His repeated comparison between modern slavery and ancient slavery, wage slavery and colonial slavery, signifies the permanence in capitalism of the refeeing process that manifests itself in all its crudity in connection with the slave proper. Scientific analysis and moral condemnation are intimately linked, and this alone can explain the appeal to revolution. However faithful and pitiless, the description of existing society cannot in and of itself stimulate action to overthrow it, except via the mediation of moral condemnation, and such condemnation resounds all the more powerfully because the socio-political order analyzed and indicted turns out to be responsible not merely, or not so much, for individual injustices, but for non-recognition of the human dignity of a whole social class and colonial peoples in their entirety, in other words. Ultimately, the great majority of humanity. On this basis, the creation of a new order is experienced as a categorical imperative, in the early and mature works alike. If the theses on Feuerbach conclude by criticizing philosophers who are incapable of changing a world where human beings are crushed and humiliated, Capital is a critique of political economy as indicated by the subtitle in moral terms as well. The political economist is criticized not only for his theoretical errors but also for his stoical peace of mind, his incapacity for moral indignation at the tragedies inflicted by bourgeois society. 52. This is the context in which to situate the denunciation of the Pharisees of political economy. 53. In short, it is difficult to imagine a text more charged with moral indignation than Volume 1 of Capital. The continuity in Marx's development is clear, and what Althusser described as an epistemological break is simply the transition to a discourse in which moral condemnation of the reifying processes inherent in bourgeois society, and of its anti-humanism, is expressed more concisely and elliptically. It is true that the French philosopher concedes the possibility of a revolutionary humanism. 54. But he is very hesitant on this point and thereby precludes understanding class struggles as struggles for recognition. The class struggle waged by slaves, and by colonial peoples or peoples of colonial origins, who represent the social subject prey to the most explicit, radical dehumanization, is a struggle for recognition. The class struggle waged by the proletarians of the capitalist metropolis, themselves long equated by the dominant ideology with instruments of labor or bipedal machines, is a struggle for recognition. The class struggle that sees women engaged in challenging, undermining, or abolishing the domestic slavery to which the patriarchal family subjects them, is a struggle for recognition. The inadequate, misleading character of the purely economistic reading of Marx's theory of conflict is now clear. What is at stake in class struggle? Subjugated peoples, the proletariat, and subaltern classes, women enduring domestic slavery. These very different subjects can advance the most varied demands: national liberation, abolition of slavery proper and the conquest of the most basic forms of freedom, better living and working conditions, the transformation of property and production relations, an end to domestic segregation. Just as its subjects vary, so does the content of class struggle. However, we can identify a lowest common denominator. On the economico-political level, it comprises the objective of altering the division of labor, internationally, inside the factory or family. On the politico-moral level, that of overcoming the dehumanizing and reifying processes which characterize capitalist society, the objective of achieving recognition. For the contractual paradigm and justification of the existing order. The presence of the paradigm of the struggle for recognition, Hegelian in origin, is tangible. The other philosophical paradigms in circulation proved to be exhausted and inadequate given the contours of socio-political conflict in those years. To popular demands for the right to life and dignified human existence, the ruling classes replied as follows: however low the level of wages, they are the fruit of a freely negotiated contract. As for the unemployed and invalids, no contract requires them to be afforded aid, and to claim or invoke it exhibits the mentality of a slave, who expects subsistence from his master, not a free man, who knows how to take responsibility for his free choices and their consequences. 55. In 1845, having underscored that in the factory the capitalist posed as absolute lawgiver, and an arbitrary one, Engels referred to the argument with which the justice of the peace, who is a bourgeois himself, recommended resignation and obedience to the worker. While you were your own master, no one forced you to agree to such a contract if you did not wish to, but now, when you have freely entered into it, you must be bound by it. 56. At the heart of Capital is precisely the critique of the contractual paradigm. The isolated laborer, the laborer as free vendor of his labor power, when capitalist production has once attained a certain stage, succumbs without any power of resistance. 57. That is why Marx regarded legal regulation of working hours as a measure to prevent workers from selling themselves as slaves in a voluntary contract with capital. See Chap 2, Sec 7. The tendentially slave-like logic of the contract could be checked only by class struggle, trade union action, and working class politics, and state intervention demanded by the working class. On the other side, capitalists condemned attempts to regulate working hours and practices as a violation of freedom of contract, whether hailing from above, via industrial relations legislation, or below, via trade union action. Indeed, reference to contract and the free, unimpeded operation of the labor market also served to justify the proscription of coalitions and trade union organization enlarged monopolies, in Adam Smith's definition, 58, which illegitimately prevented free, individual contracting of the terms of labor. From Burke's viewpoint, the only contract that could be regarded as genuinely free and valid was one made in the absence of any combination or collusion, the allusion to, and support for, the Combination Acts, which outlawed and penalized working-class coalitions, is manifest, 59. This was a highly dynamic ideology. Passed in the USA in 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act was especially, and very effectively, deployed against workers guilty of combining in union monopolies disrespectful of individual initiative and liberty. By contrast, contracts whereby, on being hired, workers and employees pledged, were compelled to pledge, not to join any trade union organization, were long regarded as perfectly legal. From the standpoint of legislators and the dominant ideology, the clauses of the contract respected the rules of the market and individual liberty. 60. To confirm its unsuitability for the emancipatory struggle of the working class, let us glance at the history of the contractualist paradigm. Hugo Grotius employed it to explain and justify the institution of slavery. A prisoner of war at the victor's mercy, or a poor wretch on the point of dying of starvation, was committed to serving his master unremittingly, by virtue of an implicit or explicit contract. Both were guaranteed subsistence in exchange. Reference to the contract served to legitimate slavery. In a theorist of contractualism like John Locke, we read that the plantation owners in the West Indies owned slaves or horses on the basis of legal purchase, that is, by bargain or money. 61. In the mid-19th century, the slave owners in the American South argued in the same way, something to which Marx indignantly drew attention in Capital: the slave owner buys his laborer as he buys his horse. 62. In accordance with a legal contract. In addition to legitimizing slavery in the strict sense, the contractualist paradigm was invoked to counter the struggle against more or less servile labor relations. In France, CIs proposed to transform the slavery of need, afflicting the poor and miserable, into a servile engagement, engage and serve, into a legally sanctioned slavery, in accordance with the model adopted in America for white indentured servants, who were in fact semi-slaves, often subject to purchase and sale, like black slaves. It might be objected that the servant loses part of his liberty. But CIs had a ready reply: it is more accurate to say that, when the contract is drawn up, far from being impeded in his liberty, he exercises it in the way that best suits him. Any agreement is an exchange whereby each likes what he receives more than what he surrenders. It was true that, for the duration of the contract, the servant could not exercise the liberty ceded by him. But it was a general rule that the liberty of an individual never extends to the point of harming others. 63. Historically, the French author ended up being right in a way. Following the abolition of slavery in the colonies, Britain was concerned to replace the blacks, ensuring a flow of indentured servants from Africa and Asia, hence, the Indian and Chinese coolies, subject to a slavery or semi-slavery that was legitimate and adulterated by a contract. As we can see, the idea of the contract can be invoked, and historically has been, to legitimize very different social relations, including those destructive of liberty. Attempts have been made to remedy such formalism by underlining that not everything can be subject to contract or sale and purchase. In Kant's words, any pact of servile submission is in and of itself null and void. A man can only lease out his own labor, and only do so in adhering to the imprescriptible duty to safeguard his own human determination with respect to the human race. Hence, more or less mask slavery or semi-slavery was precluded, like any social relation that degrades humanity. The personality is not alienable, and hence, a social relation in which the servant is a thing, not a person, est res, non persona, was inadmissible. 64 Accordingly, states Hegel's philosophy of right in its turn, Tycho's goods, or rather substantial determinations, which constitute my own distinct personality and the universal essence of my self-consciousness, are inalienable. 65. In his argument against the economic liberals of the time, Th. Green, a left Hegelian, drew on this tradition and lesson in Britain in the second half of the 19th century. 66 They condemned state regulation of working hours in factories, and of female and juvenile labor, in the name of freedom of contract, freedom construed exclusively as non-interference in the private sphere by political power. Green was fully aware of this ideological campaign, which witnessed successive interventions by Herbert Spencer, Lord Acton, and others. The most pressing political questions of our time are questions of which the settlement, I do not say necessarily involves an interference with freedom of contract, but is sure to be resisted in the sacred name of individual liberty. Green objected to the liberal ideologues of his time as follows: we condemn slavery no less when it arises out of a voluntary agreement on the part of the enslaved person. A contract by which anyone agreed for a certain consideration to become the slave of another we should reckon a void contract. Here, then, is a limitation upon freedom of contract which we all recognize as rightful. No contract is valid in which human persons, willingly or unwillingly, are dealt with as commodities. 67. The argument previously used to refute contractualist justifications of slavery, and more or less servile labor relations, was now employed to challenge the most odious aspects of what, in Marx and Engels' view, amounted to present enslavement. However, what might be characterized as the dual formalism of the contractualist paradigm was not thereby overcome. In fact, it was further confirmed. The contract invoked can comprise and legitimize the most diverse and conflicting contents, bearing the stamp of freedom or of serfdom. Above all, it is not clear who the contracting parties are. For centuries the market in the liberal West involved the presence of chattel slavery. In the past, the ancestors of today's black citizens were commodities to be bought and sold, not autonomous consumers. They were the objects, not the subjects, of purchase contracts. On the other hand, insistence on the existence of inalienable goods, or determinations, which the individual cannot renounce even should she wish to, insistence on the existence of goods, or determinations, that cannot in any circumstances be subject to purchase and contract, because they are inseparable from the nature or dignity of human beings. All this signals the transition from the contractualist paradigm to the natural law paradigm. 5. The shortcomings of the natural law paradigm. Nor was the natural law paradigm equipped to further the emancipatory class struggles theorized by Marx and Engels. It betrayed its problematic and inadequate character as early as its triumph, when it inspired the Declaration of the Independence of the United States of America in 1776 and, 13 years later, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen in France. The first of these solemn documents proclaimed that all men are created equal and were the bearers of unalienable rights. With even greater eloquence, the second paid tribute to the natural, inalienable, and sacred rights of man and affirmed that neglect and scorn for the rights of man are the sole cause of public calamities and the corruption of rulers. But this did not prevent slavery from flourishing in the USA, where the post of president was held by slave owners for 32 of the country's first 36 years of existence, and in France's colonies. A violent crisis erupted over slavery in the French colony of Santo Domingo as early as 1791, and the years of Marx and Engels' intellectual formation saw the civil war that eventually erupted in the USA brewing. In both cases, the problem was the same: were blacks to be counted among the bearers of natural, inalienable rights? The answer was far from self-evident. Grotius, who employed the contractualist paradigm, but who in general is rightly regarded as the father of natural law theory, had no difficulty in justifying the institution of slavery. Although resorting to the natural law paradigm, the principal authors of the Declaration of Independence and the 1787 U.S. Constitution were Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, respectively, both of them slave owners. The verdict of Engels anti-Düring is readily intelligible. The American Constitution, the first to recognize the rights of man, in the same breath confirms the slavery of the colored races existing in America. 68. What happened in France is especially significant. A particular opponent of the Declaration of the Rights of Man was Pierre Victor Malouet, a plantation and slave owner subsequently in the forefront, with the Massiac Club, of the struggle against abolitionist plans. When he spoke in the National Assembly on August 2, 1789, he cautioned against the incendiary impact that the discourse of the rights of man might have on the immense multitude of propertyless men, engaged as they were in an arduous struggle for subsistence and inclined to be angered by the spectacle of luxury and opulence. 69. No reference was made to slaves. In other words, for Malouet, black slaves could unquestionably not be included among the bearers of the rights of man. There was a danger that such rights would be invoked by the Menu people of Paris, not the human livestock of Santo Domingo. What sparked the second serious critical moment for the natural law paradigm was the feminist movement, which began to take shape in France in wake of the overthrow of the Ancien regime. Declining in the feminine the rights of man and the citizen proclaimed by the French Revolution, Olympe de Gouges elaborated her Declaration of the Rights of Woman and the Female Citizen in 1791, the same year as the black slave revolt on Santo Domingo. Once again, we are referred to a problem with which we are familiar: is woman to be included among the bearers of natural, inalienable rights? Here too the answer was far from self-evident, as demonstrated by the tragic fate of Gouges, who was guillotined in 1793, at a time when a convinced supporter of the natural law paradigm Robespierre was in power. By contrast, the Jacobin leader had no difficulty in appealing to this paradigm when, even before sanctioning the abolition of black slavery, he proclaimed the political rights of men of color and demanded respect for the rights of humanity in their case. 270. Over and above this exemplary sequence of events, in the liberal tradition the exclusion of women, along with children and minors, from political rights was long regarded as obvious. Both cases involved calmly registering a lack of the maturity required to participate in political life. In Marx and Engels' view, this confirmed that the appeal to natural, inalienable rights in the natural law tradition was not a suitable instrument for genuinely challenging black slavery, wage slavery, or female domestic slavery, and supersession of the view of its victims as mere instruments of production. Finally, the third moment in the crisis of the natural law model comprises the labor movement's entry onto the stage of history. Marx dwelt at some length on the French law of June 1791 that outlawed workers' coalitions as an attack on liberty and the Declaration of the Rights of Man. The proposer, Isaac R.G. Le Chapelier, acknowledged that workers in effect found themselves in a state of absolute dependence due to the want of the necessities of life, which amounts to slavery. Yet, he considered the protection of a right of man, which the nascent trade unions sought to obstruct, to be the priority. 71. What emerges ever more clearly is what the natural law banner was raised for by the opposing parties and classes. The popular masses demanded the right to existence, defined by Robespierre as the first of the imprescriptible rights of man. 72. It should be guaranteed by the intervention of political power in existing property relations. However, such intervention was immediately branded as an intolerable violation of the natural right to peaceful enjoyment of property by the affluent classes. On the basis of this final position, we can understand the balance sheet drawn up by the Holy Family. The recognition of the rights of man by the modern state has no other meaning than the recognition of slavery by the state of antiquity had. 73. Or, to cite on the Jewish question, the practical application of man's right to liberty is man's right to private property, and this in turn was the right of man to enjoy his property and to dispose of it at his discretion, without regard to other men, example the slaves or semi-slaves whose existence Le Chapelier himself was compelled to note. 74. Like the contractualist paradigm, the natural law paradigm suffers from a dual formalism. The category of rights of man can subsume different conflicting contents: the right of the property owner to enjoy and dispose of his property at will, or, on the contrary, the right to a dignified life or existence, to be realized through the intervention of political power in existing property relations, that is, by means of intervention which is a patent violation of the rights of man in the property owner's eyes. But the more serious formalism is the second one, which concerns the figure of the bearer of the rights of man, which social subjects are really encompassed by this figure. Locke, a foremost representative of contractualism, raised no objection to the figure of the black slave, who thus is the object, not the subject, of the contract. Grotius, father of natural law theory, likewise did not challenge the figure of the black slave, who thus is not included among the bearers of inalienable rights, in fact, can be the object of the inalienable right to property and the untrammeled enjoyment of property by free citizens. An example from history serves to illustrate the problem. In the USA, recently, created in the wake of a rebellion fueled by ideological motifs derived from contractualism and natural law theory, Virginia and other states rewarded veterans of the War of Independence with land and black slaves. 75. Not being a signatory to the contract or the bearer of inalienable rights, the slave aspiring to freedom could not appeal either to contractualism or natural law. In other words, both paradigms wrongly take the main thing for granted, take as read what is in fact the result of a protracted struggle, sometimes so bitter as to take the form of armed struggle. This presupposition is the recognition that occurs between the signatories of the contract or the bearers of inalienable rights, more precisely, between those who mutually recognize one another as signatories of the contract or bearers of inalienable rights. 6. Hegel, Marx, and the paradigm of the struggle for recognition. Hence, we must base ourselves on the struggle for recognition. If we confine ourselves to the capitalist metropolis, the proletarian struggle promoted by Marx and Engels goes far beyond the existing distribution of income, targeting the dehumanizing processes constitutive of capitalist society. Moreover, it is not possible to make a clear distinction between the struggle for redistribution and the struggle for recognition. A man who risks dying of starvation, observes Hegel in Elements of the Philosophy of Right, is reduced to a condition of forfeiting all his rights. 76. A condition, in other words, which is akin to the slave's, and what defines the figure of the slave is non-subsumption under the universal concept of man, non-recognition as a man. But is Hegel's influence on Marx and Engels clearly documented? Paradoxically, the presence of the Hegelian paradigm of the struggle for recognition manifests itself with particular clarity in connection with the relationship not between empirical individuals, but between peoples in connection, that is, with a context which Hegel did not explicitly consider when he developed his analysis of the struggle for recognition. We shall see that on several occasions Marx and Engels asserted that a nation cannot be free and at the same time oppress other nations. We are immediately reminded of the phenomenology of spirit, which summarizes the result of the dialectic of lord and bondsman thus: they recognize themselves as mutually recognizing one another. Or, in the words of the Encyclopedia, 431z, I am truly free only when the other is free as well and is recognized as free by me. 77. To appreciate the salience in Marx of the theme of the struggle for recognition, we must bear in mind that it is elaborated in Hegel in two different terminologies. We have already encountered the first. We must now examine the second, which is more elliptical and starts out from an important distinction formulated in the science of logic. It is necessary to distinguish between simple negative judgment, which negates a specific, limited predicate of a subject, this rose is not red, and negative infinite judgment, which, instead of an individual predicate or predicates, negates the subject as such, this is not a rose. In other words, while the negative infinite judgment negates the genus, the rose as such, the simple negative judgment only negates the species, the specific determination, the red color of the rose. The logical distinction can also be of help when it comes to analyzing social relations. Civil litigation, which occurs, for example, during a dispute between the inheritors of a particular property, is one thing, stresses Hegel. The person who goes to law because she has suffered a wrong is the victim of a simple negative judgment. What has been violated is only this particular right, not right as such, not the judicial capacity of a determinate person. Criminal law, which is the sphere of the application of negative infinite judgment, is very different. Crime in the strict sense also negates the universal, the judicial capacity of the victim, who is not recognized as a rights-bearing subject and, ultimately, is not included in the category of man. The genus negated in the negative infinite judgment represented by crime is the genus man, while in the simple negative judgment of civil litigation what is called into question is the species, the specific determination on the basis of which a person is recognized as the owner of a determinate property. Not including the victim in the genus man, crime cancels recognition of the other. In Hegel's view, an infinite negative judgment is pronounced on the slave, an infinite negative judgment in all its plenitude, in an infinity that is wholly adequate to the concept. The negation of recognition has reached its apex. That is why slavery may be regarded as the absolute crime, a crime which is in a sense even worse than murder. In the latter instance, the negation of recognition and of the universal concept of man, although it has a fatal result, is nevertheless consummated in an instant. By contrast, slavery represents a negation of recognition and a reification that become an uninterrupted daily practice. In his turn, the hungry man who risks starving to death, and who is reduced to a condition of total lack of rights can be compared to the slave. He too suffers an infinite negative judgment, which cancels his recognition or renders it impossible. This is not a question of isolated or individual cases. Against the mass of those who live in conditions of extreme destitution is pronounced the negative infinite judgment of crime. Ultimately, they are no longer recognized as rights-bearing subjects, are no longer recognized as human beings. 78. Hegel himself juxtaposes the two terminologies. Having observed that an awareness that slavery is absolutely contrary to right is the mandatory starting point for a correct orientation in the debate on slavery, Elements of the Philosophy of Right refers to the pages on the struggle for recognition in the Phenomenology and the Encyclopedia on the one hand, while on the other it stresses that the institution of slavery is in contradiction with the concept of the human being as spirit and the ineligibility of the human being in and for himself for slavery. 79. The ethos of the universal concept of man and the struggle for recognition blend into one. Both these terminologies occur in the young Marx. Let us first look at on the Jewish question, which criticizes bourgeois civil society in these terms. In it the individual regards other men as a means, but in so doing degrades himself into a means. 80. We already know how Hegel's Encyclopedia describes the struggle for recognition. I am truly free only when the other is free as well and is recognized as free by me. In the words of the young Marx, I cease to be a means, and am recognized as a man and a free man, only when I refuse to degrade other men to a simple means. The thesis, stated many times by Marx and Engels, that the alienation and reification imposed on the proletariat by the bourgeoisie end up investing the dominant class itself, can be situated in the same context, see Chap 3, Sect 4. It is the viewpoint of the Holy Family, which also employs the second type of terminology, when it identifies the watchword of Egalite as the French expression for the unity of human essence, Menschliche Wesenseinheit, for man's consciousness of his species and his attitude towards his species, Gattungsbewusstsein und Gattungsverhalten, for the practical identity of man with man, i.e., for the social or human relation of man to man. 81. Celebration of the human race and its unity is tantamount to condemnation of the non-recognition suffered by a huge mass of human beings in bourgeois society. The basic thing about the paradigm of recognition, then, is this: it does not take for granted the subject from which the paradigms of the contract and rights of man start out uncritically, as if it were an immediate, incontrovertible datum. And the same might be said of the paradigms of praxis and communicative action favored by Arendt and Habermas, respectively. There too the main thing is ignored, determination of the subject regarded as signatory to the contract or bearer of human rights, or participant in praxis or communicative action, has been at the center of centuries-long struggles against exclusion clauses aimed at colonial peoples, subaltern classes, and women. The cancellation of the exclusion clauses is the result of a painful historical process and a protracted struggle for recognition. Social conflict is at the same time a struggle for recognition. The general theory of social conflict is at the same time a general theory of the struggle for recognition. 7. The struggle for recognition and the conquest of self-esteem. Nevertheless, the Hegelian model undergoes some alteration. In Marx and Engels' view, wage slaves take the first step in the struggle for recognition by forging relations with one another. Nietzsche and Bentham respectively refer to the proletariat and subaltern classes as a barbaric caste of slaves and a tribe of savages. The victims of the capitalist system begin to shake off the sense of culpability, and consequent lack of self-esteem, with which the dominant ideology saddles them, when, overcoming isolation, they engage in a joint struggle and in building organizations to foster it. Regardless of subsequent developments, this merger is a result of decisive importance. Coming into contact with one another, the members of a class that is not only oppressed, but also, stresses Engels, calumniated, begin to get to know themselves and to shake off the denigration and self-denigration impressed on them by the dominant class. 82 At this point, repeats the young Marx of the economic and philosophical manuscripts, there emerges a new need, the need for society, so that association, society, and conversation become an end in themselves. 83 In the words of The Poverty of Philosophy, the maintenance of association becomes even more necessary to the workers than that of wages. It is so true that English economists are amazed to see the workers sacrifice a good part of their wages in favor of associations, which, in the eyes of these economists, are established solely in favor of wages. 84 Wage demands have become less important than trade union combination or the workers' political party, and not only because the latter confer regularity and strategic depth on the struggle for wages. Combination as such is an initial major victory won by the workers. Organization of the struggle and the struggle itself then intervene to consolidate it. Many years later, in two letters to Edouard Bernstein and Laurent Lafargue, dated 22 and August 29, 1889 respectively, Engels referred to a strike organized by casual workers on the London docks and explained the reasons for his enthusiasm. Hitherto the East End had been in a state of poverty-stricken stagnation, its hallmark being the apathy of men whose spirit had been broken by hunger, and who had abandoned all hope. Anyone who found himself there was lost, physically and morally. Because of the lack of organization and the passively vegetable existence of the real East End workers, the lumpen proletariat has hitherto had last say there, purporting, and indeed being held, to be the prototype and representative of the million starvelings in the East End. Now, following this gigantic strike of the most demoralized elements of the lot, everything had changed. They are, as you know, the most miserable of all the miserables of the East End, the broken down ones of all trades, the lowest stratum above the lumpen proletariat. That these poor famished broken down creatures who bodily fight amongst each other every morning for admission to work, should organize for resistance, turn out 49 to 50,000 strong, draw after them into the strike all and every trade of the East End in any way connected with shipping, hold out above a week, and terrify the wealthy and powerful dock companies, that is a revival I am proud to have lived to see. 85. First the coming together of the members of the oppressed and calumniated class, and then their organization for class struggle and the actual class struggle. These preliminary moves altered the picture radically. Poverty was far from having disappeared and material living conditions had not yet improved. But the barbarians and savages had ceased to be such, because they had mutually recognized one another as members of an exploited and oppressed class, called upon to achieve its emancipation through struggle. 8. The struggle for recognition, from individuals to peoples. A second alteration occurs in the paradigm of the struggle for recognition. Its presence in Marx and Engels emerges with particular clarity in connection with the relations between peoples. We thus witness an extension of the paradigm and its application in a context not explicitly considered by Hegel. In terms of the paradigm of the struggle for recognition, the individual is genuinely free only when he or she recognizes and respects the other as a free individual. The same consideration is reiterated by Engels as regards the relations between peoples. In later 1847, during a London demonstration of solidarity with Poland, he proclaimed, "A nation cannot become free and at the same time continue to oppress other nations. The liberation of Germany cannot therefore take place without the liberation of Poland from German oppression." 86. A few months after the outbreak of the revolution, Engels called upon Germany to put an end both to the oppression it suffered at the hands of absolutist monarchy and the Ancien regime and to the oppression that it inflicted on Poland in particular. Germany will liberate herself to the extent to which she sets free neighboring nations. 87. This was not simply an appeal to the German people not to let themselves be engulfed by chauvinism, but to identify their own cause with that of the Polish people. It was also intended to have an analytical significance, as emerges from the position adopted by Marx and Engels in 1875 during another solidarity demonstration with Poland. No one can enslave a people with impunity. The consequences for Prussia-Germany, one of the three protagonists in the partitioning of the unhappy country, were manifest. We have enemies everywhere, we have encumbered ourselves with debts and taxes in order to maintain countless masses of soldiers who must also serve to suppress the German workers. 88. The dialectic also manifested itself in other geographical areas and political contexts. In 1869, Engels observed that Irish history shows what a misfortune it is for one nation to subjugate another. 89. Such is also the recurrent guiding thread of Marx's analysis of the Irish question. The British working class's inability to solidarize with an oppressed people reinforced the rule of the aristocracy and bourgeoisie at home as well. A New York people that oppresses another people forges its own chains. The enslavement of Ireland prevented the emancipation of the English working class, and the big standing army on hand to control and silence the rebel island also impacted on the proletariat of the dominant nation and, in fact, on British society as a whole. 90. Finally, the dialectic we are referring is graphically illustrated in a famous page of Capital. Originating in the East, opium found its way into London and other industrial cities. It served to deaden the hunger pangs of working-class families, to stifle the cries of famished children, and sometimes even became an instrument of ill-disguised infanticide. Infants shrunk up into little old men or wizened like little monkeys. Taking these horrific details from official reports, Marx comments, "We here see how India and China avenged themselves on England." 91. By virtue of a kind of lex talionis, non-recognition of the Chinese people ends up having consequences for the country that is the protagonist of colonial oppression and the Opium Wars. On closer examination, the history of the West as a whole can be interpreted in the light of the principle that a people which oppresses another people is not free. In the 20th century, the totalitarian domination and genocidal practices running from top to bottom of the colonial tradition erupted in the very continent where this historical sequence started, in the wake of Hitler's attempt to build a continental empire in Eastern Europe, subjugating, decimating and enslaving the natives who inhabited it. 5. Overcoming binary logic, a difficult, unfinished process. 1. Mutilation of the class struggle. In its most mature formulation, the theory of class struggles takes the form of a general theory of social conflict and theoretically reflects, whilst at the same time encouraging a multiplicity of struggles for recognition. But it is not easy to attain this vantage point and retain it. Not infrequently, figures and movements engaged on one front do not attend to other fronts or even regard them with disdain. While he had a powerful sense of the social question, Proudhon branded the incipient feminist movement as sheerly synonymous with pornocracy, and showed no sympathy for oppressed nations aspiring to shake off the yoke of Tsarist autocracy. He was unable to understand the tangled skein of class contradictions. The proletarian exploited by the bourgeoisie might be a participant in the first-class oppression affecting woman, the Polish noble who oppressed his own serfs might be involved in the struggle against national oppression. Proudhon took a very narrow view of the class struggle ranging the subaltern classes against privilege and the ruling power in France. In his eyes, the protagonist of the coup d'état of December 1851 was not the inheritor, however contradictory, of the June 1848 massacre of Parisian workers, was not the one who, on the basis of the bourgeoisie's desire to unsheath the sword against the insurgent proletariat, ended up unsheathing it against French society as a whole, including the bourgeoisie, see Chap 9, Sect 2. Far from sharing Marx's interpretation, Proudhon at times seemed fascinated by Louis Bonaparte, to the extent that immediately after the coup he wrote to a friend and noted in his diary, "I have reason to believe that I am regarded very favorably at the Élysée. On this date, I reckon to raise the banner of the Social Republic once again, in from 2 to 3 months, neither more nor less. This is a magnificent opportunity and success is almost certain. It is said that the Élysée has more than once expressed a desire to address me, and that great pains have been taken to dissuade it too. Marx's verdict was bitter. He denounced Proudhon's two basenesses, that is, H's work on the coup d'état, in which he flirts with Louis Bonaparte and, in fact, strives to make him palatable to the French workers, and his last work, written against Poland, in which for the greater glory of the Tsar he expresses moronic cynicism. 3. In any event, the French author, who had the merit of challenging bourgeois private property, performed an anti-educative role, preaching or recommending to the working class abstention from the political movement, from the struggle against Bonapartism at home and national oppression abroad, as well as from the struggle for women's emancipation. 4. The binary interpretation of social conflict, which perceives only one contradiction, opposing rich and poor, does not make it possible to understand emancipatory movements, whose social basis is not formed exclusively of poor people. Concentration on the social question in France turns into a prison stamped by insular corporatism. While Proudhon harbored illusions about Louis Bonaparte, Lassalle cultivated them in Bismarck, whom he hoped to win to his cause. In arguing against the view of the state as a night watchman of property and public order indifferent to the desperate condition of the working class, Lassalle primarily or exclusively targeted the liberal bourgeoisie. 5. Marx was not wrong to reprove him for pursuing an alliance with absolutist and feudal opponents against the bourgeoisie. 6. Flirting with someone who later promulgated ruthless anti-socialist, and anti-working class, laws. We may repeat what has already been said in connection with Proudhon. In the case of this great intellectual and charismatic agitator, commitment to the social question, more precisely, the attempt to extract gracious concessions from the existing government in the direction of a welfare state, went hand in hand with neglect of other fronts in the class struggle and a narrowly economistic view of working class struggle itself. As we shall soon see, Lassalle did not understand the historical importance of the struggle for the abolition of black slavery in the USA. As regards France, he gave vent to odd declarations on Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état. Having attained power, the latter had proceeded to abolish censitary discrimination, already liquidated by the February 1848 revolution, but reintroduced by the liberal bourgeoisie with the law of May 30, 1850. In the circumstances of Bonapartist dictatorship, the return to universal, male, suffrage simply meant that the poorest popular masses could participate in plebiscitary acclamation of the leader. Lassalle did not argue thus. For him, Louis Bonaparte had overthrown not the Republic, but only the bourgeois Republic, which sought to impress the seal of the bourgeoisie, of the rule of capital, on the Republican state. 7. Similar trends to those observed in France and Germany also emerged in other countries. Engels criticized those Russian intellectuals and circles who liked to positively contrast their country, where communal property forms persisted, with France and Britain, where bourgeois private property and capitalist social polarization were now ubiquitous. There was a current of thought that argued as follows: the introduction of a better order of things is greatly hindered in Western Europe by the boundless extension of the rights of the individual. In the West the individual is used to unlimited private rights. In the West, a better system of economic relations is bound up with sacrifices, and that is why it is difficult to establish. 8. The view was not foreign to Alexander Herzen. For him there may be a political question for Russia, but the social question is already solved as far as Russia is concerned. 9. We are confronted with a populist current which, Engels observed, liked to describe the Russian peasants as the true vehicles of socialism, as born communists, in contrast to the workers of the aging, decayed European West, who would first have to go through the ordeal of acquiring socialism artificially. Subsequently, from Herzen the knowledge came to Bakunin, and from Bakunin to Mr. Tikashev that the Russian people were instinctively, traditionally communist. 10. The underestimation of the task of abolishing an ancien regime notable for its oppression of nations and women, as well as the working class, was patent. Once again, the class struggle is heavily mutilated and, even when it comes to engagement on behalf of the subaltern classes, what remains is trifling. 2. Imperial socialism. Mutilation of class struggle can take another form, closing one's eyes to the fate visited by capitalism on colonial peoples or peoples of colonial origin. From the outset, calling attention to the millions of workers forced to die in India, to allow capitalists to make modest concessions to British workers, Marx underlined the connection between the colonial question and the social question in the capitalist metropolis, see Chap 2, Sect 3. This was a demanding intellectual perspective. In sharp contrast to Proudhon, Fourier was a champion of the cause of women's emancipation. But it happened that, in the very years when Marx and Engels were expressing their hopes in the proletariat as the agency of universal emancipation with youthful hyperbole, followers of Fourier, and Saint-Simon, planned to construct communities of a more or less socialist kind in Algeria, on land taken from the Arabs in a brutal, sometimes genocidal war. 11. Later, utopian socialism mostly viewed the abolitionist movement with condescension or suspicion. After the February 1848 revolution, Victor Schœlcher and the new government proceeded to the definitive abolition of black slavery in French colonies, almost half a century after it had been reintroduced by Napoleon, who had thereby cancelled the results of the Black Revolution on Santo Domingo led by Toussaint L'Ouverture and the laws emancipating blacks enacted by the Jacobin Convention. However, Étienne Cabet, an eminent representative of French utopian socialism, criticized Schœlcher for focusing on a narrow objective, the emancipation of black slaves, rather than committing himself to the universal emancipation of labor. 12. On the outbreak of the Civil War in the USA, La Salle argued similarly, judging at least from a letter to Engels of July 30, 1862, in which Marx criticized the antiquated, moldering speculative rubbish of La Salle, for whom the gigantic clash underway in the USA was of no interest whatever. Rather than developing positive ideas for transforming society, the Yankees confined themselves to mobilizing a negative idea like the freedom of the individual. 13. For the two representatives of socialism cited here, commitment to the abolition of slavery in the colonies or the North American Republic distracted attention from the social question, which remained a burning issue in the capitalist metropolis. To the American Civil War, in Marx's view, an epic event, La Salle made only distracted, reductive references. Because of the blockade imposed by the Union on the secessionist South, and the consequent shortage of cotton for the textile industry of Britain, and Lancashire in particular, British workers were forced into unemployment and risked having to emigrate to the colonies. It was one of the most bloody and horrible wars that history has ever seen. What was at stake in it was not touched upon. In fact, rather than the institution of slavery, La Salle indicted federalism and the self-government accorded states as allegedly responsible for the absorption in particular interests and mutual hatred of the contending parties, which were thus put on par 14. The economistic or corporatist limitations of representatives of the labor and socialist movement were not unconnected with the initiative of the dominant classes, whose effectiveness was in fact underestimated by Marx and Engels. Having included Young England in the spectacle of feudal socialism staged by aristocrats, the Communist Manifesto concluded, the people, so often as it joined them, saw on their hindquarters the old feudal coats of arms, and deserted with loud and irreverent laughter. 15. In fact, things turned out rather differently. The historically most important member of Young England was Disraeli. In him, as in the organization he joined, are to be found elements of the transfiguration of the ancien regime, but he may be regarded as the inventor of a socialism more appropriately defined as imperial than feudal. Far from meeting with derision from the popular classes, this was socialism that often enchanted and ensnared them. In the same years as the Holy Family and the German ideology proclaimed the irreducible antagonism between proletariat and bourgeoisie, Disraeli published a novel that in its own way dealt with the same themes. We find a Chartist agitator bitterly challenging the existing order and denouncing the reality of the two nations, rich and poor, into which England is divided. In the Communist Manifesto, the Chartists are included among the existing working-class parties, 16, and the agitator seems to exhibit the revolutionary consciousness attributed to the proletariat by Marx and Engels. It is interesting to observe Disraeli's response. It made no sense to speak of two nations, a bond of fraternity now united the privileged and prosperous English people. 17. The key word is the one emphasized by me. The English aristocracy had shelved the caste, even racial arrogance it traditionally displayed towards the popular classes, and now it was the fraternal national English community as a whole that adopted a pose of supreme aristocratic disdain for other nations, especially colonial populations. In other words, rather than disappearing, the racialization traditionally suffered by the British popular classes was displaced. It is no accident if Disraeli, who subsequently became the author of the Second Reform Act, which extended political rights beyond the circle of the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, and of a series of social reforms, was simultaneously the champion of imperialism and the right of the superior races to subjugate inferior ones. In this way, the British statesman proposed to defuse the social question and class struggle in his own country. I say with confidence that the great body of the working class of England are English to the core. They are for maintaining the greatness of the kingdom and the empire, and they are proud of being subjects of our sovereign and members of such an empire. 18. These were the years when in France Proudhon adopted the position, according to Marx, of a socialist of the imperial period, to be precise, the Second Empire. 19. Thus, we see a new political movement emerge. In the late 19th century, alluding to Napoleon III and Bismarck as well as Disraeli, a German observer spoke of an imperialist social policy or imperial socialism, imperial socialismus. 20. Already brought out by Marx, the connection between the colonial question and the social question in the capitalist metropolis was recognized and put at the center of a new political project, which proposed a kind of quid pro quo. The popular masses and proletariat were invited to respond to the dominant classes' limited social reforms with patriotism and support for colonial expansionism. 3. Class against class on a global scale. The quid pro quo was scornfully rejected by the artisans of the theory of class struggle. But a problem persists. A situation of relatively peaceful development and, a fortiori, a major historical crisis is characterized by a tangle of multiple contradictions and various forms of class struggle. There is no pre-established harmony between them. An adequate understanding of a concrete historical situation requires overcoming the habitual binary logic that claims to explain everything on the basis of a single contradiction. In Marx and Engels themselves, this was a difficult, unfinished process. The Condition of the Working Class in England, published in 1845, ends by evoking the imminent, in fact, already initiated revolution of the workers against the bourgeoisie, or open, declared war of the poor against the rich, of the cottage against the mansion. 21. The Irish national question, to which Engels forcefully drew attention, does not seem to play any role in the impending clash. Approximately 2 years later, in The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx issued a kind of watchword, the struggle of class against class. 22. The Communist Manifesto clarifies its basis. Or epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses this distinctive feature: it has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. 23. It is true that other social subjects must be taken into account, but the capitalist bourgeoisie, a handful of exploiters, becomes ever more isolated. The prospects for revolution were decidedly encouraging. The proletarians, we read in the German ideology, constitute a class which forms the majority of all members of society. 24 Besides, adds the manifesto, entire sections of the ruling classes are, by the advance of industry, precipitated into the proletariat. 25. In the early writings cited hitherto, the new revolution, set to emancipate, over and above the proletariat, humanity as a whole, ultimately breaks out from a single contradiction opposing bourgeoisie and working class, and this new revolution is ineluctable because of the progressive, unstoppable expansion of the working class and pro-working class front. There were no pertinent differences between one country and another. In fact, national borders were tending to decline in importance. This is a view that found its most eloquent expression in a speech made by Engels on December 9, 1847, during a demonstration in London in favor of Polish independence. In Britain, as a result of modern industry, of the introduction of machinery, all oppressed classes are being merged together into a single great class with common interests, the class of the proletariat, more united than ever thanks to this leveling of the living standards of all workers. On the opposite side, all classes of oppressors have likewise been united into a single class, the bourgeoisie. The struggle has thus been simplified, and so it will be possible to decide it by one single heavy blow. As to the international stage, machinery has evened out the position of all workers and daily continues to do so everywhere, so that the workers now have the same interest, which is the overthrow of the class that oppresses them, the bourgeoisie. In sum, because the condition of the workers of all countries is the same, because their interests are the same, their enemies the same, they must also fight together, they must oppose the brotherhood of the bourgeoisie of all nations with the brotherhood of the workers of all nations. 26 Not only does everything revolve around a single contradiction, but politics, national peculiarities, and ideological factors seem to play no role. The binary interpretation of social conflict does not figure only in Engels and is not even limited to the early period. It is enough to think of a very famous passage in Volume 1 of Capital, see centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument. This int-egument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. 27 4 years later, in the conclusion to the Civil War in France, Marx drew up this balance sheet. The cosmopolitan blacklegism of the Second Empire was countered by authentic internationalism. The Paris Commune, as a working men's government, as the bold champion of the emancipation of labor, to be achieved in an international framework, was emphatically international. It was no accident if the Commune admitted all foreigners to the honor of dying for an immortal cause. 28. The picture became even clearer after the repression conducted by the French bourgeoisie, with the complicity of the Prussian army, and the witch hunt, against members of the International, unleashed by the dominant classes throughout Europe. While the European governments thus testify, before Paris, to the international character of class rule, they cry down the International Working Men's Association, the international counter-organization of labor against the cosmopolitan conspiracy of capital as the head fountain of all these disasters. 29 The thesis of the cosmopolitan conspiracy of capital errs in forgetting the competition and conflict between the different bourgeoisies to which the manifesto drew attention, and in absolutizing a temporary, short-lived situation. Volume 1 of Capital recalls that the June insurrection in Paris united the different bourgeois countries and all fractions of the ruling classes. 30 The observation dates from 1867. 3 years later, the Franco-Prussian War broke out, and in its wake emerged the Paris Commune, crushed courtesy of an understanding between the former enemies. But it was an understanding that soon gave way to chauvinistic hatred, destined to result in an industrial war of extermination between nations, the First World War. During the struggle against that carnage, the first revolution to identify with Marx and Engels broke out, and in its wake there developed an anti-colonial movement on a global scale, which targeted the exploitation of one nation by another, referred to by the manifesto and contemporaneous texts, but which was totally ignored in 1871 in the wake of the contempt elicited by Franco-German collaboration in repressing the Paris Commune and the well-nigh general applause of the international bourgeoisie for the attendant massacre. In other circumstances too, a tendency emerges to interpret the revolutionary process with the binary logic of class against class. In the late 1850s, as the peasant agitation that shortly led Tsar Alexander II to abolish serfdom in Russia intensified, premonitory signs of the impending civil war become ever clearer in the USA. On the night of 16 to 17 October 1859, John Brown, a fervent abolitionist from the North, invaded Virginia in a desperate, failed attempt to incite the slaves of the South to rise up. On January 11 of the following year, Marx wrote to Engels, "In my view, the most momentous thing happening in the world today is the slave movement on the one hand, in America, started by the death of Brown, and in Russia, on the other. I have just seen in the Tribune that there's been another slave revolt in Missouri, which was put down, needless to say. But the signal has now been given. Should the affair grow more serious by and by, what will become of Manchester?" 31. What is intimated here is a scenario of well-nigh global revolution, whose protagonist would be black slaves in the USA, serfs in Russia, and wage slaves or workers in Britain. In all three cases, it would involve revolutions from below and class struggles directly confronting their exploiters and oppressors. It scarcely needs to be said that the gap between such expectations and the actual unfolding of the historical process was considerable. In Britain, despite the fact that the Union's naval blockade of the slave-holding states occasioned a particularly serious crisis in the textile industry, the workers condemned to unemployment did not allow themselves to be used by those sections of the ruling class which would have liked to urge them onto the streets to demonstrate against Lincoln, and in favor of war against the Union. Marx acknowledged this, although, at the same time the absence of revolution was met with disappointment and even scorn. In a letter to Engels of November 17, 1862, he scoffed at the bourgeois and aristocrats for their enthusiasm for slavery in its most direct form and at the working men for their servile Christian nature. 32. There was no revolution by wage slaves in the wake of a black slave revolution across the Atlantic. In fact, the latter did not materialize either. The courage and dignity with which Brown faced his trial and execution stirred great emotion in the white community and strengthened the abolitionist party. But the slaves of Virginia and the South did not propel themselves into insurrection, as Brown had hoped, and, along with him, Marx and Engels, who followed events from Europe with trepidation. Not only did the desired revolution from below by black slaves not occur, but for a long time, there was no place for them in the conflict waged from above. The call for the arming of all slaves as a military measure, made by the most radical, white, officers in the Northern Army, and favorably highlighted by Marx, fell on deaf ears. 33. To the serious disappointment of Marx and Engels, the American Civil War mostly took the form of a typical interstate war, waged by both sides with traditional armies. Only towards the end did the Union proceed to enroll free blacks and black slaves who, escaping their masters in the South, encountered the advancing Northern Army. Overall, it may be said the Civil War resulted in a kind of abolitionist revolution, but one conducted chiefly from above and whose protagonists were whites, primarily the statesmen and generals of the industrialized North. Marx and Engels were right to deprecate this outcome. The revolution from above proved wholly incomplete. It abolished slavery, but did not involve genuine emancipation of the blacks, who after a brief interval of interracial democracy were subjected to a terroristic regime of white supremacy. The point is that the expectation of a general revolt from below by black slaves, serfs, and wage slaves clouded the capacity for historical prediction. The capacity was restored when Marx and Engels distanced themselves from the binary interpretation of social conflict. Some months before Brown's desperate endeavor, in early 1859, Marx published an article on developments in the situation in Russia, which had just suffered a serious defeat in the Crimean War, against France and Britain, and which, with Alexander II, was to abolish serfdom 2 years later. there was no reduction in social tension as a result. On the contrary, insurrections of serfs had become epidemic so that, according to the official statistics from the Interior Ministry, around 60 nobles were killed every year. So determined were the serfs that they entertained the idea of exploiting the advance of French troops to unleash a large-scale revolt. 34 Here, as opposed to a general insurrection of the poor against the rich, revolution is anticipated from a conjunction of international war and internal social conflict. We are reminded of October 1917. 4. Binary logic and the self-evidence of exploitation. Complementing the binary interpretation of the revolutionary process and social conflict is a theory that seems to derive revolutionary class consciousness from direct sensory self-evidence. Capitalist society, observed the German ideology in 1845-6, presents us with a class, which has to bear all the burdens of society, and forced into the sharpest contradiction to all other classes, a class which forms the majority of all members of society, and from which emanates the consciousness of the necessity of a fundamental revolution, the communist consciousness, which may, of course, arise among the other classes too through the contemplation Anschauung of the situation of this class. 35. So intolerable are the material living conditions forced on the proletariat that they cannot but rebel and, contemplating these, members of other social classes may be induced to challenge the existing order. In other words, sensory self-evidence imposes itself with such force that revolutionary consciousness can, in a way, be taken for granted. In the words of the Holy Family, since in the fully formed proletariat the abstraction of all humanity, even of the semblance of humanity, is practically complete, since man has lost himself in the proletariat, yet at the same time has not only gained theoretical consciousness of that loss, but through urgent, no longer removable, no longer disguisable, absolutely imperative need the practical expression of necessity is driven directly to revolt against this inhumanity. It cannot abolish the conditions of its own life without abolishing all the inhuman conditions of the life of society today which are summed up in its situation. It is not a question of what this or that proletarian, or even the whole proletariat, at the moment regards as its aim. It is a question of what the proletariat is, and what, in accordance with this being, it will historically be compelled to do. 36. The strength of sensory perception entails that proletarians are largely immune from the ideological influences of the dominant class. In dedicating the condition of the working class in England to the working classes of Great Britain, Engels wrote, "With the greatest pleasure I observed you to be free from that blasting curse, national prejudice and national pride." In fact, English nationality is annihilated in the working man. 37. In reality, in contradictory fashion, the same text draws attention to the fact that the competition of Irish workers has forced down the wages of English workers. The train of recriminations and resentments can be imagined. In any event, Carlyle, a writer hitherto sympathetic to the Chartist movement, took his cue from this to paint a negative picture of the Irish. 38 3 years later, with his focus now on Central and Eastern Europe, Engels summarized the principles adhered to by the dominant classes. They employ their skill and efforts to set one nation against another and use one nation to subjugate another, and in this manner to perpetuate absolute rule. 39 Clearly, the proletariat was not immune from the chauvinist wave. The obviousness of exploitation and, with it, the unity of the exploited class disappears so that a binary interpretation of social conflict becomes unsustainable. All the more so because the class that is the proletariat's antagonist is far from unified. Having drawn attention to the multiple conflicts in which the bourgeoisie of each country is engaged at home and abroad, the manifesto adds that such conflicts further, in many ways, the course of development of the proletariat. In other words, underlying the emergence and development of revolutionary consciousness is a multiplicity of conflicts, and it cannot be deduced exclusively from the antagonism between working class and bourgeoisie. 40. Hence, far from deriving from some putative sensory self-evidence, revolutionary consciousness presupposes an understanding of political and social relations extending far beyond the conflict between bourgeoisie and proletariat. Revolutionary consciousness is configured as the product of the direct or indirect action of a multiplicity of social subjects and conflicts, the various factions of the bourgeoisie struggling for power within a single country, the bourgeoisie in power in different countries contesting hegemony internationally, the proletariat, which acquires ideology and political autonomy in resisting the influence and blandishments not only of the new ruling class, but also of the old landed aristocracy, which, as we know, seeks to seduce it with the siren songs of feudal socialism. The process of acquiring class consciousness is all the more tortuous because, in the absence of robust, stable combinations, far from easy to form and maintain, workers, even those in large-scale industry, constitute a crowd of people unknown to one another and an incoherent mass, broken up by their mutual competition. 41 This is not simply a matter of competition and conflict between individuals. Later, Engels noted that in Britain unskilled workers were regarded and treated with contempt by skilled workers. 42 Competition can even assume very bitter forms, like the literal battles engaged in every morning by London dock workers hoping to be hired on a casual basis. 43. It might be said that the protagonist of such battles is the lumpen proletariat, rather than the proletariat proper. In reality, Engels speaks of poor devils who are in the borderland between these two classes, 44, and it is a very fluid border. In fact, on closer inspection, the category of lumpen proletariat refers to a mutable political function rather than a clearly defined social condition. Depending on the case, it can place itself at the service of the dominant bloc or, more rarely, let itself be drawn into the revolutionary movement. The whites in the USA, who allied with the slave-holding oligarchy, were stigmatized as a mob and white trash ultimately, as a lumpen proletariat. 45 On account not of their social condition, which was modest but certainly on the borderline of subsistence, but their political attitude. Later, in 1870, Engels identified the lumpen proletariat of the cities, along with the petty bourgeois, small peasants and farm laborers, as a possible ally of the proletariat, which continued to form a minority of the total population, and hence, could aspire to win power only if, by means of appropriate political action, it succeeded in isolating the ruling class. 46 Here, manifestly, ideological and political maturity and the politics of alliances have taken the place of the decisive role of direct sensory self-evidence and the binary reading of social conflict and the revolutionary process. 5 Class struggles or the struggle between oppressor and oppressed. The shape of social conflict is extraordinarily variegated, and its protagonists can be very diverse. However, having drawn attention to class struggles, in their various shapes and forms, as the key to interpreting the historical process, the Communist Manifesto proceeds: freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. 47. I have italicized the phrase which, in a word, equates class struggles, in the plural, with the struggle, in the singular, between oppressor and oppressed. Is this summary correct? To be clearer, does this formula really encapsulate Marx and Engels' vision of history, politics, and class struggles? We should first of all observe that in Marx and Engels conflicts between exploiting classes are the rule, not the exception. They explain the French Revolution primarily on the basis of the contradiction between feudal aristocracy and industrial bourgeoisie. The latter, although not forming part of the ruling bloc in the strict sense before 1789, can scarcely be included in the ranks of the oppressed. Not only did it enjoy increasing wealth and incipient social prestige, but in the factories it already exercised power over an exploited and oppressed class. In the colonies, it had no hesitation in resorting to genocidal practices. Crossing the Atlantic, if we concern ourselves with the bourgeois revolution in America, we see that a decisive role was played in it by slave owners and, above all, those, at odds with the London government, who were determined to expand beyond the Alleghenies and accelerate the process of expropriation and deportation, and decimation, of the Native Americans. Far from being oppressed, the protagonists of this revolt were sometimes more ferocious oppressors than the ruling class overthrown by them. The class struggle which, on Marx and Engels' interpretation, at any rate, determined both the revolutions we are referring to in no way coincides with the struggle between oppressor and oppressed. Similar considerations apply to the fall or end of the Ancien regime in 19th century Italy and Germany. Even if we confine ourselves to class struggles of an emancipatory kind, the picture does not change. While it exploited and oppressed workers, when it led the revolution against the Ancien regime, the bourgeoisie played an essential role in the struggle against the oppressor to be overthrown at that time. The liberation struggles of an oppressed nation or women also witness the participation of social strata that cannot be unequivocally included in the category of oppressed. As regards the proletarian class struggle, it can sometimes count on the support but more often must reckon with the hostility of the subproletariat, which may be allied with the oppressed or, more often, the oppressor. The ambiguity is not dispelled if we confine ourselves to the proletariat in the strict sense. Exploited in the factory, the worker, example the English worker, can be indifferent or even sympathetic to the subjugation of Ireland or India, and thus become an accomplice of the oppressor in this respect. Let us then take the Irish or Indian worker, doubly oppressed as a member of an exploited class and, at the same time, an oppressed nation. Yet he is the bourgeois within the family, while it is the woman who represents the proletarian and is subjected to domestic slavery. Let us then take a woman who is working class and Irish. She is trebly oppressed in the family, in the factory, and as a member of an oppressed nation. But, within the patriarchal family, she too participates in the exploitation of children by their parents referred to by the Manifesto, 48, to which communists are determined to put an end. In other words, each individual, and even group, is located in a contradictory set of social relations, each of which allocates him or her to a different role in each instance. Far from being based on a single relation of coercion, the world capitalist system is a tangle of multiple and contradictory relations of coercion. What determines the ultimate location of an individual, and group, in the camp of the oppressor or of the oppressed is the hierarchical ordering of these social relations in accordance with their political and social relevance in a determinate concrete situation, on the one hand, and the political choice of the single individual, or group, on the other. 6. Exporting revolution. The difficult, unfinished process of overcoming the binary interpretation of social conflict also makes itself felt negatively in another respect. What are the tasks of the proletariat, once power has been won? It is enjoined by the Communist Manifesto to promote the development of the productive forces and the socialist transformation of the country governed by it. Nearly a quarter of a century later, Marx credited the Commune with being engaged in France in uprooting the economical foundations upon which rests the existence of classes, and therefore of class rule. 49. Are we dealing with a class struggle from above, whose protagonist is the proletariat in power? This is a picture that contrasts with the passage in the manifesto which, in a word, equates class struggle with the clash between oppressor and oppressed and, more exactly, with the insurrection of the latter against the former. On these premises class struggle becomes inconceivable after the conquest of power. The eternal antagonist of the oppressor, the victorious proletariat holding political power, cannot any longer be included among the oppressed. On the other hand, if we regard proletarians in power as protagonists of a new phase of the class struggle, we shall not only have a class struggle conducted from above but one whose protagonists are not, precisely speaking, the oppressed. Such was the road taken by Lenin, and which Marx himself seems to embark on when he theorizes the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 50. But there was considerable hesitation. Perhaps because the prospect of the conquest of power was remote, and regularly frustrated by developments, the one-sided view of class struggle as an uprising by the oppressed situated below against the oppressors located above never completely disappeared. Given this presupposition, if a class struggle can be conducted by the victorious proletariat in a single country, it is the one that sees it rebel against the domination which the capitalist bourgeoisie continues to exercise in every other country and, ultimately, globally. Accordingly, it is no cause for surprise that the lesson drawn by class struggles in France from the repression of the workers' revolt of June 1848 by the French bourgeoisie, and of national uprisings in Hungary, Poland, and Italy by the Austrian and Russian empires, was that the proletarian revolution would be forced to leave its national soil forthwith and conquer the European terrain, see Chap 2, Sec 6. Here the class struggle of the victorious proletariat seems to consist in exporting the revolution. In its way, this resolves the theoretical difficulty mentioned above. When the whole international picture is taken into account, if they have one power in a single, isolated and surrounded, country, proletarians continue to be the oppressed who are called upon to confront the much stronger alliance of oppressors. Still in 1850, deceiving themselves about the approach of a new revolutionary wave, Marx and Engels explained the objectives of the Communist League as follows: it is our interest and our task to make the revolution permanent, until all more or less possessing classes have been forced out of their position of dominance, the proletariat has conquered state power, and the association of proletarians, not only in one country but all the dominant countries of the world, has advanced so far that competition among the proletarians in these countries has ceased and that at least the decisive productive forces are concentrated in the hands of the proletarians. 51. Having prevailed in one country, the struggle of the revolutionary class crosses state and national borders. It might be said that the anachronistic and unnatural Napoleonism for which Gramsci reproached Trotsky, 52, can already be glimpsed in Marx. Especially given that, at least in his early writings, he tended to conceive socialist revolution by analogy with the bourgeois revolution. The German ideology credits the Napoleonic occupation of Germany with having delivered powerful blows to the feudal edifice. By cleaning out Germany's Augean stables, 53, the Holy Family is even more emphatic, identifying Napoleon as the ultimate expression of revolutionary terror. He perfected the Jacobin terror by substituting permanent war for permanent revolution. 54, although assuming a new form, the anti-feudal class struggle and liquidation of the Ancien regime continued and, in fact, assumed a European dimension. Here too the bourgeois revolution is interpreted in a binary logic, as if the only operative contradiction is that between bourgeoisie and feudal aristocracy, and as if Napoleonic expansionism did not generate profound national contradictions. In the early writings, at any rate, Marx tended to conceive the socialist revolution on the model of revolution interpreted thus. In late 1847, he addressed the British Chartists as follows: of all countries, England is the one where the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is most highly developed. The victory of the English proletarians over the English bourgeoisie is, therefore, decisive for the victory of all the oppressed over their oppressors. Hence Poland must be liberated not in Poland but in England. 55. National emancipation of the less developed countries of Eastern Europe is represented as a product of the initiative of the proletariat that has arrived in power in the most advanced country. Export of the revolution does not represent a problem, because the export of counter-revolution was underway or on the agenda. This applies to 1848, as to 1871, when the victorious Prussian army backed up the French bourgeoisie in suppressing the Paris Commune. As we know, on the latter occasion Marx saw the world divided in two between a globally unified bourgeoisie and a proletariat urged to create an international counter-organization of labor. The different forms of class struggle were, in effect, reduced to a single form. 6. The multiplicity of struggles for recognition and the conflict of liberties. 1. The ranking of class struggles. At their best, when they overcome the binary logic into which, notwithstanding their theoretical premises, they sometimes lapse, Marx and Engels found themselves confronting the problem I have already mentioned. A determinate historical situation is always characterized by a variegated multiplicity of conflicts, and any conflict involves the presence of a multiplicity of social subjects, who express different, opposing interests and ideas. To get one's bearings in this kind of labyrinth, it is necessary to examine not only the internal configuration of each of these conflicts but also how they are articulated and structured in a concrete totality. Mastering a theoretical crisis is a challenge theoretically, as well as politically. The tangle of political and social, national and international conflicts that erupted in Central Eastern Europe between 1848 and 1849 represents such a challenge. The Habsburg Empire was shaken to its foundations by a major revolution that radically challenged the Ancien regime. Metternich managed to suppress it by skillfully exploiting aspirations to autonomy and self-government on the part of various Slav minorities, who did not identify with the government that was being established in Vienna and Budapest. But it was the intervention of Tsarist Russia that sealed the defeat of the revolution. We find ourselves facing a set of demands and rights which, taken in isolation, are all legitimate and, in fact, sacrosanct. It is their conjunction that represents a problem and creates dilemmas. Given their head by Metternich and Nicholas I, the national aspirations of various peoples not only furnished reserves for putting down the revolution in Vienna and Budapest but also reinforced the expansionism of Tsarist Russia, which was the bulwark of European reaction. So how was the situation to be handled? In early November 1848, Marx compared the tragedy being played out in Central and Eastern Europe, at the expense of the democratic movement, with the tragedy that had struck the Parisian proletariat a few months earlier, in Paris the Mobile Guard, in Vienna Croats, in both cases Lazzaroni, lumpen proletariat hired and armed, were used against the working and thinking proletarians. The Slav nations that let themselves be enrolled by the Habsburg Empire were compared to the sub-proletariat. A class which mostly placed itself in the service of reaction, but might be won over to the revolutionary movement. In other words, the issue was not recognizing the right of every nation to self-determination in the abstract. That was incontestable. The problem consisted in the fact that, in a concrete, determinate situation, because of the initiative and political skill of the imperial power, the right of some nations to self-determination could come into conflict with the right of other nations and with the movement struggling against the Ancien regime and absolutist monarchy, and for the realization of democracy at home and abroad. What is out of the question is the customary binary logic. In February 1849, Engels believed he could theoretically master this complex situation by branding the counter-revolutionary Slav peoples struggling against an alliance of revolutionary peoples as small intercalated states, which have never had a history of their own. The contingent character of the conflict was occasionally recognized. How splendid it would be if the Croats, Pandars, and Cossacks formed the vanguard of European democracy. Unfortunately, for this to transpire, it would be necessary to wait a long time, too long. But it was a scenario that could not be excluded a priori. On other occasions, by contrast, Engels not only invoked the most determined use of terror against aspirations to independence or secession on the part of such counter-revolutionary peoples but seemed to definitively condemn them too. The sometimes repugnant language should not lead us to lose sight of the theoretical and political problem confronting us, which Engels tackled in more mature fashion on other occasions. Let us start with an intervention from 1866. The International Working Men's Association, set up 2 years earlier, demanded independence for Poland. But, objected by Proudhon's followers, this distracted attention from the social question and echoed themes from Napoleon III's propaganda. To further his expansionist plans, Napoleon likewise declared his support for the liberation struggles of oppressed nationalities. Seeking to demarcate himself from Proudhon's national nihilism on the one hand, and pro-Bonapartist agitation on the other, Engels answered this objection by distinguishing between nations and nationalities. The independence struggle of nations such as Poland and Ireland must be supported. On the other hand, it had to be acknowledged that there was no nation in which different nationalities or remnants of nationalities were not present. One thinks of Alsatian Germans and the Celtic inhabitants of Brittany in the case of France, and Francophone ethnic groups as regards Belgium and Switzerland. Hence, there was always some space for the destabilizing and partitioning maneuvers with which Tsarism and Bonapartism sought to further their expansionism and hegemonism. 3. To counter them, Engels observed in an intervention of 1852, that a rule must be followed. The status of a nation could not be assigned to those groups that did not possess a language of their own, and the very first conditions of national existence, numbers and compactness of territory. 4. The dichotomy between nations with a rich history and historyless small states was now replaced by that between nations and nationalities. The picture is not much clearer as a consequence. But the theoretical and political crux emerges unequivocally. Affirmation of the principle of self-determination does not necessarily entail support for the agitation of small states or nationalities. Engels' most questionable, or even utterly unacceptable, pages are precisely those that raise a problem of great contemporary relevance. There are countless separatist movements instrumentally encouraged or supported by great powers which are protagonists of national oppression on a large scale, see Chap 7, Sect 3. It may even turn out that recognizing a particular people's self-determination strengthens the main enemy of the liberation movement of oppressed peoples as a whole. We must not lose sight of the conflict of liberties that can arise. In other words, the mutilation of class struggles must be rejected. But that does not mean ignoring the problem whereby a historical situation, especially a major historical crisis, can require a ranking of class struggles. Engels' error was that he sometimes resorted to formulations that involve a slippage or convey the impression of slipping from history into nature. The underlying inspiration is in little doubt. In 1848, to confirm the decisive role of history, Engels compared Provence and Poland. With its culture and beautiful language, the former long played a vanguard role. But it ended up suffering the total obliteration of its nationality and complete assimilation into France. Historically and socially, there was even an inversion. Provence became the focal point of opposition to the progressive classes in the whole of France and the backbone of the French counter-revolution. The fate of Poland seemed to be the converse. For a very long time, it was the embodiment of the Ancien regime and the oppression of an overwhelming mass of serfs by a small aristocracy. Now, however, developing the struggle against national oppression and undertaking a democratic agrarian revolution, in which at least part of the nobility generously participated, Poland might be the revolutionary vanguard of the Slav peoples, all the more so in that it represented the quintessential antagonist of that bulwark of reaction, Tsarist Russia. 5. Russia itself was not frozen in time. In 1875, Engels referred optimistically to the social agitation spreading in that immense country. The mass of the Russian people, the peasants, have gone on for centuries, from generation to generation, living their dull, unimaginative lives in a sort of a historical Torpurgeschichtslosversumphung, and the only changes that occurred to interrupt this desolate condition were isolated and fruitless uprisings and new waves of repression carried out by nobility and government. The Russian government itself put an end to this ahistorical Existenzgeschichtslosigkeit, in 1861, with the abolition of serfdom which could not be delayed any longer and the redemption of the corvée. The very conditions themselves, therefore, which the Russian peasant is now obliged to face, force him into the movement. 6. Having endured so long, the ahistorical existence of the peasant masses and the great majority of the Russian population not only came to an end but was on the point of turning into its opposite. In the preface to the second Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels expressed the hope that revolution in Russia might represent the signal for a proletarian revolution in the West. 7. This great country could play a vanguard role because active in it, observed Engels in a letter of April 23, 1885 to Varazay Sulich, was a party which frankly and unreservedly accepts the great economic and historical theories evolved by Marx. 8. The bulwark of reaction was on the point of being transformed into a bulwark of revolution. The country long characterized by an ahistorical existence was, to adopt an expression of Marx's, in the process of becoming a locomotive of history. 9. The ranking of class struggles, dictated in specific circumstances by an especially tangled skein of contradictions and conflicts of liberties, has nothing to do with a naturalistic ranking of nations. 2. The emancipation of slaves and despotic government. The conflict of liberties was also brought out by the American Civil War. At the time of its outbreak, Marx invoked the arguments of the pro-Southerners on both sides of the Atlantic. Even if justice is on the side of the North, does it not remain a vain endeavor to want to subjugate 8 million Anglo-Saxons by force? 10. And again, the Southern states have the same right to secede from the North as the United States had to separate from England. 11. Here we have a fine example of binary logic. The focus is exclusively on the clash between the two sections of the white community, completely ignoring both the fate of African Americans and the foreign policy of the contending parties. Let us now attend to Marx's response. James Buchanan, the Southerner who occupied the post of President of the USA before Lincoln, pursued a policy whose emblem was the export or armed spreading of slavery in Mexico, Central and South America. Indeed, in these years the avowed aim of Washington was the armed spreading of slavery abroad. And that is not all. Buchanan was determined to annex Cuba, possibly buying it from the Spanish or resorting to force of arms, but in any event without consulting the local population. 12. As regards the European supporters of the slave-holding Confederacy, it's truly marvelous how the Times, which backed all the anti-Irish coercion bills with such intense enthusiasm, is now lamenting that liberty will be lost should the North tyrannize over the South. 13. In other words, even if we ignore the fate of African Americans, Lincoln's American and European enemies were unable to raise the banner of self-government and self-determination with any credibility. Those enemies advanced a final argument: the government of the Union has permitted no man to open his mouth for 3 months. The war has many opponents in the North, but they dare not speak. No less than 200 newspapers have been suppressed or destroyed by the mob. 14. Once again we see the binary logic at work. With all other aspects of the conflict ignored and repressed, the political regimes in the South and North are contrasted. The latter seems more illiberal, inasmuch as it was engaged in neutralizing those who propagandized for capitulation to the secessionists or, at least, for a compromise with them. In response, Marx noted that, long before the outbreak of the war, a climate of insane violence against abolitionists was prevalent, so that for 30 years a leader like Wendell Phillips had not only to face the insults and threats of paid rowdies but also to risk his life. 15. Hence, even if the focus was exclusively on the white community, the secessionists could not be regarded as the champions of liberty. Obviously, the neglect of the fate of blacks, and the slavery inflicted on them, is glaring and arbitrary. Marx did not regard self-government or press freedom as formal and abstract. He devoted significant pages to both causes. In a concrete, determinate situation, however, a choice may be required: permanent black slavery or partial, temporary restriction of the principles of self-government and press freedom. Both options are painful, but not to the same degree. The abolition of slavery is the preeminent, priority task. Hence, the decisive support for Lincoln, who suspended habeas corpus and introduced conscription, repressing resistance and revolts against this measure and regimenting the adult male population with an iron fist. In fact, Marx and Engels urged the Union to demonstrate Jacobin willpower, to employ revolutionary methods in the war against the pro-slavery secession. 16. The condemnation of hesitancy was unequivocal. What cowardice on the part of the government and Congress! They shrink from conscription, from everything that is urgently necessary. 17. Unfortunately, the party that is weary of war is growing, thereby hampering resolution of an issue as colossal as this. Signs of moral prostration are daily more in evidence and the inability to win grows daily greater. Where is the party whose victory and avènement would be synonymous with prosecuting the war à outrance and with every available means? 18. Overall, wrote Engels to Marx on November 15, 1862, the Union did not seem to wish to confront the great historical dilemma facing it. 19. Subsequently, judgment of Lincoln became more balanced, as he displayed unanticipated energy and, not coincidentally, was accused by opponents inclined to compromise with the South of employing Jacobin methods, imposing military government and military commissions, and interpreting the word law as the will of the President and habeas corpus as the power of the President to imprison whom he pleases, as long as he pleases. 20. In the concrete conflict of liberties that had emerged, it was Lincoln who embodied the cause of freedom, not his opponents. Marx was not the first to query the binary interpretation of social conflict and to raise the problem of the conflict of liberties. In the late 18th century, Adam Smith had observed that slavery could more readily be abolished under a despotic government than a free government, whose representative bodies were exclusively reserved for white property owners. There the condition of black slaves was desperate. Every law is made by their masters, who will never pass anything prejudicial to themselves. Hence, the freedom of the free was the cause of the great oppression of the slaves. And as they are the most numerous part of mankind, no human person will wish for liberty in a country where this institution is established. 21. Hegel had argued in similar fashion as regards serfdom. To abolish it, the private rights of the feudal lords must be despotically violated and the liberty of the barons, which entailed the absolute serfdom of the nation and prevented the emancipation of the serfs, struck down. 22. This is also the line of thinking in which to situate the argument of the Communist Manifesto when it demands despotic inroads on the rights of property, so as to put an end to the employer's despotism over the wage slave. 23. To be precise, it is not a question of choosing between freedom and despotism, as some of Smith's formulations would seem to have it, but of understanding the conflict of liberties. In the situation described by the great economist, the struggle for freedom took the form of a merciless struggle against slave owners and the free representative bodies monopolized by them. 3. The conflict of liberties in the colonies. The condition of African Americans leads us to the more general theme of colonial peoples and peoples of colonial origin. The category that supplies this section with its title, Conflict of Liberties, enables us to get our bearings in Marx and Engels' development and oscillations on this subject. From the outset, Marx and Engels drew attention to the tragedy of countries invested by colonial expansion. Reference to the insurgent Negroes of Haiti in the German ideology, or the highlighting by the poverty of philosophy of the fact that British capitalism sacrificed the Indian people en masse on the altar of welfare or social peace for the metropolis, is not so important. More significant is another consideration. The key categories of the analysis of capitalism developed by the two thinkers involve reference to the colonial question. The masked, camouflaged slavery detected and denounced in the metropolis is explicitly contrasted with the undisguised slavery imposed in the New World, see Chap 2, Secs 1 and 3. Even when the discourse is more elliptical, it is clear that, in addition to the slavery of antiquity, wage slavery refers directly to black, colonial slavery. Colonial expansion was far from being the triumphal march of civilization and progress fantasized by the culture of the time. The pages devoted by Marx in the 1850s to the conquest of Asia are illuminating. Under the shockwave of English steam and English free trade, more than even that of the British soldier, i.e., direct military violence, the traditional family communities, based on domestic industry, fell irremediably into crisis. Myriads of industrious patriarchal and inoffensive social organizations were cast into a sea of woes, with their individual members losing at the same time their ancient form of civilization and their hereditary means of subsistence. 24. There was no doubt. The devastating effects of British industry, when contemplated with regard to India, a country as vast as Europe, are palpable and confounding. 25. What was witnessed in Asia was a fearful regression. In China too, the population sank en masse into pauperism. 26. What in our day has been called the Great Divergence became still more starker. The tragedy of the peoples invested by colonization went far beyond a deterioration in their material living conditions. The misery inflicted by the British on Hindustan is of an essentially different and infinitely more intense kind than all Hindustan had to suffer before. England has broken down the entire framework of Indian society, without any symptoms of reconstitution yet appearing. This loss of his old world, with no gain of a new one, imparts a particular kind of the melancholy to the present misery of the Hindu, and separates Hindustan, ruled by Britain, from all its ancient traditions, and from the whole of its past history. 27. The picture of colonialism painted here is pitiless. However, statements that give us pause for thought are not wanting. Can mankind fulfill its destiny without a fundamental revolution in the social state of Asia? Although driven by egotistical and even ignoble motives, in India, Britain the conqueror was undertaking the greatest, and to speak the truth, the only social revolution ever heard of in Asia. 28. Hence India could not escape the fate of being conquered. 29. In terms of the philosophy of history, British conquest and rule were accorded a certain legitimacy. We can understand this in terms of the conflict of liberties. In the absence of a revolutionary subject, in a colony frozen in a caste order permanently dividing the inhabitants transversally, with a racial kind of rigidity that prevented the formation of a national consciousness and identity, and, a fortiori, the idea of the unity of the human race, the only spur to alteration of an intolerable situation seemed to hail from without. While it crushed the principle of self-government and entailed grievous social and human costs, colonial rule objectively challenged the caste order and introduced the first elements of social mobility, laying the foundations for subsequent, more radical changes. In effect, the legitimation of Britain's role is partial and problematic. The bourgeois period of history, fostering, materially as well as spiritually, the world market and universal intercourse founded upon the mutual dependency of mankind and the development of the productive powers of man, created the conditions for a great social revolution set to yield a new world. 30. If colonial rule was the negation of caste society from without, it had its justification in terms of the philosophy of history only in as much as it ceded the negation of the negation, with the supersession of the bourgeois period of history, and colonial rule. What remains clear is Marx's preference for a different resolution of the conflict of liberties, a proletarian revolution in Britain or the development of a national liberation movement in India. 31. Significantly, very different accents are to be heard in an article devoted to the other great Asian country, published in the New York Daily Tribune on June 5, 1857. In this instance, the celebration of the national war waged by China against the piratical policy of the British government was clear and unconditional. To avert the mortal danger threatening old China, its people were fighting with fanaticism, without respecting the rules. However, instead of moralizing on the horrible atrocities of the Chinese, as the chivalrous English press does, we had better recognize that this is a war pro eris et focis, a popular war for the maintenance of Chinese nationality. 32. The British attempt to subjugate China was illegitimate. China could avoid the fate of being conquered which, according to the analysis developed 4 years earlier, seemed inevitable for India. In China, the weight of a caste order was absent and this made possible the development of a formidable resistance and national liberation movement. In the interim, a war of insurrection had broken out in India too. The sepoys had stained themselves with horrible crimes, but Britain had responded with even worse crimes. Torture formed an organic institution of British financial policy, the violations of women, the spittings of children, the roastings of whole villages, were, mere wanton sports, recorded by British officers themselves, who arrogated power of life and death to themselves and wielded it unsparingly. 33. By now, Marx had reached a general conclusion. The colonial power was indeed the more advanced country. But although it persisted, the conflict of liberties, when thought out anew or in the light of the new situation, no longer redounded to the benefit of Britain. The latter should be forced by the general pressure of the civilized world to abandon the compulsory opium cultivation in India and the armed opium propaganda to China. 34. The immediately ensuing years saw the development of the crisis that issued in the American Civil War. Marx's research yielded results that threw new light on the history of colonialism. In its time, in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung Marx edited, An article by Engels had appeared on February 15, 1849, which interpreted the war recently launched by the USA against Mexico as follows. Thanks to the bravery of the American volunteers, splendid California has been taken away from the lazy Mexicans, who could not do anything with it. Exploiting the new, gigantic conquests, the energetic Yankees gave new impetus to the production and circulation of wealth, to world trade, to the spread of civilization. Objections of a moral or legal kind were peremptorily silenced by the article's author. Certainly, what had defeated Mexico was an act of aggression, but it represented a fact of world historic significance. 35 This was a crudely binary interpretation. It confined itself to comparing the different levels of development of the economy and the representative regime in Mexico and the USA, and concluded by celebrating the latter's war as synonymous with the export of civilization and anti-feudal revolution. What was ignored was the fact that slavery had been abolished in the vanquished country, but not the victorious one. Intoxicated by its military triumph, the latter hoisted the flag, manifestly colonialist in character, of the manifest destiny, the providential mission, impelling the USA to dominate or control the whole American continent. The studies undertaken by Marx on the eve of the American Civil War and during it revealed further details. The USA had reintroduced slavery into the Texas wrested from Mexico, and the southern states of the USA aspired to build a kind of colonial slave empire in Central America. Published shortly after the end of the Civil War, Volume 1 of Capital painted a memorable picture of the horrors of the West's primitive accumulation and colonial expansion. It was an implicit, renewed appeal to the labor parties to reject the temptations of imperial socialism once and for all. For internationalism and its forms. Once the binary interpretation of conflict has been superseded, what of internationalism? Its significance is immediately apparent if we start from the hypothesis of an international counter-organization of labor confronting a cosmopolitan conspiracy of capital. If instead, we take account of the multiplicity of forms of class struggle and, in particular, of the national question, then the picture becomes complicated. It is much more difficult to foster internationalist solidarity within a front whose subjects are very different from one another, sometimes a single social class, the proletariat, at others a whole people struggling against the exploitation of one nation by another. How, then, should we interpret the slogan, "Workers of all countries, unite," with which the Communist Manifesto ends? Is it intended to evoke a binary type of conflict and a battle front that uniformly divides all countries in two, so that universally, and more or less exclusively, the same social classes, proletariat and bourgeoisie, are ranged against one another? This watchword also concludes the inaugural address of the International Working Men's Association, which explicitly calls upon the workers of Britain, and the most advanced industrial countries, to support the national liberation struggle of countries like Ireland and Poland. Not only this. The inaugural address solemnly states, "It was not the wisdom of the ruling classes, but the heroic resistance to their criminal folly by the working classes of England that saved the west of Europe from plunging headlong into an infamous crusade for the perpetuation and propagation of slavery on the other side of the Atlantic." 36 Proletarian internationalism can manifest itself in support for national liberation movements, which sometimes witness the participation of such a broad front as to include even the nobility, the case of Poland, and in a bourgeois government, that of Lincoln, engaged in repressing a pro-slavery secession by force of arms. On the other hand, drying up a key source of the material wealth and moral power of the dominant classes in Britain, the Irish national struggle and the national emancipation of Ireland were a crucial internationalist contribution to the social emancipation of the British working class. 37 Like the class struggle, internationalism can take different forms on different occasions. An internationalism that ignored this diversity would be ingenuous or dangerous. On the eve of the 1848 revolution, Engels mocked Louis Blanc, who, forgetful of Napoleon's empire and its colonial and semi-colonial practices, liked to point to his people as the very embodiment of cosmopolitanism. The democrats of other nations will not be satisfied in the assertion, on the part of the French, that they are cosmopolites by the mere fact that they are French, an assertion which amounts to the demand urged upon all others to become Frenchmen. 38. Not coincidentally, Blanc would later be branded an imperial democrat posing as a revolutionary. 39. When it avoids the national question and the genuinely internationalist task of support for oppressed nations, putative cosmopolitanism or internationalism turns into an uncritical, fanatical chauvinism. This was also Marx's view. Having mocked the moronic cynicism exhibited by Proudhon over Poland's ambition to shake off the yoke of the Russian Empire, he dismissed as Proudhonist Stirnerianism the thesis that any nationality and even nations are prejudicérans, outdated prejudices. The source is a letter to Engels of June 20, 1866, which continues thus: "The English laughed heartily when I began my speech with the observation that our friend Lafargue, and others, who had abolished nationalities, has addressed us in French, i.e., in a language which 9/10 of the audience did not understand. I went on to suggest that by his denial of nationalities he seemed quite unconsciously to imply their absorption by the model French nation." 40. We are reminded of the irony with which, nearly 20 years earlier, Blanc's cosmopolitan and internationalist declarations had been treated by Engels. The latter went through a final process of maturation. In a text of 1866, he criticized French Enlightenment figures for having allowed themselves to be taken in by Catherine II and Tsarism in general. In Poland, Russia elevated itself to protector of Orthodox Christians. The latter were mainly serfs, and here was Russia not hesitating to raise the banner of social revolution alongside that of religious toleration. It intervened in the country that was the object of its desires in the name of the right of revolution, arming the serfs against their lords. Here was a fine specimen of a class war or war of class against class. 41. As we can see, where it ignores or represses the national question, the most revolutionary and internationalist slogan, formulated by Marx himself in The Poverty of Philosophy, see Chap 5, Sect 3, can be turned into a tool legitimizing chauvinism and expansionism. Engels' analysis hits home. It is only to be added that Frederick II of Prussia adopted a similar posture to Catherine II. Addressing the philosophes, he justified his campaign against Poland as follows: "The masters there practice the cruelest tyranny over the slaves." 42. Analysis of Engels' development reveals an interesting fact: a sometimes crude theorist of the export of revolution subsequently became its most radical critic. In 1870, Engels identified the start of the bourgeois revolution in Prussia not from the arrival of Napoleon's troops, but the reform movement that developed in the wake of the national resistance struggle against Napoleon. 43. A reversal of positions occurred relative to the Holy Family and the German ideology, written with Marx in their youth. The late Engels thought deeply about the subject. Let us read the letter of February 7, 1882 to Koskai: "An international movement of the proletariat is possible only as between independent nations, just as international cooperation is possibly only among equals." 44. This position was forcefully restated 10 years later: "A sincere collaboration of the European nations is possible only if each of these nations is fully autonomous in its own house." Leading the struggle for national independence, Polish workers also played an international role in as much as this laid the foundations for an otherwise impossible cooperation. 45. Indeed, Engels repeated 2 years before his death, without restoring autonomy and unity to each nation, it will be impossible to achieve the international union of the proletariat. 46. The chauvinist danger did not derive from nations fighting tenaciously for their liberation. I am of the opinion that two nations in Europe are not only entitled but duty-bound to be national before they are international: Ireland and Poland. For the best way they can be international is by being well and truly national. 47. Paradoxically, the chauvinist danger was represented by so-called Republican internationalism which, for example, assigned France, by virtue of its revolutionary glories, the mission of universal liberator. On closer inspection, Republican internationalism proved to be fanatical French chauvinism. 48. This is a general rule: when it ignores the national question, internationalism turns into its opposite. The repression of national particularities in the name of an abstract internationalism facilitates things for a nation intent presenting itself as the embodiment of the universal, and this is precisely what chauvinism, in fact, the most fanatical chauvinism, consists in. 5. The labor movement and imperial socialism. Drawing attention to the national, and colonial, question was all the more urgent because colonialist ideology was in the process of making massive inroads into working-class parties, which proved increasingly incapable of expressing solidarity and support for colonial peoples engaged in class struggle against the exploitation of one nation by another. In 1858, Engels not only bitterly noted that the English proletariat is actually becoming more and more bourgeois, but added, in the case of a nation which exploits the entire world, this is, of course, justified to some extent. 5 years later, he went further, the English proletariat's revolutionary energy has all but completely evaporated and the English proletarian has declared himself in full agreement with the dominancy of the bourgeoisie. 50. I have cited 2 letters to Marx, who reached the same conclusions. Far from being in solidarity with the Irish worker, he observed in 1870, the English worker feels himself to be a member of the ruling nation. His attitude towards him is roughly that of poor whites to the niggers in the former slave states of the American Union. 51. Hence, we are dealing with an ideological involution entailing a slide not only into chauvinism but also racism. Marx was right to condemn the fact that the British worker's inclination to view his Irish counterpart as a nigger was kept artificially alive and intensified by the press, the pulpit, the comic papers, in short by all the means at the disposal of the ruling class. 52. This campaign succeeded in Britain as in the American Deep South, where, Marx observed, whites of modest means espoused the cause of the slave owners and often formed the mass social base for attempts to export slavery to Central America. In any event, it was no longer possible to indulge in the illusion derived from the binary reading of conflict and the related credence in the immediate self-evidence of exploitation, an illusion entertained, in particular, by the young Engels that the national prejudices of the dominant classes were alien to the proletariat. Very different from such early hopes was the picture that Engels himself drew in a letter of September 12, 1882 to Koskai. The London government and dominant classes were inclined to co-opt the overseas white settlers, the countries occupied by European settlers, such as Canada, the Cape, Australia, will all become independent. This would not apply to territories inhabited by natives, who would continue to be oppressed and exploited. Unfortunately, this policy met with support from British workers, who cheerfully go snacks in England's monopoly of the world market and colonies, and did not intend to challenge colonialism. Peoples of color could expect aid only from a proletariat capable of resisting the lures of colonial expansion. What position should be concretely adopted? India may, indeed very probably will, start a revolution and, since a proletariat that is effecting its own emancipation cannot wage a colonial war, it would have to be given its head, which would obviously entail a great deal of destruction, but after all that sort of thing is inseparable from any revolution. The same thing could also happen elsewhere, say in Algeria or Egypt, and would certainly suit us best. 53. Compared with the West, the colonies or ex-colonies were at a more backward level of development, were semi-civilized. But it would be senseless to seek to export civilization or revolution. A victorious proletariat cannot forcibly confer any boon whatever on another country without undermining its own victory in the process. Which does not, of course, in any way preclude defensive wars of various kinds. 54. This warning did not succeed in blocking the spread of imperial socialism in the ranks of the working class. It was to the challenge represented by this serious mutilation of the class struggle that Lenin sought to respond. 7. The Southeast Passage. 1. Lenin as a critic of mutilation of the class struggle. 5 years after Engels' death, writing in the Sozialistische Minutschrift, Bernstein noted with satisfaction, if, in the United States, Canada, South America, and some parts of Australia, etc., several million men find themselves living next to hundreds of thousands from other times, the credit is due to the colonizing advance of European civilization. And if, in England and elsewhere, many nutritious and flavorsome tropical products have become staple items of popular consumption, and if the great American and Australian ranges and fields supply cheap meat and bread to millions of European workers, we must thank the colonial enterprise. Without the colonial expansion of our economy, the poverty that still exists in Europe today, which we are trying to eradicate, would be much worse, and we would have much less hope of eliminating it. Even when counterbalanced by the crimes of colonialism, the benefits derived from colonies always weigh much more heavily in the scales. 1. Let us focus on the final assertion. It coincided with the consummation of the effacement of Native Americans in the USA and the Aborigines in Australia and New Zealand. These were the years when in South Africa, in the words of Ludwig Gumplaues, theorist and apologist for racial struggle, the Christian Boers regarded and treated the jungle men and Hottentots not like humans, but as entities, Geschöpfe, whom it was legitimate to exterminate like wild game in the forest too. But for Bernstein, colonialism's crimes counted for less than the benefits that could be obtained thanks to it. While Lassalle resolved the class struggle by pursuing a rudimentary welfare state without political democracy, first the British Labourists and then Bernstein resolved it by pursuing political democracy that sought to extract more or less significant social reforms, but which legitimized colonial expansion and, in fact, benefited from it. Imperial socialism was manifestly also progressing in the most prestigious and authoritative socialist party of the time. This is the historical context to be borne in mind if we wish to understand what is to be done, a text by Lenin that appeared 2 years after Bernstein's article. 2 years had also passed since the Great Powers' expedition to put down the Boxer Rebellion in China. Colonialist violence, Lenin observed in December 1900, had rained down on the unarmed Chinese populace, who were drowned or killed, with no holding back from the slaughter of women and children, not to speak of the looting of palaces, homes, and shops. Russian soldiers, and the invaders generally, had attacked China like savage beasts, burning down whole villages, shooting, bayoneting, and drowning in the Amur River unarmed inhabitants, their wives and their children. Yet, such infamy had been extolled as a civilizing mission by the ruling class, the press that kowtows to it, and, ultimately, much or even most public opinion. 3. It was an enterprise that also aimed to corrupt the political consciousness of the masses. To try to eliminate popular discontent, attempts were made to divert it from the government to some other object. This was not a difficult operation. For example, hostility is being stirred up against the Jews, the gutter press carries on Jew-baiting campaigns, as if the Jewish workers do not suffer in exactly the same way as the Russian workers from the oppression of capital and the police government. At the present time, the press is conducting a campaign against the Chinese. It is howling about the savage yellow race and its hostility towards civilization, about Russia's task of enlightenment, about the enthusiasm with which the Russian soldiers go into battle, etc., etc. Journalists who crawl on their bellies before the government and the moneybags are straining every nerve to rouse the hatred of the people against China. 4. The campaign paid dividends. Only the voices of the class-conscious workers, of the advanced representatives of the many millions of the working people, are not heard amid this rejoicing. 5. Even in the case of the proletariat, only a minority resisted the rampant chauvinist contagion. Lenin could no longer share the illusion harbored by Marx and Engels in their youth. In their view, the process impelling the proletariat to manifest a revolutionary consciousness, and to make a revolution destined to emancipate the whole of humanity, as well as a specific class, was inexorable. The bourgeois revolution had concluded with co-option and fusion between the old ruling class and the new one, so that relations of exploitation and domination remained largely intact. For the social bloc in power in the first half of the 19th century, by contrast, it was not possible to co-opt the proletariat, which was irreducibly antithetical to the bourgeoisie. The emancipation of the proletariat would, therefore, be the emancipation of humanity as a whole and the configuration of the proletariat as a conscious revolutionary subject represented by the crucial, impending, turning point in world history. But now the tendency to co-opt substantial sections of the proletariat of Britain or other countries into colonial adventurism and exploitation was obvious to everyone. Thus, there lapsed another presupposition in the platform Marx and Engels had developed in their early years, but which they had not repudiated or explicitly problematized subsequently. In the proletariat's conditions of existence, the abstraction of all humanity, even of the semblance of humanity, was so obvious that, thanks to the contemplation of the situation of this class, even individuals socially external to it could partake in its indignation and struggle. See Chap 5, Sect 4. On the one hand, the success of imperial socialism ended up inadvertently drawing attention to the revolutionary subject represented by colonial peoples, who were oppressed and forced to pay the price of the policy of co-option of the working class pursued by the bourgeoisie in the capitalist metropolis. On the other, it provoked a crisis in the naively sensualist epistemology that attributed an illuminating character to direct perception in and of itself. The new situation dictated the transition to a rational analysis of the totality of political and social relations, national and international, as a precondition for the formation of revolutionary consciousness and participation in the class struggle. Along with the colonial question, inter-imperialist contradictions militate in the same direction. In a letter of February 15, 1886 to August Bebel, Engels had observed that in Britain, the mass of genuine working men tended to ally with the Kampfzahler, those who, in the name of fair trade and the struggle against the unfair competition for which they criticized other countries, Germany primarily, wanted to shield British industry via protectionism. 6. The ever fiercer competition between the great capitalist powers involved the working class itself, and this was set to become worse in subsequent years. In the preparatory notes for his essay on imperialism, Lenin gleaned information from the book of a German historian that left him shaken and disheartened. In August 1893, Italian workers in Aigues-Mortes were beaten half dead by their French competitors. 7. The process of acquiring class consciousness faced an increasing number of obstacles. Corresponding to the political turn, which required particular attention to the devastating effects of imperialism, was an epistemological turn, with an abandonment of the sensualist platform that possibly derived from Feuerbach's influence on Marx and Engels' youth. We can now understand what is to be done. Working class consciousness cannot be genuine political consciousness unless the workers are trained to respond to all cases of tyranny, oppression, violence, and abuse, no matter what class is affected, unless they are trained, moreover, to respond from a social democratic point of view and no other. The consciousness of the working masses cannot be genuine class consciousness, unless the workers learn, from concrete, and above all from topical, facts and events to observe every other social class in all the manifestations of its intellectual, ethical, and political life, unless they learn to apply in practice and materialist analysis and the materialist estimate of all aspects of the life and activity of all classes, strata, and groups of the population. Those who concentrate the attention, observation, and consciousness of the working class exclusively, or even mainly, upon itself alone are not social democrats, for the self-knowledge of the working class is indissolubly bound up, not solely with a fully clear theoretical understanding. It would be even truer to say, not so much with the theoretical, as with the practical, understanding of the relationships between all the various classes of modern society, acquired through the experience of political life. The sphere from which alone it is possible to obtain this knowledge is the sphere of relationships of all classes and strata to the state and the government, the sphere of the interrelations between all classes. 8. Acquisition of class consciousness and participation in revolutionary class struggle presupposed understanding the social totality in all its aspects. The key words are those emphasized by me. What was required was an organization of revolutionaries capable of guiding the entire proletarian struggle for emancipation. 9. In the case of Russia, the Revolutionary Party was characterized by the political exposure of the autocracy in all its aspects. 10. The socio-political system to be overthrown did not only comprise the exploitation of workers in factories, the oppression of national minorities, in Russia, Jews in particular, as well as imperialist expansionism intent on subjecting yet more peoples, must not be ignored. The Revolutionary Party must know how to conduct research and agitate on questions of the government's home and foreign policy, on questions of the economic evolution of Russia and of Europe, must seize every opportunity to clarify for all and everyone the world historic significance of the struggle for emancipation of the proletariat. And a constitutive, crucial part of that struggle was the emancipation of women, as well as the emancipation of colonial slaves, racialized by the liberal bourgeoisie as barbarians external to civilization, and therefore, fated to endure the oppression of white, Western supermen. In this sense, the Revolutionary Tribune of the People was ranged against the reformist trade union secretary, 11, who often observed the essay on imperialism, citing an observation by Engels with which we are familiar, behaved as a prop of the ruling class and the uncritical representative of a nation which exploits the whole world. 12. 2. L. E. Bon's Crowd Psychology and Lenin's What is to be Done? Published 2 years after Bernstein's intervention in favor of colonialism, and the ravages of the civilizing mission in China, What is to be Done, appeared 7 years after Gustav L. E. Bon's Crowd Psychology. This is not an irrelevant detail. The French author called upon the bourgeoisie to reorganize its propaganda and hegemonic apparatus. It was necessary to register the astonishing power of advertising and promote a political personality or line like a consumer product, for example, a chocolate. This is well known. Less so are the final considerations of the psychologist of crowds. By definition, the latter were incapable of arguing logically. But this datum, seemingly a drawback, was in fact the precondition for solving the problem. The type of hero dear to crowds will always have the semblance of a Caesar. His insignia attracts them, his authority overawes them, and his sword instills them with fear. 13. In other words, the masses could be controlled at the level of propaganda by employing the seductive techniques peculiar to commercial advertising, and in terms of content by enthusing them with militaristic and bellicose ventures. Lenin's platform was opposed to L. E. Bon's on both counts. To counter and neutralize the machine for mass stupefaction theorized by the psychologist of crowds, what is to be done? Appealed to the critical intelligence of vanguard workers, who were exhorted not to let themselves be swindled by the chocolate dangled by the dominant class. And an initial demonstration of independent judgment consisted in the ability to resist the seductions of the insignia of a Caesar. Colonial expeditions, and the threat of war hanging over the capitalist metropolis itself, must be contested. The European states that have flung themselves upon China are already beginning to quarrel over the division of the booty, and no one can say how this quarrel will end. 14. The habitual criticism of Lenin for militarizing politics, thus, seems unjustified. The sword of Caesar evoked by L. E. Bon aimed to impose authority and arouse fear inside the country as well. In rejecting an economistic view of class struggle, what is to be done? Stressed the importance of the political struggle for democracy. In the theorist of crowd psychology, the theme, deeply rooted in the liberal tradition, of the childish multitude, now summoned to loyally follow its Caesar in impending bellicose adventures, reached its apex. With his focus on colonial expeditions and the perils of war between the great powers, Lenin accused trade unionists, for whom the popular masses could be interested in nothing beyond economic demands, of treating workers with nursemaid concern. 15. Undoubtedly, the Bolshevik Party also succeeded in winning power because it was the only socialist party equal to the state of emergency which, having been peculiar to Tsarist Russia, was diffused on a European and even global scale with the outbreak of the First World War. We are unquestionably dealing with a party organized in such a way as to be able to pass, if necessary, from the weapon of criticism to criticism by weapons. In the young Marx's formulation 16, those who seek to write off the Leninist party as a machine exclusively committed to organizing violence would do well to reflect on the unwitting affidavit for it by an author with impeccable credentials. Ernst Nolte, the patriarch of historical revisionism, describes as follows how the crack troops of Lavrenti Kornilov, author in September 1917 of an attempted pro-Tsarist coup d'état, supported by the liberal West, were confronted by the Bolsheviks. They opposed an army of agitators to the Supreme Commander's advancing troops, to convince them that, in obeying their officers, they were acting against their true interests, prolonging the war and paving the way for the restoration of Tsarism. And so, in the march on Petrograd, and already in various parts of the country, the troops yielded to the persuasive force of arguments that simply expressed their own deepest desires and anxieties, of which they were not fully conscious. None of the officers present will have been able to forget how their soldiers slipped away from them not under grenade fire, but under a hail of words. 17. We have seen what is to be done? Contrast the trade union leader, lacking genuine class consciousness, with the tribune of the people, protagonist of the revolutionary class struggle. Focusing exclusively on the concrete reality of wage increases or better working conditions, the former closes his eyes to the oppression of colonial peoples. In fact, not infrequently winds up sharing the chauvinist arrogance of the bourgeoisie in the capitalist metropolis. He continues to demonstrate his subaltern character during the struggle for hegemony between the great powers and in imperialist war itself. Proclaimed concreteness thus, turns out to be a frightening abstraction, which sometimes involves sacrificing the very life of popular masses on the altar of ruling class interests and ambitions. In criticizing trade unionism, Lenin was repeatedly accused by his opponents of departing from the class point of view, obscuring class antagonisms, and putting into the forefront the common nature of the discontent with the government. 18. His insistence on the categories of nation and people, or population, was rejected as alien to Marxism and the standpoint of the class struggle. 19. However, for the Russian revolutionary it was clear that progress could not be made towards achieving the proletariat's class goal unless we uphold the equality of the various nations. 20. What defined revolutionary class consciousness was precisely attention to the coercive relations that constitute the capitalist and imperialist system. 3. The immense significance of the national question. Among them was national oppression. Accordingly, the struggle against it was an essential form of class struggle. Starting from this presupposition, Lenin was able to foresee the main contours of the 20th century with amazing lucidity, and not only because he appreciated that a phase of comparatively peaceful development was set to come to an end. He was also able to anticipate the constitutive elements in the major historical crisis, the huge storm that was gathering. A text of December 1914 is illuminating. An unprecedented global war was raging, and Lenin, appealing for the transformation of imperialist war into a revolution or a revolutionary civil war, expressed his utter contempt for the patriotic rhetoric also used by many socialists to justify the ongoing carnage. But this did not prevent him from stressing the immense significance of the national question in the century that was in its early stages. 21. Even before the war, and then during it, Lenin identified the epic entrées of the impending global clash over the national question with precision: Eastern Europe and Asia, on the one hand, and the semi-colonies and colonies, on the other. 22. As regards the first epic entrée, one thinks of the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire, Hitler's attempt to build German Indies in the East, and, finally, the disappearance of the Soviet Union. As to the second, national liberation movements in China, India, Vietnam, and so forth come to mind. Obviously, the two epic entrées did not coincide with the crisis zone in its entirety. In October 1916, when Wilhelm II's army was at the gates of Paris, Lenin, on the one hand, reiterated the imperialist character of the world war underway, and on the other, drew attention to a possible reversal. Should the conflict end in victories like Napoleon's and in the subjugation of a number of viable national states, then a great national war in Europe would be possible. 23. Such is the scenario that materialized on much of the European continent between 1939 and 1945. The victory of a Napoleonic kind, won by Hitler, prompted a great national war in France itself. Finally, Lenin drew attention to the national oppression which, even in peacetime, could occur in the capitalist metropolis itself. As proof of the immense significance of the national question, he referred to the brutal oppressors of Negroes in the North American Democratic Republic. 24. During the 20th century, white supremacy was to be the target of fierce struggles in the USA, South Africa, and so on, as well as at a global level. In the round, a revolutionary exit from the impending major historical crisis was inconceivable without taking account of the national question. In July 1916, Lenin mocked those who went in search of the class struggle and revolution in the pure state. To imagine that social revolution is conceivable without revolts by small nations in the colonies and in Europe, is to repudiate social revolution. Whoever expects a pure social revolution will never live to see it. Such a person pays lip service to revolution without understanding what revolution is. 25 Naturally, not all national movements played a progressive role and merited support from the Revolutionary Party and Tribune of the People. In broaching this problem, Lenin had recourse to two theoretical models. In the early months of 1914, stressing the salience of the national question in a debate with Rosa Luxemburg, he added, Marx had no doubt as to the subordinate position of the national question as compared with the labor question. But his theory is as far from ignoring national movements as heaven is from earth. National demands were prominent, but the politically conscious proletariat subordinates them to the class struggle. 26 This formulation is not altogether satisfying. It seems to be based on a clear distinction between national question and labor question, between national struggle and class struggle. Here we are far removed from the viewpoint of Marx, for whom, in a colony like Ireland, the social question could take the form of the national question and the class struggle take the form, at least initially, of national struggle. On the other hand, we have seen Marx compare the role played by the Croats in 1848-9 to that of the lumpen proletariat, see Chap 6, Sect 1. Like peoples in a subaltern position, subaltern classes can play a reactionary role. The problem of distinguishing between movements is general in kind. Lenin's second formulation is more mature. Having recalled Marx and Engels' support for the Irish and Poles, but not the Czechs and South Slavs, and Croats, at the time serving as Russian outposts in Europe, he continued as follows in July 1916, the several demands of democracy, including self-determination, are not an absolute, but only a small part of the general democratic, now, general socialist, world movement. In individual concrete cases, the part may contradict the whole. If so, it must be rejected. It is possible that the Republican movement in one country may be merely an instrument of the clerical or financial monarchist intrigues of other countries. If so, we must not support this particular, concrete movement, but it would be ridiculous to delete the demand for a republic from the program of international social democracy on these grounds. 27. Contrasted here are not national question and labor question, but the small part and the whole. Insofar as they were instrumentalized and controlled by Tsarism, the national aspirations of the Czechs and Croats lacked legitimacy exclusively with reference to the national question. They were a small part that came into contradiction with the national liberation movement as a whole, whose main enemy was Tsarist Russia. Whether the whole is represented, in Lenin's terminology, by the bourgeois democratic movement or the world socialist movement, the problem of subordination of the small part to it cannot be avoided. And, naturally, the solution to the problem is not unequivocal and without its contradictions. This does not only apply to the revolutionary wave of 1848-9. We have seen Adam Smith invoking despotic government against slave owners. The representative bodies hegemonized by them were a small part that came into contradiction with the whole, and the same might be said of the self-government of the slave-holding South abolished by Lincoln and the Union Army. Lenin stressed that small nation movements could be manipulated by Bonapartism and Tsarism or, we might add, imperialism for their own benefit. 28 The history of the 20th century amply demonstrates the point. Colombia hesitated to concede or cede to the USA a strip of land for a canal intended to link the Atlantic and the Pacific, consecrating the imperial ascendancy of the North American Republic. But the latter did not allow itself to be fettered by formal law. A new country was created out of nothing. Having achieved independence, Panama promptly agreed to all of Washington's requests. In 1960, the independence of the Congo was followed by an attempt at secession by Katanga, a region rich in minerals, supported by the former colonial power, Belgium, and the West as a whole. Some years later, the USA combined terroristic bombing of Vietnam and Laos with encouragement and support to this or that separatist movement and small nationality. And we could go on at length down to our own day. While, between 1914 and 1918, he appealed for the transformation of imperialist war into revolutionary civil war, Lenin warned about the potential return of national war in the capitalist metropolis itself, a national war of which capitalist and colonialist France might be the protagonist. There is no doubt that intellectually too a tremendous effort is demanded of the tribune of the people. In an intervention of June 1920, Lenin encapsulated the attitude that should inform the development of the revolutionary class struggle as follows: it should be guided by a concrete analysis of a concrete situation, the very gist, the living soul, of Marxism. 29 The break with credence in the immediate self-evidence of exploitation and oppression could not be clearer. Awareness of the precise tangled skein of contradictions and class struggles, national and international, characteristic of a determinate historical situation, has erased any residue of immediacy. In light of all this, the thesis that the lasting theoretical effect of Leninism has been an appalling impoverishment of the field of Marxian diversity, 30 is dubious, to say the least. Evasion of the great and terrible history of the 20th century seems in search of a scapegoat here. Lenin's great theoretical merit is that he superseded the binary interpretation of class struggle for good and broke with the sensualist epistemology of Marx and Engels' early writings. That is why he was able to anticipate with amazing lucidity 20th century developments, a century unintelligible without the lesson, even more epistemological than political, of the great Russian revolutionary. Something else should be underscored, latent in the authors of the Communist Manifesto, the tragic vision of the historical process and class struggle now becomes clear. We have tragedy, in the philosophical sense of the term, when we are faced not with right and wrong, but two different rights, even if they are unequal and sometimes markedly so. The national demands of the Czechs or other nationalities can forfeit legitimacy, not because they are unjustified in themselves, but because they are absorbed by a more powerful reality, which represents a much more serious threat to the freedom and liberation of nations. The tribune of the people is called upon to appreciate all this and thereby become the protagonist of a class struggle that constantly changes its forms. Pursuit of the universal, the construction of a society finally free of any exploitation and domination, always materializes in a concrete engagement, which targets and contests war, fascism, colonial expansionism, and national oppression. For the brief season of international civil war, the baptism of fire was the gigantic conflict that broke out in 1914, which was evoked and invoked implicitly by Le Bon and explicitly by Pareto, and the ruling classes of the time, as a tool that could set back the labor movement for decades, see Chap 2, Sec 13. Despite the fact that the chauvinist frenzy also infected parties of a socialist orientation, it was relatively easy for Lenin to issue the slogan of transforming the imperialist war, waged in the name of defense of the fatherland, into a revolutionary civil war, to overthrow in every country the capitalist bourgeoisie responsible, or jointly responsible, for the dreadful bloodbath. However, when, in the wake of the hopes aroused by the Bolshevik October, the revolution seemed set to spread rapidly in Europe and throughout the world, this slogan tended to lose any historical specificity and to be interpreted as if a new era had begun, marked by the irrelevance of state and national borders, as if the idea of the nation as such had become obsolete and even regressive. The platform issued on March 4, 1919 by the First Congress of the Third Communist International called for the subordination of so-called national interests to the interests of the international revolution. 31 The word emphasized by me is revealing: there are no real national interests. The Manifesto of the Communist International to the Proletariat of the Entire World, March 6, 1919, which not coincidentally was the work of Trotsky, painted a telling picture. humanity ran the risk of becoming the slave of a single world clique controlling the entire terrestrial globe through an international army and international navy. Ranged against this was an equally monolithic international front, and hence, a proletarian revolution, which will liberate the productive forces of all countries from the constraint of the national state. Indeed, the national state was dead or in its death throes. Having imparted a mighty impulse to capitalist development, it had become too narrow for the further development of the productive forces. The small states hemmed in by the major powers of Europe and other continents could survive thanks only to the uninterrupted antagonism between the two imperialist camps. With the triumph of the Entente, this conflict had ended and the imperialist camp was unified. The proletarian camp was in the process of being formed against it. 32 Clearly, the binary interpretation of social conflict on a global scale, already encountered in certain pages of Marx and Engels, recurs here. We can now understand the proposals which, on the eve of the Comintern's Second Congress, Tukhachevsky, commander of the Red Army, set out in a letter to Zinoviev. They should be prepared for the forthcoming civil war, for the moment of a world attack by all the armed forces of the proletariat on armed world capitalism. Given the inevitability of world civil war in the near future, a general staff must be created and its composition and duties extend far beyond the Russian national framework. In the wake of this proposal, the Italian maximalist Jacinto Menotti Cerati imminently foresaw the day when the proletarian Red Army will consist not only of Russian proletarians, but of proletarians of the whole world. 33 The ultimate objective was the creation of the International Soviet Republic. One of the resolutions passed by the Congress reads, "The Communist International proclaims the cause of Soviet Russia as its own cause. The international proletariat will not sheath the sword until Soviet Russia becomes a link in a federation of Soviet republics of the whole world." 34. At the time, all eyes were on the war with Poland. According to Zinoviev, in the Congress Hall hung a great map on which was marked every day the movement of our armies. And the delegates every morning stood with breathless interest before this map. 35 They had the impression that they were witnessing promising developments in the global civil war, a trial of strength between opposed classes that knew no state and national boundaries. But they were very soon made aware of the persistence and power of such borders. The Red Army was advancing on Warsaw, in a war that was certainly provoked by the reactionary government of Josip Pilsudski, but which was in the process of being transformed on the Soviet side from a war of national defense into a revolutionary war to overthrow capitalism in Poland. The advance was blocked and, in fact, turned into a headlong retreat, thanks in part to the active engagement of Polish workers, who experienced the strong pull of patriotic appeals. It is true that, defeated at Warsaw, the revolution had been victorious a year earlier in Budapest. But it is worth examining what happened in Hungary. In March 1919, Bela Kun arrived in power on the back of a broad national consensus, including the bourgeoisie, which regarded the communists as the only force capable of preserving the country's territorial integrity, threatened by the maneuvers of the Entente. The latter was committed to creating a cordon sanitaire around Soviet Russia, while also giving free rein to the annexationist aims of Czechoslovakia and Romania. 36 It has rightly been observed that this bloodless revolution was a product of wounded national pride. 37 On the eve of Bela Kun's arrival in power, Alexander Garbe, a Socialist Party leader, declared, "In Paris they are bent on an imperialist peace. From the West we can expect nothing but a dictated peace. The Entente has driven us into adopting a new course which will secure for us from the East what the West has denied us." Bela Kun himself saw a national phase of the Hungarian Revolution preceding social revolution proper. 38 In other words, the defeats and victories of the world revolution invoked by the Communist International cannot be understood in the absence of the role played by the national question in each instance. In fact, on closer inspection, the national question had registered its presence in the October Revolution itself, which broke out amid the struggle against chauvinism and patriotic rhetoric, amid the transformation of imperialist war into a revolutionary civil war. Between February and October 1917, Stalin presented proletarian revolution as the vehicle required not only to build a new social order, but also to reassert the national independence of Russia. 39 The Entente sought to force it to fight on at any cost and bleed itself dry, with a view to turning it into a colony of Britain, America, and France. Russia was being treated as if it were Central Africa. The Mensheviks, bowing to imperialist diktat, supported the gradual bartering away of Russia to foreign capitalists, were leading the country to ruin, and hence, revealed themselves to be the real betrayers of the nation. Ranged against this, proletarian revolution would not only lead to the emancipation of the popular classes, but also pave the way for the real emancipation of Russia. 40 Subsequently, the counter-revolution, unleashed by the whites supported or egged on by the Entente, was defeated thanks to the Bolsheviks' appeal. Karl Radek distinguished himself in this respect, to the Russian people to engage in a national struggle of liberation against foreign invasion and imperialist powers intent on turning Russia into a colony of the West. This was the basis on which Alexei Brusilov gave his support to the new revolutionary government. The brilliant general of noble origin, one of the few to have proved his mettle during the First World War, justified his choice as follows: "My sense of duty to the nation has often obliged me to disobey my natural social inclinations." 41. First making, and then defending the October Revolution, the Bolsheviks shielded the Russian nation from the disintegration and balkanization that loomed as a result of defeat in war and destruction of the Ancien regime. All this did not escape Gramsci, who on June 7, 1919 paid tribute to Lenin as the greatest statesman in contemporary Europe and to the Bolsheviks as an aristocracy of statesmen which no other nation possesses. They were to be credited with putting an end to the bottomless abyss of poverty, barbarism, anarchy, and disintegration created by a long and disastrous war, saving the nation, the immense Russian people, and had thereby succeeded in soldering communist doctrine to the collective consciousness of the Russian people. Placing themselves in a relationship of discontinuity, but also continuity, with the history of Russia, the Bolsheviks expressed class awareness, but were at the same time capable of winning to the new state the loyal majority of Russian people, of building the state of the whole Russian people. Imperialism was not resigned to this and was continuing its policy of aggression. However, the Russian people were standing up to it. They were armed for their Valmy. Inspired by class awareness, the Communist Party was in fact called upon to lead the struggle for national independence, in imitation of the Jacobins. 42. 5. Workers of all lands and oppressed peoples of the whole world, unite. This confirms that class struggle never, or virtually never, presents itself in the pure state. Let us return for a moment to the 19th century. If in Britain the bourgeoisie and aristocracy could consolidate their rule thanks to the colonial subjugation of Ireland, where, as a result of the systematic expropriation of the island's inhabitants, the social question ended up taking the form of the national question, in the USA as highlighted by the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung in 1850, every clash between the classes was concealed by the outflow of the surplus proletariat population to the West, see Chap 2, Sect 1, that is, by the expropriation and deportation of the Redskins. Later, during the American Civil War, Marx observed, only by acquisition and the prospect of acquisition of new territories, as well as by filibustering expeditions like that which saw William Walker conquer Nicaragua in the mid-19th century and reintroduce slavery, is it possible to square the interests of poor whites with those of the slave holders, to give their restless thirst for action a harmless direction and tame them with the prospect of one day becoming slave holders themselves. 43. In this second case, rather than via the expropriation and deportation of the natives, class struggle within the white community was diffused through the enslavement of African Americans, and other supposedly barbaric populations in Central America. We have hitherto been dealing with processes that are in some sense spontaneous. But with the exacerbation of social conflict in Europe, we witness the emergence of theories explicitly demanding the annexation of land, in the colonies to be assigned to the propertyless in the capitalist metropolis. In 1868, in France, not coincidentally the country where the long revolutionary cycle had issued in the emergence of a socialist movement. Ernest Renan attacked the French Revolution for having prevented the development of colonies, thereby obstructing the only route by which modern states can escape the problems of socialism. This was a thesis repeated 3 years later, in the months immediately following the Paris Commune. Large-scale colonization is a political necessity of the first order. A nation that does not colonize is irrevocably condemned to socialism, to war between rich and poor. It was necessary to put inferior races to work for the benefit of the conquering race. It was clear, the Europeans are a race of masters and soldiers. Reduce this noble race to work for life like Negroes and Chinese, and it will revolt. 44. A couple of decades later, Theodor Herzl recommended the colonization of Palestine and Zionism also as an antidote to the ascendant revolutionary movement in the capitalist metropolis. A proletariat that instills fear should be diverted towards a territory which requires men to cultivate it. Freeing itself of a surplus of proletarians and desperate men, the European metropolis could at the same time export civilization to the colonial world. Hand in hand with this increase in civilization and order would go the emasculation of revolutionary parties. In this connection, it must be recalled that we are everywhere at grips with revolutionaries and will detach young Jewish intellectuals and workers from socialism and nihilism to the extent that we hold out a purer popular ideal. 45. Indeed, abandoning their erstwhile revolutionary militancy, in Russia socialists and anarchists are converting to Zionism. It is no accident if the leader of the Zionist movement sought, and established, contact with Cecil Rhodes, the champion of British imperialism. 46. Lenin had Rhodes very much in mind, and cited him at length, in his essay on imperialism. How to solve the social problem and prevent a bloody civil war, that is, anti-capitalist revolution. It was necessary to acquire new lands. If you want to avoid civil war, you must become imperialists. 47. Rhodes arrived at this conclusion after having visited the East End, the working class area of London, which in 1889 Engels had enthusiastically seen converted from poverty-stricken stagnation into an outpost of the workers' class struggle. See Chap 4, Sec 7. It was precisely this that worried the champion of imperialism. The revival of colonial expansion was the only effective response to the exacerbation of the social question and expansion of the socialist movement. This political program caught on far beyond Britain. Mention has just been made of Herzl. On the eve of the First World War, the nationalist leader Enrico Corradini called on Italian socialists to support their own country's colonial expansion, taking to heart what had been going on in Britain for a good while. The British worker knows that in the massive British Empire, spread over 5 continents, an activity occurs on a daily basis of which he is part, and which has a far from negligible impact on his household budget. This is Britain's immense trade, which is strictly dependent on British imperialism. The London worker knows that Egypt and the Cape and India and Canada and Australia contribute and compete to increase his welfare and, above all, to disseminate it to an ever greater number of British workers and British citizens. 48. Lenin referred to a wretched book in connection with this statement. 49. In the preparatory materials for his essay on imperialism, he transcribed passages from a German historian on the colonial war against the Herero, who were annihilated after having had their land expropriated. Increasing numbers of the invaders settled on it, becoming farmers and cattle breeders. Lenin comments, rob the land and become landowners. This was how the imperialist powers proposed to resolve the social question. 50. So the capitalist bourgeoisie sought to defuse conflict in the metropolis by systematically expropriating colonial peoples, so that in the colonies, as in Ireland according to Marx, the social question was regularly posed as the national question. At the same time, in the capitalist metropolis imperial socialism spread in the ranks of the labor movement. In other words, while in the East, and, more generally, the Southeast, colonial expansion sparked revolution, in the West it strengthened the dominant power, at least in the immediate present. Hence, according to Lenin's analysis, If in the West, appealing to Marx and Engels' teaching, the task was to counter social imperialism, in the East anti-colonial revolution must be unequivocally supported. In summer 1920, the Congress of the Peoples of the East, which convened in Baku immediately after the Second Congress of the Comintern, felt obliged to complement the slogan with which both the Communist Manifesto and the inaugural address of the International Working Men's Association end. The new slogan read, "Workers of all lands and oppressed peoples of the whole world, unite." Oppressed peoples had now emerged alongside workers as fully fledged revolutionary subjects. This formulation, which undoubtedly represents an innovation vis-a-vis Marx and Engels, Beto kens not abandonment of the perspective of class struggle and internationalism, but an attempt to grasp the peculiar, determinate configuration assumed by each of them. 6. The East and the dual struggle for recognition. We are now in a better position to understand why the revolution invoked by the Communist Manifesto occurred first in Russia, and then the colonial world, rather than the West. The reasons for the switch of class struggle and revolution to the southeast have long been subject to investigation. One thinks, in particular, of Lenin's theory of the weakest link in the chain, rather than the advanced industrial countries. Socialist revolution breaks out where, as a result of an accumulation of multiple contradictions, the capitalist and imperialist system proves most fragile. This is a shrewd explanation, which breaks with the binary interpretation of the revolutionary process. Digging deeper, we can identify an even more basic datum: it was in the East that the need and demand for recognition were most strongly felt. We find a conjunction not only of political and social contradictions, but also of struggles for recognition. Let us see what occurred in Russia with the February Revolution, immediately after the fall of Tsarism. The oppression, exploitation, and humiliation of an enormous mass of peasants by a small aristocratic elite, which regarded itself as foreign to its own people, degraded to the status of a different, inferior race, were harbingers of an unparalleled catastrophe. On the theme of such non-recognition, Dostoevsky has left us memorable and terrible pages. Here is how, in the early 19th century, a general with high connections and a very wealthy landowner punishes a house serf, a little boy, only 8 years old, who is guilty of having struck the paw of one of the master's hounds with a stone. Forced to strip naked and run, he is caught and torn to pieces by hunting dogs ordered to chase him. The house serfs are gathered for their edification, the guilty boy's mother in front of them all. 51 The First World War further dramatized such non-recognition, with noble officers de facto wielding a daily power of life and death over serf soldiers. The fall of the Ancien regime was the moment of revenge that had been dreamed of and desired for centuries. Prince G.E. Lvov acknowledged this in a significant self-criticism. The revenge of the serfs was a settlement of accounts with those who had for centuries refused to treat the peasants as people rather than dogs, 52 or like game, as in the sequence of events described by Dostoevsky. Moreover, this was not a problem confined to the countryside. In 1895, Lenin encouraged agitation in Russian factories thus: "The workers must show that they consider themselves human beings just as much as the factory owners do, and that they have no intention of allowing themselves to be treated as dumb cattle." 53 Eminent contemporary historians confirm the correctness of this formulation. In Tsarist Russia, workers demanded more respectful treatment by their employers. They wanted to be called by the polite you, vi, rather than the familiar one, ti, which they associated with the old serf regime. They wanted to be treated as citizens. It was often this issue of respectful treatment, rather than the bread and butter question of wages, which fueled workers' strikes and demonstrations. 54. Another struggle for recognition was bound up with this one. The oppressed nations sought to shake off the yoke of autocracy and, in the case of Poland and Finland, constituted themselves as nation-states. But it was not only oppressed nations that mobilized and demanded recognition. We have seen the accusation leveled at the Entente by Stalin between February and October 1917 that it sought to force Russia to supply cannon fodder for the imperialist designs of London and Paris and treated it like a colony of Central Africa. While it answered to a shrewd political calculation, this line of argument genuinely captured an aspect of what was happening. The crisis initiated with the catastrophe of the First World War, and the disintegration of the Ancien regime, endangered the independence of Russia, which had in the interim been expelled from the zone of authentic civilization. The problem of recognition was further aggravated by this. Without the dual struggle for recognition, we cannot understand the October Revolution and the form it took: mass popular pressure to enjoy what they had hitherto been deprived of. Self-esteem, participation, culture took the most disparate forms. Even if Lenin had wanted to, it would have been difficult for him to prevent the workers taking control of their factories and people referring with increasing frequency to socialism, which was to be achieved by nationalizing industry and immediately and triumphantly extended to the whole world. The impression rapidly spread that what was being realized in the revolution was a great revolt of all slaves against all masters. 55. As well as in Russia, revolutions of a socialist and Marxist persuasion occurred in countries in colonial or semi-colonial conditions, in situations where class differences tended to take the form of caste differences, rendering the problem of recognition acute domestically as well. When, subsequently, the upper classes or castes made common cause, or allied in a subaltern role, with the colonial masters, the internal dimension interlaced with the international dimension, which became a more pertinent one. An essential role was played in the anti-colonialist movement as a whole by the demand for recognition. Lenin highlighted this. Among the various definitions of imperialism he offered, one of the most significant characterizes it as the claim of a few chosen nations to base their own prosperity and primacy on despoliation and domination of the rest of the humanity. 56. They regarded themselves as model nations and assigned themselves the exclusive privilege of forming a state. 57. Regrettably, Europeans often forget that colonial peoples too are nations. 58. This discriminatory, and often openly racist, impulse manifested itself with particular clarity and virulence during colonial wars. These were conflicts in which hundreds of thousands of people belonging to the nations the Europeans were subjugating died, whereas few Europeans died. And so, Lenin continued caustically, "See, and you call them wars? Strictly speaking, they were not wars at all, and you could forget about them." Colonial wars were not regarded as wars for a very simple reason: those on the receiving end were barbarians who could not be regarded as nations at all. You couldn't very well call those Asians and Africans nations, and who, in the final analysis, were excluded from the human community. 59. We can now understand the powerful impetus given to the anti-colonialist movement by the October Revolution. The inhabitants of Asia and Africa, hundreds of millions of people, rebelling against the yoke imposed by the capitalist metropolis, had recently reminded the world of their claim to human and not slavish existence. 60. We are dealing with a revolution that spread on a global scale and over a long period of time. It is interesting to see how, in the liberated zones of China, the soldiers of the Red Army responded to Edgar Snow, when he asked them about the reasons for their adhesion to the armed struggle undertaken by the Communist Party, first against local lords and then against the Japanese invaders. "The Red Army has taught me to read and write. Here I have learned to operate a radio, and how to aim a rifle straight. The Red Army helps the poor. Here everybody is the same. It's not like the white districts, where poor people are slaves of the landlords and the Kuomintang." 61. In the course of its struggle against the enemies impeding or preventing recognition, the Communist Party promoted social mobility and facilitated the achievement of recognition both in its own ranks and in the army led by it. 7. Mao and the identity between the national struggle and class struggle. The dual struggle for recognition had particular relevance in a country with an ancient civilization like China. From the Opium Wars onwards, it had been forced to endure one ignominy and humiliation after another, to the extent that in the late 19th century, in Shanghai, the French concession prominently displayed the sign, "No admittance for dogs and Chinese." But the most tragic period of national oppression occurred in the 20th century, with a combination of civil war and open imperialist aggression. The April 1927 coup de force whereby Chiang Kai-shek crushed the Chinese working class in Shanghai, and inflicted devastating losses on the Communist Party, was followed by a retreat to the countryside led by Mao Zedong, who engaged in building and defending Soviet power in areas that were under siege and constant attack from the Kuomintang. With the expansion of the Japanese invasion, a new phase began. Dogged by the Fifth Encirclement and Extermination Campaign unleashed by Chiang Kai-shek, the Red Army embarked on the long march of thousands of miles in October 1934, both to escape its pursuers, who were determined to completely liquidate it, but also to reach the northwest region and encourage and organize resistance to the aggression of the Empire of the Rising Sun. There is no doubt that this was an epic endeavor, but there is an aspect of its grandeur that has perhaps been insufficiently stressed. While they sought to evade their pursuers, the Red Army's leaders thought about how to integrate them, at least partially, into the requisite broad united front. It was now necessary to confront the new enemy, who, it became ever more apparent, was the principal enemy. Indeed, observed Mao on December 27, 1935, when the national crisis reaches a crucial point, and the nation risked being enslaved by Japanese imperialism, the main target must be invaders and collaborators, entailing a transition from the agrarian revolution to the national revolution and the conversion of a workers' and peasants' republic into a people's republic. The government of the zone controlled by the Chinese Communist Party represented not only the workers and peasants but other sections of the people too, and the party itself expressed the interests of the whole nation. 62. On the basis of this platform, the Communist Party supported or promoted the December 9 movement of 1935, whose slogan was "Stop the Civil War, Unite to Resist Foreign Aggression." But in so doing, did it not renounce class struggle and turn its back on the slogan, transform the imperialist war into a revolutionary civil war, that had presided over the October Revolution and the foundation of the Third International? A radical change had occurred, and revolutionary class struggle now consisted in resistance to Japanese imperialism's attempts to enslave the Chinese nation as a whole. As a result, advocates of civil war had turned from champions of revolution, which is what they had been in Russia during the First World War, into champions of reaction and imperialism. Hence, our slogan is, "Fight to defend the motherland against the aggressors." For us, defeatism is a crime. 63. The political platform outlined here is clear. But on a more strictly theoretical level, things are more fluid. In an intervention of November 5, 1938, on the one hand an appeal was made to subordinate the class struggle to the present national struggle, while on the other it was asserted that in a struggle that is national in character, the class struggle takes the form of a national struggle, which demonstrates the identity between the two. 64. The second formulation, which supplies the section of the text by Mao cited here, and this section of my book, with their title, is more rigorous. It is not only in the stage of democratic revolution that there are limits to the struggle between labor and capital. 65. Japanese imperialism knew no distinctions of class or even sex in its oppression. It aimed to subject the entire Chinese nation, not merely the proletariat, to a condition of slavery or semi-slavery. Women were not spared, forced to prostitute themselves to Japanese soldiers needing comfort. They become comfort women, subjected to sexual slavery. Given this, the struggle against the imperialism of the rising sun was the concrete way in which, in a very specific situation, the struggle between labor and capital manifested itself and erupted. It takes us back to Marx's analysis of Ireland. The appropriation of the land by the British settlers and the consequent condemnation of the Irish people to deportation and starvation meant that the land question, its possession, and hence, the national question, became the exclusive form of the social question. Naturally, like the identity between social question and national question, the identity between national struggle and class struggle is partial, and not only because it is circumscribed in time. It was Mao himself who drew attention to the tensions between the different classes and parties making up the anti-Japanese United Front. But it remains the case that, following the large-scale invasion by the Empire of the Rising Sun, class struggle and national resistance tended to merge in China. Did concentrating on national tasks mean abandoning internationalism? Quite the reverse. Fighting and defeating Japanese imperialism was the concrete way in which Chinese revolutionaries could contribute to the cause of global revolution and emancipation. In wars of national liberation, patriotism is applied internationalism. These are good patriotic actions and, far from running counter to internationalism, are its application in China. To separate internationalist content from national form is the practice of those who do not understand the first thing about internationalism. 66. This time we are taken back to the analysis developed by Engels in particular. Subject to national oppression, the oppressed Irish and Poles were truly international only when authentically national. 8. Racial struggle and class struggle at Stalingrad. The national and colonial question ended up erupting in Europe itself. In fact, it was precisely there, in the central eastern part of the continent, that it assumed its most brutal form. We are familiar with the intellectual tradition which, as early as the 19th century, identified colonial expansion as the answer to the social question. Hitler drew on this tradition, proposing to build a colonial empire of a continental kind in Eastern Europe, in particular, in the immense Asian spaces of Russia. Here, in the almost unanimous view of Western elites, barbarism had returned and rampaged following the Bolshevik Revolution, and it was here that Germany was called upon to restore civilization with a vigorous or ruthless labor of colonization. The continuity with Rhodes is obvious. Let us read Mein Kampf. The economic conquest of new markets simply could not replace colonial expansion. The latter alone made it possible to avoid an industrialization as boundless as it is harmful, with its weakening of the peasant class, expansion of the mass of the big city proletariat and eruption of political class division. Without the acquisition of new soil, even the greatest economic prosperity could not achieve the primary, imperative objective, which was to defuse social conflict and class struggle in the fatherland and capitalist metropolis. Indeed, in the country there could be no social question, given that the separation of worker and employer had not as yet occurred. 67. This separation could only be abolished through colonial, territorial expansion, facilitating the conversion of proletarians into farmers and landowners. It was a question of choosing between either a territorial policy, or a colonial and commercial policy. To restore the social body to health, the role of industry and commerce must be reduced. With the North American model in mind, it was necessary to implement a healthy territorial policy through the acquisition of new land in Europe itself. 68. Prior to seizing power, the Nazis, in particular, used the journal Vokuendiram to propagandize the thesis that Germany's expansion to the east also had the deproletarianization, in proletarisierung, of the German people as its goal. 69. Later, after war had been unleashed on the Soviet Union, the Third Reich, in the person of Heinrich Himmler, theorized good blood socialism, which would ensure land and social security for German and Aryan settlers courtesy of the decimation and enslavement of the natives. 70. The imperial socialism advanced for the first time in Disraeli, and subsequently articulated very effectively by Rhodes, reached its acme. We can now clearly understand the significance of the Third Reich. In 1935, the Communist International demonstrated that it had already grasped it. Fascism, whether that of the Third Reich or the Empire of the Rising Sun, was intent on enslaving the weak nations, on an imperialist war of plunder against the Soviet Union and the enslavement and partition of China. 71. In our day, it has rightly been observed that Hitler's war for Lebensraum was the greatest colonial war in history. 72. It was a war that aimed at the reduction of entire peoples to a mass of slaves or semi-slaves in the service of the alleged master race. Addressing the industrialists of Dusseldorf and Germany, on January 27, 1932, and winning their support for his rise to power, Hitler clarified his vision of history and politics. During the 19th century, white peoples had wrested a position of unchallenged domination at the end of a process begun with the conquest of America and developed in the conviction of the absolute, innate master sense of the white race. Challenging the colonial system, and causing or aggravating the confusion of white European thinking, Bolshevism represented a deadly threat to civilization. To confront it, the conviction of the superiority, and hence, the superior right of the white race must be reasserted. The white race's position of domination of the rest of the world had to be defended. Clearly formulated here was a program of counter-revolution involving colonialism and slavery. To reassert the global domination of the white race, the lesson to be drawn from the history of the West's colonial expansion should be learnt, an utterly brutal lack of scruples should be unhesitatingly shown, the exercise of an extremely brutal master right, Herrenrecht, was required. 73. What was this, in substance, if not slavery? In July 1942, Hitler issued this order for the colonization of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe: the Slavs must work for us. If we have no more need of them, let them die. Education is dangerous. It is enough for them to know how to count up to 100. The only education allowed is that which procures useful manual laborers. We are the masters. 74. In his confidential speeches, not addressed to the public, Himmler explicitly referred to slavery. There was an absolute need for alien race slaves, Fremdvolkssklaven, before whom the master race, Herrenrasse, must never lose its lordly aura, Herrentum, and with which it must never mix or mingle in any way. If we do not fill our camps with slaves in this room, I mean to say things very firmly and very clearly, with worker slaves who will build our cities, our villages, our factories, without regard to any losses, the program of colonization and Germanization of the conquered territories in Eastern Europe could not be accomplished. The Third Reich, thus, became the artisan of a slave trade conducted post-haste, and hence, more brutally than the slave trade proper. 75. This was the project, involving the reduction not only of the proletariat but of whole nations to slavery or semi-slavery, which the new Soviet power had to confront. Already impending was the Great Patriotic War, whose most crucial and epic moment was Stalingrad. The struggle of an entire people to avoid the fate of enslavement to which it had been condemned cannot but be characterized as a class struggle. But it was a class struggle that took the form of a national, anti-colonial war of resistance. The same applies to Poland. As in the Soviet Union, the Third Reich proposed to liquidate the intelligentsia, social strata capable of organizing social and political existence, of preserving national consciousness and the historical continuity of the nation en bloc. The subjugated countries, the new colonies, would thereby be able to supply servile labor power in large quantities, without any impediment to the process. In the USSR, the constitutive element of the intelligentsia to be destroyed was communists, while an important role was played in Poland by the Catholic clergy. Common to both countries was the presence of Jews, who were incurably subversive intellectuals in Hitler's eyes, and for whom the only possible solution was the final one. Such were the conditions for building German Indies in Central and Eastern Europe, an inexhaustible reserve of land, raw materials, and slaves in the service of the master race. The struggle against this empire, based on an international division of labor that involved a barely concealed return of slavery, the struggle against such a counter-revolution, was a class struggle par excellence. A British historian whom we have already encountered argues differently and refutes Marx thus: the 20th century was not all about class struggle. The Third Reich embarked on the war in the East as a great racial war, to use Hermann Göring's expression, and hence, ethnic divisions proved more important than the supposed struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie. 76. There is no doubt about it. Himmler described and celebrated the campaign against the USSR as a primitive, original, natural racial struggle. 77. In his turn, although he ended up allying with Japanese yellow men, Hitler claimed to be the champion of the white race, to the point that the Spain conquered by Franco was, in his view, a country returned to white hands. 78. Even though Moroccan colonial troops made a significant contribution to the victory. But were this interpretative grid to be valid, we would have to interpret all international conflicts as exclusively ethnic or racial, From colonial wars to world wars, from the American War of Independence to Italy's Risorgimento Wars. In 1883, publishing The Racial Struggle, Gumplowes opposed Marx and the theory of class struggle. One of the most acclaimed historians of our time argues in a similar fashion. 9. A ubiquitous and elusive class struggle. It is true that, while the events treated here were unfolding, there were not a few even on the extreme left who found it difficult to construe them in the light of the Marxian theory of class struggle. The unforeseen, shocking spread of global civil war was bound to cause disorientation. The United Front policy launched by the Communist International in 1935 sought to isolate the imperialist powers on the offensive. Having arrived late at their tryst with colonialism, Germany, Italy, and Japan aspired to catch up, resorting to an extra dose of brutality and subjugating and even enslaving peoples of ancient civilization. But the Popular Front policy, which did not appear to challenge capitalism as such, and not even imperialism as such, seemed like the strangulation of the class struggle to Trotsky. 79. His followers in China argued in similar fashion, reproving Mao and the Chinese communists for having abandoned their class positions. This denunciation is contained in a letter sent to the great and respected writer Losurdo, who responded disdainfully that he wished to continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with those who were fighting and shedding their blood for the existence of today's Chinese. 80. This was a vision that later met with consecration in Mao's formula about the identity in China of national struggle and class struggle. This is a debate that continues down to the present. In their way, the words with which Trotsky's distinguished biographer describes and comments on the foundation of the Fourth International, the year before the outbreak of the Second World War, are illuminating. On October 18, 1938, in a speech recorded for American comrades, Trotsky stated, "Permit me to finish with a prediction. During the next 10 years the program of the Fourth International will become the guide of millions, and these revolutionary millions will know how to storm earth and heaven." It has to be acknowledged that this prediction was cruelly contradicted and, to say the very least, was guilty of excessive optimism. 81. Did Trotsky's prediction prove completely unfounded? In reality, following Stalingrad and the defeat of the Third Reich's plan, and Japan's similar plan for Asia, to revive, radicalize, and extend the territorial base of the colonial tradition, a massive wave of anti-colonial revolutions developed that radically altered the shape of the planet. However, Trotsky, as his biographer observes, conceived the Second World War by analogy with the First and the upheavals that would follow the new conflagration by analogy with October 19, 1782. This touches on, or at least brushes, the crucial point. The revolutionary upheavals foreseen by Trotsky did indeed occur, but not in the way he imagined. Class struggle erupted, but not in the forms it had taken in previous decades. In fact, what was involved was a veritable reversal. Deploying the slogan of turning imperialist war into revolutionary civil war, the Bolsheviks won power in Russia in 1917. But in subsequent decades they succeeded in retaining it, first by undertaking industrial and military consolidation of the country, and then by promoting and leading the war of national resistance. In countries like Yugoslavia, Albania, and China, and, later, Vietnam, Cuba, etc., communist parties arrived in power by placing themselves at the head of national resistance and liberation. In a country like India, revolution from below was intertwined with revolution from above. There it was the colonial power itself, now weakened by the new international constellation, which abdicated, so as to avoid much a more radical revolution from below. These upheavals even ended up having an impact in the USA. The fall of the Ancien regime based on racial hierarchy and white supremacy was inconceivable without the wave which, investing colonial peoples, included African Americans. In some more or less developed capitalist countries, such as France and Greece, revolution took the form of a war of national liberation with the massive participation and, in the second case, leadership of the Communist Party, which seemed on the verge of winning power and initiating changes of a socialist kind. In the Axis countries, the slogan of transforming imperialist war into revolutionary civil war remained valid, but inasmuch as the most advanced elements, for example, in Germany and Italy, allied with resistance and national liberation movements in the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, Albania, Greece, and so forth. In other words, in a radical reversal compared with its predecessor, during the Second World War, revolutionary commitment and revolutionary class struggle entailed support for resistance and national liberation movements, in one way or another. The Italian case is of particular interest. Having entered the war with explicitly imperialist slogans, conquest of a place in the sun, return of the empire to the fatal hills of Rome, etc., at the time of his fall Mussolini left the country not only prostrate and defeated, but also largely controlled by an occupying army, which tended to treat the ex-ally as a colonial people. A note in Goebbels' diary for September 11 is revealing, an account of their disloyalty and betrayal, the Italians have lost any right to a nation-state of a modern kind. They must be severely punished, as dictated by the law of history. 83 In effect, in the eyes of some Nazi leaders, the Italians became Negroids, with whom sexual contamination should be avoided and who, once the war was over, were to be used as laborers in the service of Germans. 84. In other words, the ex-ally ended up having to counter the danger of colonial subjugation by the Third Reich. Placing itself at the head of the national liberation struggle, the Communist Party succeeded in achieving significant political and social changes, and in winning such broad support that for a time it embodied the Gramscian lesson of the struggle to win hegemony in the eyes of much of international public opinion. Hence, far from being contradicted, Trotsky's prediction of 1938 received striking historical confirmation. As regards revolutions and class struggle, the ensuing decades were among the richest in world history. But the unanticipated, unprecedented forms assumed by class struggles and revolutions resulted in this going unperceived by many. As sometimes happens, a particularly dense wood obscured sight of the long sought after trees. 10 From World Bolshevik Party to the dissolution of the International. In the course of the 20th century, realization that the revolutionary process is always nationally specific in character was arrived at via a laborious, contradictory route. Following the October Revolution and the foundation of the Third International, a binary interpretation of conflict on a global scale prevailed. Significant in this regard are the statutes approved by the Second Congress on August 4, 1920. Starting from the assumption that the emancipation of the workers is not a local, nor a national, but an international problem, and that the objective was an international Soviet republic, they stressed the strongly centralized of the organization and concluded, the Communist International must, in fact and indeed, be a single communist party of the entire world. The parties working in the various countries are but its separate sections. 85 This was a vision consummated 4 years later, during the Fifth Congress, which called for the creation of a homogeneous Bolshevik world party permeated with the ideas of Bolshevism. Subsequently, the Executive Committee reiterated that, the World Party of Leninism must be strongly fused, not by mechanical discipline, but by unity of will and action. Every party must give its best forces to the international leadership. It must be brought home to the broadest masses that in the present epoch serious economic and political battles of the working class can be won only if they are led from one center and on an international scale. 86. In the event, the concrete exigencies of political struggle resulted in a form of practice that was in marked contradiction with the theory. Initially, the Congresses of the International succeeded one another well nigh annually, the first in 1919, the second in 1920, the third in 1921, the fourth in 1922, and then the fifth in 1924. But then things became more spaced out, the sixth in 1928 and the seventh and last in 1935. And it is easy to see why the Seventh Congress was also the last. At its heart was the national question, as clearly emerges from Dimitrov's report, which called for an end to an internationalism incapable of acclimatizing itself and sinking deep roots in its native land, which even issued in national nihilism, therewith proving utterly incapable of leading a struggle for the salvation of the nation. 87 Not by chance, the Seventh Congress was held as the Communist Party in China called for suspension of the civil war and for national unity, while the advent of Hitler anticipated the accentuation of the national question in Europe as well. It was now clear that in different national situations, social conflict could assume the most diverse configurations, and was on each occasion a peculiar tangle of multiple contradictions, involving the most diverse social subjects. The traditional organizational instrument, the international, long recognized by the labor movement as its own, thus, proved to be increasingly inadequate. Underlying it, to a greater or lesser extent, was a view we are already familiar with: the socialist revolution appears to derive from a single contradiction that sees two homogeneous blocks, bourgeoisie and proletariat, arrayed against one another on a world scale. It found its most concentrated expression in the Third International, which projected itself as a world Bolshevik party organized and centralized in iron fashion beyond national and state boundaries. Once this view had been superseded, the dissolution of the Third International was an imperative consequence. It did not simply answer to political calculation, though that was not lacking, the desire to consolidate the anti-fascist coalition, facilitating the formation of popular fronts in each country with the participation of communist parties, which it would now be more difficult to suspect of being mere Russian pawns. The role played by awareness of the concrete dialectic of the revolutionary process was more important. The fact is that no international has ever made a revolution. This applies to the International Working Men's Association founded in 1864. 6 years later, when the Franco-Prussian War was underway, it appealed to French workmen not to succumb to revolutionary illusions, to take account of the real balance of power, and above all not allow themselves to be deluded by the national souvenirs of 1792-88. In the light of subsequent developments, the warning proved justified. However, the movement that resulted in the Paris Commune developed in accordance with an autonomous dialectic, starting from the conjunction of the bourgeoisie/proletariat contradiction and the national crisis caused by revelation of Prussia's expansionist plans and the French bourgeoisie's inability to counter them. The October Revolution broke out in the wake of denunciation of the betrayal by the Second International. 3 years later, Lenin drew up a historical and theoretical balance sheet that highlighted a crucial point: a revolutionary situation presupposes so many contradictions, of such severity, as to provoke a nationwide crisis, affecting both the exploited and the exploiters. 89. In other words, the Bolsheviks ultimately prevailed because they proved to be the sole political force capable of offering an answer to the economic, political, and social disintegration triggered by the war and the fall of the Ancien regime. Founded in 1919, with the explicit goal of spreading the Russian Revolution to the West, the Third International did not succeed in living up to its program. A gigantic revolutionary wave did indeed develop after the defeat inflicted on Hitler's plan to build German Indies in Eastern Europe and surged globally until the dissolution of the colonial system. But it occurred only after the dissolution of the International decreed by Stalin 1943 and was fueled by revolutions which, contrary to the expectations of 1919, saw social conflict and national conflict indissolubly fused. Finally, it scarcely needs saying that the Fourth International turned out to be nothing but a farcical replica of the tragedy of the Third. At this point, it is worth reflecting on a formulation by the mature Marx, according to which the exacerbation of the contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production results not in a single revolution, but in an era of social revolution. 90. In such an era, various particular revolutionary processes develop, each of which can be explained only on the basis of a specific national constellation and a tangle of contradictions that is different each time, and this applies to the bourgeois revolution. According to the manifesto, it breaks out when feudal relations of property come into contradiction with the already developed productive forces. 91. If we apply this historical law country by country, we find that in no instance do we encounter a pure bourgeois revolution. In France, where capitalism was underdeveloped, and where, as Marx himself acknowledged, agriculture remained predominant in 1850, 92. The revolt of the Third Estate in 1789 was preceded by the anti-absolutist and pro-feudal Fronde of the Parlements, an institution typical of the Ancien regime. It was followed by the massive entry onto the political stage of the popular masses, that achieved very advanced objectives: abolition of black slavery on Santo Domingo, introduction of compulsory education in the metropolis, etc., clashing sharply with the bourgeoisie. In various countries, the overthrow of the Ancien regime took the form of a national revolution. One thinks of the Italian Risorgimento or Germany, where, according to Engels' aforementioned analysis, the bourgeois revolution commenced in 1808, 13, that is, with the struggle against Napoleon's occupation, imposed by a county which had the French Revolution behind it. The bourgeois revolution in the two classical countries of the liberal tradition turns out to be no less impure. It is not clear why the anti-capitalist revolution should be characterized by greater purity. In conclusion, it might be said that the organizational model of the International proved inadequate because it frequently referred to a pure class struggle which very rarely existed, and was fueled by expectations of a pure socialist revolution that never has occurred and never will. This does not mean that there is no longer any need for internationalist solidarity between those who, in one way or another, suffer from a system based on exploitation, oppression, and the law of the strongest. Indeed, it remains to examine the forms that such solidarity might concretely take. 8. Lenin in 1919, the class struggle is continuing, it has merely changed its forms. 1. Lenin, the Belgian worker and the French Catholic. We have seen the revolution relocate in the course of the 20th century from west to southeast. What happened in countries which, identifying with the Communist Manifesto and the theory of class struggle, overthrew the old capitalist regime or set out on the road to socialism? In the early 1920s, a symptomatic episode occurred in Soviet Russia. The crisis remained grave. What was to be done? Among the sympathizers with the Bolshevik Revolution in Moscow at the time was a French doctor, Madeleine Pelletier, who got to know the city very well, and was struck by workers' lack of commitment to work. 1. This is an impression confirmed by the testimony of an eminent philosopher, Walter Benjamin. A feeling for the value of time, notwithstanding all rationalization, is not met with even in the capital of Russia. TRUD, the Trade Union Institute for the Study of Work, launched a poster campaign for punctuality. Time is money. For this astonishing statement, posters claim the authority of Lenin, so alien is the idea to the Russians. They fritter everything away. If on the street a scene is being shot for a film, they forget where they are going and why, and follow the camera for hours, arriving at the office distraught. In his use of time, therefore, the Russian will remain Asiatic longest of all two. In other words, the measures taken by the Soviet government to improve labor productivity had not yielded significant results. From the outset, however, they had been opposed by a Belgian worker who was likewise a sympathizer with the revolution, Nicholas Lazarevic, and found himself in the Russian capital. He denounced the speed up of work without any increase in wages. In his view, this was synonymous with exploitation, and he called for class struggle and strikes, ending up being expelled from the country. 3. For the Western worker who had come to Soviet Russia to help build a new society, the Bolsheviks' arrival in power, in which the influence of the working class was unquestionably strong, did not entail any change in the modalities of the class struggle. Lenin argued very differently. From October 1919, he frequently stressed that the class struggle is continuing, it has merely changed its forms, for people should not lose sight of the essential difference between the class struggle of the proletariat in a capitalist state, and the economic struggle of the proletariat in a state which does not recognize private ownership of the land and the majority of the large enterprises, and where political power is in the hands of the proletariat. 5. Lazarevic was not an isolated case. He was an ideological ally and friend of a fervent French Catholic, Pierre Pascal, who interpreted and saluted the Bolshevik Revolution, which he witnessed, as follows: a unique and heady spectacle, the demolition of a society. This is the very realization of the fourth psalm of the Sunday Vespers, and the Magnificat, the powerful cast from their throne and the poor man lifted from his hovel. There are no more rich people, only poor and poorer. Knowledge no longer confers either privilege or respect. The former worker promoted to director gives orders to engineers. Salaries, high and low, are getting closer to each other. The right to property is reduced to the rags on one's back. Judges are no longer obliged to apply the law if their sense of proletarian equity contradicts it. 6. What immediately strikes us here is that generalized poverty is regarded as a condition of spiritual plenitude, not as a painful emergency. It is easy to see why Pascal felt no need for a revival of production. In fact, he looked with suspicion on attempts to restore order in the factories and condemned those who preached admiration for bosses, obedience, discipline, all of them virtues that are all too common in the people, and which are the greatest obstacles to the revolution. 7. Lenin's position was quite different. In October 1920, he declared, "We want to transform Russia from a poverty-stricken and wretched country into one that is wealthy. To that end what was needed was organized labor, conscious and disciplined labor, so as to assimilate and apply the latest achievements of technology." 8. In its new forms, the class struggle required ending a situation of wretchedness and devastation in order to improve the people's living conditions, consolidate the social basis of support for Soviet power, and not leave it defenseless in the face of imperialism's economic and military pressure. 2. Universal asceticism and social leveling. How should we characterize the contrast between these two views? Is concern with production and material wealth contrary to the pursuit of more spiritual values and a community that is spiritually richer in that it is harmonious and unified? In the same intervention of October 1920, when he launched the appeal to transform Russia into a wealthy country, Lenin stressed the need to have done with a society so absorbed in its private egotisms that nobody cared a straw for the aged and the sick, or whether housework was the concern only of the women, who, in consequence, were in a condition of oppression and servitude. 9. The imperative of introducing spiritually richer intersubjective relations was also registered by the Soviet leader, who believed that the problem could not be solved without the development of the productive forces. Some 15 years later, drawing on his memory of his experience in government, Trotsky wrote, "The actual liberation of women is unrealizable on a basis of generalized want." 10. The class struggle to restructure and revive the productive apparatus was also a struggle for women's liberation, and to guarantee the right to life for the old and infirm. In the words of Capital, the less developed the productive forces and social wealth, the more imperious and constraining was the realm of necessity, and the more it impacted negatively on the life, including the spiritual life, of men and women. 11. Pascal's position was quite different. He was a fervent Christian, and in his view, the revolutionary class struggle was the revenge of the humiliated and rejected. This was also the view of the Belgian worker, Lazarevic, and not a few supporters of or sympathizers with Bolshevism who were far removed from Christianity, and yet found it difficult to identify with the measures with which the new government sought to reorganize and restart the industrial apparatus. We are therefore dealing with a contrast not between devotees and enemies of the fetish of wealth, not between those who are deaf, and those who are attuned, to spiritual values, and not even with a contrast between atheists and Christians. Pitted against one another, ultimately, were Marxists and populists, the latter inclined to condemn wealth and luxury as such, as the lifestyle peculiar to classes accustomed to extravagance and debauchery. For this reason, populists concentrate exclusively on the problem of the distribution of wealth, completely ignoring the objective, key for Marx and Engels, of the development of the productive forces. Revolutionary class struggle signifies the realization of equality, leveling down, and little consideration for the pursuit of well-being. In this form, populism can exercise a power of attraction far beyond Christian circles. According to the Communist Manifesto, nothing is easier than to give Christian asceticism a socialist tinge. Not by chance, The first movements of the proletariat are often characterized by demands stamped by universal asceticism and social leveling in its crudest form. 12. In reality, this phenomenon has a spatial and temporal dimension far beyond that indicated by Marx and Engels. The great popular revolutions and the mass movements of subaltern classes tend to generate a spontaneous, naive populism, which expects or celebrates the revenge of those occupying the bottom rung of the social hierarchy, the turn of the poor and the poor in spirit. In France in 1789, even before the assault on the Bastille, the meeting of Estates General and the agitation of the Third Estate awakened in the popular spirit the old millenarianism, the impatient expectation of the revenge of the poor and the happiness of the humble. The revolutionary mentality was to be very profoundly impregnated by it. 13. In Russia in February 1917, we find Christian circles greeting the fall of Tsarism as the defeat of evil and sin, which had split the people into rich and poor. The new society would be reorganized on the basis of more Christian attitudes. It would be a universal spiritual community, overriding class or party differences, a community witnessing the disappearance or suppression of any manifestation of the previous depraved, debauched opulence. There would, inter alia, be no place for alcohol. 14. Here we have social leveling in its crudest forms intersecting with forced universal asceticism. But the hopes reposed in the October Revolution by Pierre Pascal were not very different. The Bolsheviks were not immune from this view of the world or state of mind. The disaster wreaked by the First World War and then the Civil War involved a crisis of terrible proportions financially as well. In practice, money ceased to exist as a factor in the Soviet economy. Housing, transport, education, and meals at work were free and wages were paid in kind, with everything at a very basic level, in the best case, a level of dignified poverty. Having elicited dismay and anguish, however, this situation ended up being transfigured. It was the desired disappearance of money, symbol of social polarization and debauched wealth. It was the end of the ore sacra fames, the advent of communism, albeit a war communism, with all the limits imposed by circumstances. 15. In 1936-7, Trotsky critically recalled the ascetic tendencies of the epoch of the Civil War, widespread among communists. 16. But it was a rank-and-file militant in the 1940s who more effectively described the spiritual climate that prevailed in the period immediately following the October Revolution, the climate which emerged from the horror aroused by the war caused by imperialist competition to plunder colonies, conquer markets and raw materials, by the capitalist hunt for profits and profits. Young communists had all grown up in the belief that money was done away with once and for all. If money was reappearing, wouldn't rich people reappear too? Weren't we on the slippery slope that led back to capitalism? 17. Given these assumptions, the advent of barter represented an advance, at least spiritually. This was a climate that did not immediately disappear with war communism. An extraordinary text by Lenin dated 6-7 November attests to the fact: when we are victorious on a world scale, I think we shall use gold for the purpose of building public lavatories in the streets of some of the largest cities of the world. This would be the most just and most educational way of utilizing gold for the benefit of those generations which have not forgotten how, for the sake of gold, 10 million men were killed and 30 million maimed in the Great War for Freedom, the War of 1914-18, and how, for the sake of this same gold, they certainly intend to kill 20 million men and to maim 60 million in a coming war. But however just, useful, or humane it would be to utilize gold for this purpose, we must save the gold in the R.S.F.S.R., sell it at the highest price, buy goods with it at the lowest price. When you live among wolves, you must howl like a wolf. 18. In other words, the road of the new economic policy, NEP, had already been taken, and yet the market economy, gold and money continued to be regarded with suspicion as stained with the mud and blood of the Great War's trenches. The self-critical reflection with which, on October 17, 1921, Lenin justified the need to renounce war communism also provides food for thought. partly owing to the war problems that overwhelmed us and partly owing to the desperate position in which the Republic found itself when the imperialist war ended. Owing to these circumstances, and a number of others, we made the mistake of deciding to go over directly to communist production and distribution. We thought that under the surplus food appropriation system, the peasants would provide us with the required quantity of grain, which we could distribute among the factories and thus achieve communist production and distribution. 19. I have emphasized the reiterated statement I propose to discuss here. On other occasions, Lenin had no hesitation in bluntly describing the real significance of the practice of appropriation or forced requisition of necessaries regarded as surpluses, to meet the requirements of the army and sustain the workers, paid for with paper money of dubious value. 20. This was a practice that met, and was bound to meet, with muffled, bitter or violent resistance from the peasants. Given the extremely serious crisis in exchange between city and countryside, long predating the Bolshevik conquest of power, with a decrease in agricultural production and the hoarding of the limited food available, the survival of the urban population and soldiers certainly dictated radical measures, widely accepted by the various contending parties, even those inspired by liberal economic ideology. 21. But how are generalized, desperate poverty, and requisitions directly or indirectly affected by force, communist? Personal self-interest and market calculation may well have disappeared. But is that enough to define a measure manifestly dictated by war, and which countries of a very different ideological and political persuasion tended to resort to, as communist? Or perhaps the populist transfiguration of universal asceticism and social leveling can be glimpsed even in Lenin's speeches. 3. A collectivism of poverty and suffering. We are dealing with an international debate in which Gramsci participated. His intervention was contained in an article that greeted the very recent Bolshevik revolution as the revolution against capital, against Marx's work construed in a positivist and determinist key, and hence, invoked to delegitimize socialist revolution in any country not among the more advanced capitalist states. The article has become famous for this anti-dogmatic stance. But it also warrants fame in connection with the problem we are discussing. Here is how in December 1917 Gramsci interpreted the turning point represented by Bolshevik victory in a country that was relatively backward and, what is more, exhausted by war. It will at first be a collectivism of poverty and suffering. But a bourgeois regime would have inherited the same conditions of poverty and suffering. Capitalism could do no more immediately than collectivism in Russia. In fact, today it would do a lot less, since it would be faced immediately by a discontented and turbulent proletariat, a proletariat no longer able to support on behalf of others the suffering and privation that economic dislocation would bring in its wake. The hardships that await them after the peace will be bearable only if the proletarians feel they have things under their own control and know that by their efforts they can reduce these hardships in the shortest possible time. 22. In this text, the war communism being imposed in Russia was legitimized tactically and delegitimized strategically, legitimized in the immediate present and delegitimized for the future. A collectivism of poverty and suffering was justified in the concrete conditions in which Russia found itself. Capitalism could not do any better. Far from being synonymous with spiritual plenitude and ethical rigor, however, the collectivism of poverty and suffering must be overcome in the shortest possible time. It is no cause for surprise if, as we shall see, Gramsci later justified the transition to the NEP, politically and theoretically. Yet it was precisely as synonymous with spiritual plenitude and ethical rigor that war communism, the collectivism of poverty and suffering and socialized poverty of which Gramsci and Trotsky, respectively, speak, was regarded by large sections of the communist movement in Russia and the West. The result was that the social leveling in its crudest forms and universal asceticism against which the manifesto cautioned were transfigured into expressions of proletarian class struggle. It should not be supposed that this kind of spiritual climate remained confined to Soviet Russia. On the contrary, it seemed to find an even emphatic expression among Western intellectuals and militants. In 1921, disappointed by the introduction of the NEP, Pascal did not renew his Communist Party card, although continuing to live in Moscow and work at the Marx Engels Institute. In his turn, a French communist leader reconciled himself to the turn, but at the same time, writing in El Humanite, added, "The NEP brought with it something of the capitalist putrescence that had completely disappeared at the time of war." Communism 23. Even figures far removed from the communist movement feared that the country born in the October Revolution was in the process of losing its idealistic charge. Thus, the great Austrian writer, Joseph Roth, who visited the land of the Soviets between September 1926 and January 1927, denounced the Americanization underway, the America of soulless capitalism, the country where gold is king, is held in contempt. But the America of progress, the electric iron, hygiene and water mains, is admired. In short,